Oh snap! I goofed. It's not supposed to be desktop audio. Whoops. And well, that was a mistake. Interesting. How do I fix this? I forget. Well, too late to figure it out now. Sounds like a tomorrow problem. Okay. Let's see. Test, test, test. Alright. That's good. Boop-a-doop. Let's check this bad boy out.
Dials into what we're witnessing every day in our news cycles. There's a elite group of 10 to 15 people that run everything.
We just invented
Test,
this
test,
term.
test.
It's called succession
Test,
character or
test.
real billionaire.
First
Is that
of
too
all,
loud?
I
I think the video's
Barry
too loud.
Ellison is now the guy who is buying up much of our media. Is the Ellison media empire life imitating art? You're from Chicago. What do you make about what's happening in Chicago
Maybe I'm too
right now? People
quiet.
are saying fascism
No.
is coming. Fascism looks like it's
I'm good.
here.
I have family members that are scared of saying things.
Donald Trump bombed Iran in his first time. It became the first American president to bomb Iran.
I think what Iranians want more than anything is to be listened to.
A lot of Iranians want to change the government
Yes.
on their own,
Yes.
not on the end of a U.S. cruise missile.
With your first country, because they carved up these lands in the way that they've carved them up.
British. Are you worried about your career? Are you worried about if I sign this letter, people are going to say I'm anti-Semitic. People are going to say I'm anti-Israel.
I'd be on set and people would whisper to me, I'm on your side. That arc towards
Do I
justice
have
is slow right now.
one
We
viewer
have to
or
pull
3
it.
viewers?
We have to
That's
pull
like
it
what I always
towards
say. That
each other.
quote is a great quote,
Yeah, of
but it
course.
doesn't bend on its own.
No.
I feel like the
you gotta
video's too
work.
loud. Maybe my headset's too loud. That might be it. Who knows? Whatever. You guys will let me know if you can't hear me or not.
I'm Mehdi Hassan,
And I'm Aryan Moyed.
and we are not kidding. The Zeteo podcast where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, but also I hope funny things. Arian, welcome.
Hey.
So
How
good
are
to
you?
have you on the show.
Thanks, buddy.
You and I, we've done panels before, we've
Yeah.
chatted before.
Yeah.
We've not done anything on camera, but I have so much. I wanna talk to
Welcome,
you about.
welcome
Here, we're in New York City.
to-
Is this your city?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself in New York?
Yeah.
Aren't you from Chicago?
All
I'm
one of my
originally from
viewers?
Chicago.
just
Well,
betrayed
I was
Chicago.
originally Iran, Dubai, Chicago.
Welcome.
Now New York.
So you just adapt.
I'm
You're
a
classic.
New Yorker.
You're a
To
New Yorker.
Watch
When
me.
my mom came here, the first time she came to
Watch
New York,
Yeah.
she saw that I was like
videos.
here.
Yeah.
She goes, "Of course you love it here. We're from Tehran."
But isn't
But-
we just did a show recently in LA? But
Oh,
isn't
Yeah,
LA
political
Tehran?
questions.
It is, but
LA is
Tehran,
Tehran.
Away.
Tehrangelis, but it's like a little bit more, I don't know, chill out there. But Tehran is, it's a city. That's a big city.
That's true. New York is a. 'Cause
It's like-
people from
it's
Chicago.
concrete.
People from Chicago are very competitive with New York. They're
Yeah.
like, we're the greatest.
Yeah,
city.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you buy that?
I think
What to
that-
get you in trouble with?
I
people
think
in
I love
Chicago.
Chicago so much. I love Michael Jordan. I love the Bulls. I love the Cubs. Go Cubs! They're playing tonight. But I want to say I am built as a New Yorker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like spiritually, emotionally, as Stewie says, I'm
Oh.
spiritually, emotionally, whatchamacallit, a New Yorker.
Okay.
My
We
chat
are
was
going to come
hidden.
to Stewie.
Yeah, okay.
Many of you know
Oh,
Ariane
no
from
one's chatting
Succession,
anyway.
as do
Okay.
I. Before I
No
nerd out on
problem.
Succession,
Yeah.
I'm going to nerd out on a bit of Marvel. I know you
Okay,
said you
yeah.
watched the Mark Ruffalo episode we did recently.
Yeah, yeah.
You know I'm a massive
Yeah, yeah,
Marvel
this is-
fan.
Hell yeah.
You are Agent Cleary
Yes.
in the MCU. You're
Yes.
in Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yes.
You were in Miss Marvel.
Love that.
Great show.
Great show.
My kids love that show.
Yeah.
I love that show. How did you end up in a Marvel show?
Good question. Probably.
Wait, I don't remember him in Spider-Man.
No, but did you they came to you? One's
They
like,
came-
I want to be in a Marvel.
They came early on a show. I won't name the names of the shows, but they came out early on a show.
Oh, he was
and
the main.
I just
Okay,
kind
the
of
main.
was, I wasn't a big Marvel person. I didn't know.
Was
what
it
going on, but I
Department of
also
Superhuman
Knew that a lot of the theater actors that I know were doing it.
affairs? Got it.
And it's a good way of making cash, and it's also obviously amazing. It's also just amazing storytelling, and
Yep.
it's, and so
I like that you started with the cash.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
you
yeah.
were theater storytelling. Let's just get the
You know,
priorities right. here.
Exactly. But the reality is that they came early. They asked about a thing. It didn't work out, that thing, and then waiting out for someone thing like Agent Cleary, who I love very much, who comes back.
Yes, he's coming in Wonder Man, I
Wonder
believe.
Man.
What can you tell us about that? I know there's always secrets
I
around Marvel.
literally cannot tell you anything, but I
Okay.
can tell you this:
Okay,
Sir Ben Kingsley is in it. He's amazing.
he was in previous MCU films.
Previous,
Iron Man 3, if memory
Iron
serves
Man
me correctly.
3. He's in Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
He's also in others, but then
He's also in Gandhi, but who cares about that?
Which one's
Marvel.
that one?
Gandhi is the superhero from India. Yeah.
I just know him from House of Sand and Fog because he played an Iranian in that one.
Okay, fair enough. He can play whatever you want him to play.
Exactly. Sir
We
Ben.
love
We
Sir
call
Ben.
him Sir Ben.
Sir Ben, yeah.
Sir Ben. And then Yahya Abdul Mateen,
Who's
the
fantastic.
second, who's fantastic.
Fantastic.
And the same time, we were both on Broadway at the same time, and we were both nominated at the same time, and we both knew we were doing the show at the same time, and did interviews, and we could never talk about it.
That's hilarious. Okay, well, we're glad you could say at least
Yeah.
that much. Before we move on,
Yeah.
I asked Mark Ruffalo what his favorite thing about being in the MCU. He said, it just gives you consistent work. It's a franchise. What is your favorite thing about being in Marvel?
Because I'm a theater guy,
Yeah.
they kind of treat me like some sort of uber god. They're like, we know this is not the theater, so just bear with us, but we're gonna have to drive you there.
You're like, all right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm usually on my bike, so this is cool.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share,
Why
and
is
subscribe.
it flickering?
Tap
Okay.
the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
So we know you as Agent Cleary, but the vast majority of people, who I'm sure stop you in the streets of this great city and all over the world, know you as Stewie Husseini. That was your breakout TV role in Succession. For those of you who have not seen Succession, the fuck are you doing? Go watch Succession. Stewie was not the main character in the show, but he was a scene stealer. Whenever he appeared on screen,
I thought this
he
was
had
the dude
these
in
lines that just
Brooklyn
and the
Nine-Nine.
facial expressions that just dominated the scene, and we thought we would put together some clips.
I can trust you, right?
No.
Sure, but on money stuff, I can trust you?
No.
Because we're calling a vote of no confidence on my dad. It's the best way forward, right?
God, this is fucking terrible. Bro, you're gonna fuck the company. You're fucking with my money. The issue here, sir, is that everyone fucking hates you. Fuck you too, you pusillanimous piece of fucking fool's gold. Fucking silver spoon fucking asshole.
I count around 12 F-bombs just in that 30-second clip. How many times do you think you said fuck on Succession?
Man, I want someone to find the answer and put it in the comments below.
Yes, someone should do that. It's like when I used to watch 24, another show I was obsessed with.
Yeah.
I know it's Islamophobe, but it was a great show.
Yeah.
Somebody did like a count of how many people Jack Bauer kills in each episode. There's like a counter on the internet. Internet has everything, even pre-chat GPT. I read somewhere that Kieran Culkin improvised some of his great one-liners as well. Did you just stick to the script, or did you go out there and just throw extra few F-bombs?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm sure there were more F-bombs. I'm sure I threw in a few of those. It was so fluid. I mean, so much of that show, I want to say, is dictated because we shot on film. And again, going back to the theater of it all, but when you shoot on film and you're doing like a, indoor-outdoor scene that's all shot on a one, and then you're doing with 3 cameras, you can't like pause. And so sometimes the lines are going to be exact, and sometimes on that take, the line, someone bumps into you, and all of a sudden it's, so I can't give. I probably said some extra fucks in there, but I will say overall, the words were so delicious that you just wanted to, fall into them every single time.
So you've got Marvel,
Yeah.
which is not Succession.
Yeah.
You said you're a theatre actor.
Yeah.
You're on with people like Jeremy and Kieran. Jeremy's style, I don't know what we call his style. There's been a lot of reporting about how he embraced.
Yeah, he goes all in.
Did you enjoy him going all in? Did you go all in on Stewie?
No, I did not go all in on Stewie.
But you did make sure he was Iranian, right? You had the Husseini was you?
Yeah, I mean, Jesse was trying to figure out who this character.
Jesse Armstrong, the writer of the show. Fantastic.
Was trying to figure out what the character name was. So there's a couple of episodes where the last name kind of changed a little bit. And I one day, on the day of that scene, I think, on a break, I went in and he was in Shiv's office, which was at, I think, 7 World Trade at the time. And then I went into his office and I was like, here's why I think he should be Iranian, and here are the 3 places where it could happen.
Why? Why should he be Iranian?
I said he came pre-50s.
Okay.
And he, so he came from a ton of money, like comes in, oil money, comes in, descendant of that line. I said he came in 70s, right before the revolution hit, took that money, and then, or he came in the 80s, immigrant style, and just worked his way up. And I told him all my reasonings for all that, and he just Jesse was just listening to the whole thing. And then he goes, which one do you like? And I said, well, I came in the 80s, so I'm going to do that one.
Okay.
And then I said, but we never have to talk about this.
Yeah, it was set. It was never like...
Because
there was no like heavy-handed, this Iranian-American businessman.
I mean, there are some Iranians right now that run Uber, they're Iranian, that you don't even know that.
Yeah.
And part of demystifying who we are is just trying to kind of like be like, we're regular people.
Yes.
And that's...
You can be regular bad people, regular good people.
Yeah, exactly.
Stewie.
Yeah.
Is he a bad guy?
No.
I mean, you built the character.
I mean, yes, they're all bad guys.
They're all bad guys. And I want to come to in a moment to how it reflects the real life bad guys very well. Just on the show itself, it's been 2 years, sadly, since last year. I still miss it.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with Succession. Just one quick thing I was just remembering and telling my team before I came here. When I met Ariane in Manhattan for the first time last year, we were doing a panel together. We were in the green room, and my phone went off, and my phone is the Succession ringtone. And you looked at me and you said, "Are you fucking pranking me?" You thought I was like, did it for you.
I was like,
I put it on because I was going to be on a panel. I did it years ago when I first started with I never thought I'd be on a panel with somebody from Succession.
That's hilarious. Well, I want to just tell you one thing. Immediately when you did that, I definitely thought it was like a prank or a bit. And I was like, that's corny.
That's corny. No,
Many's kind of corny.
But it's cornier than you thought. Because you thought corny, he did it for this panel. I just do it for everyday life.
You're a nerd.
I'm a nerd. It's like my wife and kids have to listen to Succession ringtone all day long because I get a lot of calls.
Do your kids watch the show?
No, my kids don't watch the show. I'd be the worst parent in the world.
How old are they?
When it was going out, they were 11 and 16.
Yeah.
So 11.
My kids have not seen the show either.
Yeah.
And they're 16 and 14. My daughters have not seen it, and they get now pranked by like other parents. Be like, your parents don't let you watch the show, and then I'm like, let them watch like way shittier things.
Without spoilers or getting gross, like Kieran Culkin in The Office in that first season, you don't. I don't. Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
Are you close with the Succession cast? You all stayed in touch with the family?
I mean, again, going back to the theater, but we all grew up in the theater together.
Yeah.
I saw Peter Friedman and do an Amy Herzog play, with Jeremy Strong. We all know each other, so we always see each other at like events and stuff. We're tight. We're all kind of like, you know, kind of hang, and we all do theater. So like Nicholas Braun and Kara Young are about to do a Rajiv play. I did a couple of Rajiv. You know, it's a small knit community.
Why do you think it was such a big show? Why did it have such social cultural impact?
Because the truth
No, Kitty.
of what these people are doing
No,
felt
Kitty.
as what it is today in the world that we live in.
No,
It feels
Kitty.
The truth of succession
If you want pets, you gotta come up here, buddy.
dials into what we're witnessing every day in our news.
Otherwise, this is all
every
you
day.
get.
There's a
Minor
elite
scritches.
group of 10 to 15 people that run everything. And that's basically what's happened on that
And
show.
10
And
to 15 shitty people.
shit, Herb, because all they care about is money.
Yeah.
All they care is money, power, and they use other shields to like get them to, you know, but that's what they're interested in. And they're men. They're men. They want money and they want like power, land, you know, that kind of energy.
Did you see recently the settlement that the Murdoch siblings did,
Oh, yeah.
where they each walked away with $1 billion? These are the children of Rupert Murdoch, his empire. Lachlan, the right-wing guy who runs Fox now, he's running the whole show. He's the inheritor, the oldest boy. And the other siblings all got $1 billion, but apparently during the negotiations, they cited Succession. Like, they were all watching Succession. That's insane when you think about it. Like,
I've
you're talking
heard-
about art, reality mirroring art.
Oh, I've heard
Like,
that
the show
they
was
were.
inspired by the Murdochs, then the Murdochs then watched Succession and used it in their own negotiation.
I gotta be honest. Like, I have heard rumors that some of those kids have come up to some of the actors and been like, "Be nice to us." It's like, be nice to you.
That's
I
on
mean,
screen or off screen?
No, I mean, I think on screen.
screen?
That's the thing that's gonna last.
Oh my god.
But the truth is that I think people saw, oh, this is how this works.
Yeah.
This is how, you know, there's an episode early on where Logan is going on an airplane to go meet the president, and he says, and this is season 1, he goes, "Why do I have to meet the fucking intern?" and it like literally, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And now you were like, ooh,
You're
scary,
like-
scary, scary.
You're like, you're watching the billionaire class now. I mean, the Murdochs obviously are the inspiration, but now you know Elon Musk and Larry Ellison and all these folks. Before we move on, I played a quick Marvel game with Mark Ruffalo. I wanted to play a quick Succession rapid fire with
Right,
you.
yeah.
The game is called, we just invented this game. It's called Succession Character or Real Billionaire. I'm going to read out some quotes to you. You have to tell me is it
Oh,
somebody for
Jesus.
Succession.
First of all, I fucking love this.
Okay, let's do it. We are going to be Earth's best employer and Earth's safest place to work.
Oh my god.
Succession or real?
Succession.
Wrong. Jeff Bezos. Life isn't knights on horseback, it's a number on a spreadsheet. Succession or real life?
That feels like real life.
Succession, Logan Roy. So far you're 0 for 2. I'm the only one who tells the truth, and the truth is you're a moron.
Do we say that? No. It's gotta be Succession.
It's Roman Roy Succession,
Yeah.
correct. If there was a way I could not eat so I could work more, I would not eat. I wish there was a way to get nutrients without sitting down for a meal.
That's not real.
That's real.
Someone said that. That's a person.
That's real?
Yeah.
That's Elon Musk.
Yeah.
You fuckwit, you bastard, get this fucking newspaper out.
I'm still thinking about that last one. That's crazy.
Yeah, I wish I could eat it. You fuckwit, you bastard, get this fucking newspaper out. Real or Succession?
I'm gonna say real.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch. A squirrel dying in your front yard may be more relevant to your interest right now than people dying in Africa.
Succession.
Mark Zuckerberg, real.
That's not.
I could
that
go all
just-
day, but
it
we'll
gets darker.
We'll wrap it. It's Substack meets Masterclass meets The Economist meets The New Yorker. Real or Succession?
That's got to be Succession.
That is Kendall Roy Succession. Let's do one last one. A relationship is like a shark. It either has to move forward or it dies, and that's true about your company.
Oh fuck. Gosh. Real?
It's real. That is Larry Ellison. And that was our quiz. Well done. You got less than half of them
Less
right.
than half.
Which tells you about
Scary.
how fucked up our world
Is this funny or is this
I
like
know,
a
it's really
nightmare?
dark. It's really dark. Jesse Armstrong is a genius. Larry Ellison. We ended on Ellison. Perfect segue
Yeah.
into Larry Ellison is now the guy who is buying up much of our media in a way that Rupert Murdoch did in years past. He and his son David now own Paramount. It's a big debate about CBS News and the future of CBS News. He's buying TikTok with the aid of Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump. They claim to want to get Warner Brothers, which would give them CNN as well. I'm reminded of a line from Shiv Roy, Succession. If we own all the news, I do actually wonder where I'll get my fucking news. Is the Ellison media empire life imitating art? Like, how worried are you as someone who works in media, works for some of these companies? You've got just a bunch of billionaires with very strong, we'll come back to pro-Israel views, but just conservative right-wing views, just buying up everything.
It's scary. I mean, if the question is it scary? Yeah, it's, and I think people just are not opening their eyes to what's happening here. I mean, the beauty of the United States is actually freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And if
100%.
money gets involved in all that, we're going to get some, I mean, it already is involved in all that, but get into a way that is going to get so, that it might not be able to turn it back. As Logan Roy once said, I'm turning this fucking tanker around. It might be impossible to turn this tanker around. And so, so it's worrisome. It's definitely worrisome. I believe recently what happened with Kimmel, and all of a sudden everyone, canceling their subscriptions or whatever, and then that returning and Sinclair putting it back on.
So public pressure works.
Yeah, I think we have to keep remembering that we are still stronger than the 10 people. Like we as an
For now.
We are, but collectively, historically, human beings together, joined together, going after people that are trying to ruin our lives is just so that they can make a profit. Everything that you just said there is about profit.
Yeah.
Everything about that is, I don't even know if any of these people have values sometimes.
I mean, one of the values that's running through, and I want to come back to it later, but we can touch on it now, is clearly David Ellison and his father are big supporters of the Israeli military. They've made very clear they're big fans of Barry Weiss because she's very, very pro-Israel. They didn't like the fact that CBS had done a 60 Minutes episode on Gaza. It caused huge internal controversy. There was a Ta-Nehisi Coates interview that caused a huge deal of so there is some values. It is, they do want to enforce certain corporate lines, and I would argue certain geopolitical lines. Just hearing you speak, you're quite political yourself, small p political. Where do your politics come from? Have you always been interested in politics, the news, the world?
My parents, being Iranian.
Yeah.
And
you're an immigrant.
I'm an immigrant.
A naturalized American.
I'm a naturalized American. My family is just a very unique but very similar story to many Iranians. My parents had kids at a very young age. They had 3 kids by that point, and when the revolution was happening in '79, my brother Amir was in Chicago studying. My sister was on the streets protesting, and my brother Omid was fighting in the Iran-Iraq War. And then I'm born. And so I'm like born.
I feel like every Iranian family has an Omid.
Yeah, of course. Hope, baby, hope. And an Amir sometimes. And my dad's name is, we say Mehdi.
Oh, yes. Whenever I get into an Uber driven by an Iranian, they say, "You're Iranian." I'm
Yeah,
like, no,
exactly,
sorry,
exactly.
but that's an Iranian name. I was like, it's actually not just an Iranian name.
Yeah. So in the midst of all that, in '79, '80, I'm born in '80.
Don't rub it in.
Don't rub-
79.
Sorry. God, you look 79. I'm just gonna finish this. But when '80 happened, all of a sudden Iran-Iraq War happens. My cousin died in that war. My brother fought in that war.
Oh, wow.
The streets were happening in that. I grew up in politics. I grew up, and then you come to the States, and in '86, coming to America, on the heels of Iran hostages, being Iranian was the worst thing in the history of time. My parents spoke no English. We were like classic immigrant, story, trying to figure out putting 2 pieces together. The fear of getting caught, the fear of saying to people that you're Iranian, coming from the fear of being bombed. I mean, it's just all of that is a part of our, our DNA, and so, and I believe that Iranians, and I think a lot of Middle Easterns, but Iranians specifically, our history has the Cyrus cylinder. Our history is thousands of years old that has a human rights doctrine for people. And so human rights is built in our, it's built in our conversations, in our meals, and everyone's equal. And I know you want to jump in. I want to say one last thing about this is that recently I had an amazing little dinner at my house with this amazing Afghan who worked for the military during 2021. I was helpful a little bit with trying to get people out on WhatsApp chats, and everyone was. And he went back after the fall of August to get some more people out, and Taliban got him. And I had that person, and I had another friend of mine who brought someone that was taken by the Mexican cartel. And then my kids were there. My 16 Olive and Ivy Shireen, they were both just sitting there and just involved in the conversation. And the Americans in the group were like, oh, that's so crazy that you added them into this conversation. And in my Iranian brain, why would you not add them in right now? They need to hear from all of these stories so that they can. So I think a lot of that is
That's your own childhood.
that's my childhood.
The thing that jumped out when you were speaking there was you talked about the fear coming in the 80s. We had Maz Jobrani on the show, fellow Iranian American immigrant, came here, talked a lot about the hostage
Persians.
crisis and the impact on him when he goes to school. But when you mentioned something a moment ago, like the fear of speaking out, it's 2025. We are 9 months into Trump. We are here in New York City where there is a Muslim guy running for mayor. Donald Trump is threatening to send the troops to New York. He has sent troops to Chicago, National Guard from Texas. There's a lot of people worried about speaking out. Just wondering how you put that in comparison, context, like the 1980s, coming from a country like Iran, revolution, dictatorship, free speech issues even to this day. And then you're in the US, where you become a naturalized American, you become an actor, an artist, literally speaking out is what you do. And yet now we have this free speech crisis here where immigrants, I've got people coming up to me when I do talks at university, students saying, I'd love to say stuff. I'm on a student visa, I can't say anything, I'm scared.
Yeah, I know a lot of those folks. We all are passing the torch of humanity further. And my kids need to know that the world that they're going to live in is constantly going to have these obstacles and roadblocks. And at the end of the day, when we're on our deathbeds looking up, there's going to be two people up there. They're going to be people that you loved and people that loved you. That's basically there. And you want to make sure that you are fighting for those people. And, you know, again, inherently Iranian, inherently whatever, maybe being an artist, an actor, is I believe that you have to do what you can. Now, that being said, people, you know, I have family members that are scared of saying things, even though American, you know, naturalized citizens, and like they're afraid of saying things, and I get it. I understand that fear, and so I don't judge others that don't want to speak up vocally at times. I understand how it goes for someone like that's in college right now. That's the first kid in college going to some university from wherever and not being able to say because he just needs this degree. I understand all that. But some people that have more privileges than them have to stand up and get in front and be the shield.
Yes, 100%.
You know, I was working, my company Waterwell was working with this organization. We work with a lot
Tell
of
our viewers a quick line about Waterwell.
Waterwell is a nonprofit that I started when I was 22 years old. It's a belief system that we are going to do productions and art to like tackle the biggest, craziest questions that we have right now. And that means that it's messy, which means that like, you know, it doesn't land on a clean line of left, right, whatnot. And one of the shows that we did years ago was called The Courtroom, which was a reenactment of one woman's deportation case. We performed it in courtrooms, and it was just transcripts. And we did it all over New York City. We did it at 26 Federal Plaza. We did it everywhere. And we did it at Thurgood. We didn't do Federal Plaza. We did Thurgood Marshall Courthouse. We did it everywhere. And every immigration group in this country came and saw the show and wanted to get involved. And many times we're hearing stories, micro stories of university kids shepherding of an international student to class every day. You know, and so Waterwell comes in, hears those stories, and it's like, how do we amplify Waterwell? Then all of a sudden, how do we make a story about that? Like, how do we make that piece of art? How do we make, you know, we did a show recently called the Ford Hill Project. And the Ford Hill Project is very simple. It's the transcripts of Blasey Ford and the transcripts of Anita Hill, 4 actors. They have in-ear monitors hearing the C-SPAN live, literally listening. So all they have to do is mimic, no memorizing. So it can be, we did that also. Waterwell's very good at flexible so that anyone can just pick it up and do it themselves. And then you do this thing, and then in the middle of the show, you start realizing, I actually don't know if this is Blasey Ford or Anita Hill anymore. I don't know what cases we're talking about again. And then every women's group comes and sees those things. And that kind of tangible, it's depth over breadth. I just want to say that. I want to say that like when you do a thing like that and you bring people into that mix to see the courtroom or see Blind Runner or see, you know, all these shows that we're doing a show about gun, and you bring them and you bring this to them, it's singular. It's a singular experience that they have, and that can go into their neighborhoods and then translate to other things. I don't believe it's a light switch. I really don't. I don't believe that we're gonna do something right now with this, as the world that it is, that someone's gonna do something or say something, and a light switch is gonna turn on, and all of a sudden, that's what the hope for Obama was a light switch. But
People are gonna take
It
to the
hurts.
streets. It's all
but
gonna
the
be better
reality,
overnight.
it's a fader. It's just a little bit of a fader that goes a little bit.
But are you worried that the state is going in the wrong direction? Like,
Totally.
you know, 9
Totally.
months into this thing, and the repression is huge.
Totally, yeah.
I mean, you're from
I'm worried. Yeah, 100% worried.
you're from Chicago. What do you make about what's happening in Chicago right now? I mean, people keep saying fascism is coming. Fascism looks like it's here.
Yeah. I mean, that they always say it's happening or it's happened. It's like, you know, or people are like, it will happen. A lot of people say it might happen. It's like, bro, it's happening.
Yeah.
What do I think? I immediately think of myself as in Salem Walk, in this little apartment complex that we lived in, where it was black, brown, and immigrants. Some undocumented, some, you know, everybody that was the other lived in this neighborhood, so we can go to the nice public school. And I think, wow, I wonder if they're going to go after, that's my first thought, is I wonder if they're going to go after Salem Walk. I wonder what we would do. I just literally,
People repelled into your building from a Black Hawk.
some sort of like helicopter came down, and then they're knocking down doors. I think we as a collective have to look at this and say, listen, these might not be people that are me, but this is unjust. This is, and I think if we stop making the narrative about all of the things that they want us to make the narratives about, and make it about, do you think someone that has gone through every measure to go through the border, be put in prison, to get to Chicago, to give their kids a lifestyle, do they need to be thrown away because they were escaping someone that was, you know, raping women and, you know, do you see what I'm saying? Like, we have to demystify it for human beings and be like, you got kids.
Yeah.
There's this guy, you know, we could talk about, you know, what's happening in Gaza. And there's this person that we're all following, people that are living on the ground and becoming the scariest thing in the world, like influencers of, you know, atrocities and murder and death. And I look and I see, and there's one guy, his name is Wyatt. His name is Wyatt, is his first name. And all I can say is, do you think my friends and family and love, my friends and family are, you know, I don't really have people that are not, but like, do you think that if you like me on Succession, do you think it would be cool, like if my family name Wyatt is going to be taken away for something, for being born on the other side of some sort of line or something? Like it's
arbitrary, it's capricious. I mean, obviously in Chicago they're claiming it's crime. It's not crime. Most of the people they're arresting have no criminal records. They're not going after hardened criminals.
As an immigrant, living in a group of immigrants, with a group of immigrants, we are not at all interested in. Are you kidding me? Like,
Keep your head down.
Crime.
Undocumented commit far fewer crimes.
Is that true?
Native-born Americans, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
All
sure
the studies show that.
Because we're just trying to survive and make the world a better place.
And keep your head down.
And keep our head down and put food on the table. That's the beauty of America. Do you know what I mean? The beauty of America is that was a place, you know, that could give you that, you know.
But now it's not even just, what's so worrying now is now it's not just undocumented, illegals, asylum seekers. It is American citizens, right? So we are sitting in New York City where Zohran Mamdani is running for mayor. The first response or second response from Donald Trump to him winning the primary was, we're going to look into his citizenship. Did he lie to get citizenship? People calling for his deportation. I've had Trump people calling for me to be stripped and denaturalized and deported. You are a naturalized American. A lot of naturalized Americans sitting there going, is our citizenship conditional now? Like, we thought once we did it, we did the process, we did the oath, we're as American as anyone else. That was supposed to be the American promise. Now we're being told that actually, if you're not born here, your citizenship
Make
is
all
conditional.
Americans take a citizenship test.
You are Iranian American naturalized citizen. Do you sometimes worry like what? Most brown people I talk to have had a conversation about your plan B. Have you had that conversation with
Yeah.
people?
Yeah. I mean, I'm worried because I'm worried I'm worried, to be honest with you, I'm not worried about I'm worried about my family. You know, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about like people at Waterwell. I'm worried about like people that like are that friends and I am worried about those things. But I gotta say that I am mostly worried about people that have not as much opportunity as and access that I have right now.
Don't you find it crazy that the same... It's not just that they're, oh, we don't believe in your asylum claims, you're all fake. A lot of the people who are being deported are being deported to countries that the US government hates and tells everyone have really bad human rights. Venezuela being an obvious example. Iran, 120 Iranian nationals deported by the Trump administration to a country that the Trump administration happily will tell everyone is a human rights black hole. But they'll still deport people there. The hypocrisy is just astonishing.
I want to talk about hypocrisy. I don't think they care about being called a hypocrite.
I agree.
They just don't care.
Can't shame the
It's
shameless.
foul.
It doesn't. So there's a little bit of like so okay. I'll never forget the Mitch McConnell. You have to remember me of the names. Mitch McConnell, I think it was Merrick Garland that was like going to be
Yes. Wouldn't give him a seat.
wouldn't give him a
hearing.
seat. Blah blah blah. And then they asked him if it was you.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I put him through.
And then he switched for Amy Coney Barrett.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't care.
They're on a side of winning.
Yes.
That's the Stewie of it all. That's the Stewie of it all. He says to Logan and he says to Kendall, he says, my side, if it's gonna win this much more than your side, I'm gonna go on this side.
Yeah.
Now if you're gonna win this much more, I'll go on that side. Look at the last episode. We were talking about the last episode and we had there were the spoilers. Please, if you haven't seen it.
It's several years old. Spoilers don't count.
Yeah, but exactly. So like at the end of the day, there's a fight happening over there, and then it doesn't pass. The thing doesn't pass, and then there's a whole scene where it's not written down, where it's like everyone's leaving, and then they're gonna see Tom Wamsgams and whatever, and then Jesse's like, "What do you think?" I was like, "I'm just gonna go right up to him. I think I'm just gonna go right up to him." And literally, I was for Kendall.
Yeah.
But then Stewie comes out and he's like, "Can't wait to work with you."
Yes.
Why? Because now this guy is winning.
Yeah.
And that is hard. That kind of like binary is very easy for a lot of people that don't have the messy morals to deal
Yes,
with.
messy morals. Quick digression. Were you shocked when you read the script and found out it was Tom?
No. I hate. I mean, I love Matthew McFadden, but I hate Tom Wamsgam. I hate those type of. He's like nails on a chalkboard to me. It's just like get a
So
spy.
good though. The character's so good. In fact, he does it so well. People don't realize he's a Brit.
But I will say, I am glad that it wasn't the kids.
Yes. On Iran, you are Iranian Americans. We talked about that. You are also quite outspoken on what is happening back in Iran during the 2022-2023 protests that erupted in Iran after the killing of Mahsa Amini. I think something like 500 civilians, probably a conservative number, were killed.
Yeah.
You spoke out against the Iranian government here in the US. I think we have a clip from February 2023.
Do not lose hope. We all love being Iranian. We love it. There's something powerful about our culture, our people, our language. Thousands of years of democracy that's taken away in these last 44 years. Do not give up hope.
You're obviously very passionate, emotional. You talked about your childhood, being Iranian, growing up, political. When does that kick in? When does it kick in that you say, I'm now a public figure and I'm going to use my public platform not just to talk about, the SAG-AFTRA strike, which you spoke out against, not just to speak out about healthcare or the Democrats or Trump, but Iran.
We are fighting two wars. The first war is freedom that Iranians are going through, especially women, every day. But we're also fighting a cultural war. Because for thousands of years, we were one thing. And again, 79 happens, and all of a sudden we're this other thing. And so I believe that our family escaping Iran, coming to this country, all the hardships that we went through, all the nastiness of all of the 80s and 90s, I think I have to use, that's Waterwell. It's always been a little bit of, I have to move the needle a little bit, just a little bit further so that people realize that we're just people. I think Middle Easterners are like the nicest people on earth. I think anytime you go around and you see someone and then they're like, hey, come to my house, you hear videos all the time of like, and then all of a sudden the taxi cab driver is like, come to my house and I'm at their house. It's because hospitality
Yes.
and graciousness and passion and love of poetry and art is part of our DNA. So I think, without getting too like spiritual about the whole thing, I think I'm put on earth a little bit for that. I think like a lot of us are trying to move the needle a little bit for that.
Let's talk a bit about Iran and what's going on in Iran. I mean, you just mentioned in that clip, you mentioned just a moment ago, 44 years, right? 1979, Islamic Revolution, Khomeini, Islamic, all of that stuff. And a lot of, obviously, Iranians in America came, fled, took asylum, aren't happy with that regime, are campaigning. Pre-79 wasn't great either. The Shah was a pretty awful ruler as well. It wasn't fun times for a lot of people.
No, of course.
Just,
my family was also really upset with how that,
Yeah.
because there was so much money being put in. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because right now, one of the people in the US, he doesn't live far from me in DC, is the Crown Prince, the Shah's son, who's been he's often on Fox. The Israelis love him. He's like, I'll go back and bring back the monarchy. Pretty sure most Iranians don't want that either.
No, of course not. I mean, and the and I don't know if, you know, I don't want to speak for him. I don't think he says he doesn't want that either.
Okay.
All this to say is, I think what's happening, it's funny, what's happening in 79 there was that Islamic regime that came in and took over, wanted power, but were also fighting progressivism. They were fighting an Iran that had women in cabinet. They had women's rights were all over the place. There was discotheques. It was like, it was progress that was happening. And they were fighting against that kind of progress. And so what we have right now, in this country right now, is a little bit of that as well. That being said, I think what Iranians want more than anything is to be listened to, truly, to be listened to of like what they need. And so I, living in the United States for 40 some odd years, with all of my family still in Iran, I think it's crazy for anyone to say, this is how Iranians should be and do, and that's insanity.
Yeah.
It's the same thing
Like
as
any
someone,
people, there's a diversity of views.
of course, just like I don't want to tell you how to live in Kansas City. What the hell do I know about Kansas City? Like, I'm not going to tell Kansas City what like barbecue is about. Do you know what I mean? I'm being honest.
Yes.
And so in a way, I
Okay.
get a little I'm very cautious that our job, my job at least, how about this, my corner of the world, is to tell people truly that Iranians are regular people that want regular things, that have a rich history of humanity.
But people like you and me, and I'm in a different way, not for Iran, but because there's so few of us in the spaces we move in, we become the spokesperson for everybody.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like, tell us what your people think.
Exactly.
And that is awkward because we don't claim to speak for them, and B, people have their own opinion.
Yeah.
So just speaking for yourself,
Yeah.
not for the entire Iranian diaspora, what do you think of the argument? Donald Trump bombed Iran in his first time. Became the first American president to bomb Iran. I was told he was going to be an anti-war president, but he bombed Iran at Netanyahu's request, many would argue. He claimed, and many of his supporters said, this is what the Iranian resistance and opposition want. A lot of prominent Iranian opposition figures came out and said, no, this is not what we want. What did you make of that moment? Because I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of Iranians, even those who don't like the government, forget the ones who support the government, and there's many of those, but those who don't like the government want to change the government on their own, not on the end of a US cruise missile.
No one wants to be on the end of
I think if
what, well said. No
if I don't
Iranian
get some,
wants that. No one wants
if I don't
to
get
have-
anyone chatting,
I mean, they bombed Evan prison. They hit the Evan prison.
by the
And then
time I
they
hit like the
killed
2
a
to
bunch
3
of
hour mark, I'm
transgender
probably gonna call it a night.
The
I am
irony of
freaking
irony.
tired.
It's just like
I need people to wake me
War is
up.
not going to be the answer here. War is never going to be the answer. And also, that I am very suspect of the rules and what people want to do with Iran afterwards.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, 100%.
I think there are people I've heard down in DC. I've heard of
You're
people.
saying that John Bolton doesn't have the best interest of the Iranian
Believe it or
people
not.
and resources in mind?
And so those things are some of those things are 50 years old. Some blueprints that they have that they'll dust off. Like when Iran falls, it's gonna
Don't
look
make
like
me
this.
say Mossadegh.
Yeah, exactly. But all this to say is those people, those things, it has to be done by the Iranian people.
We saw what happened in Iraq, unfortunately.
And then the entire Middle East.
Yes.
And also with your first country, because they carved up these lands in the way that they've carved them up.
Fucking British.
Nothing makes sense. So they're all just like random.
I tell this story to everyone. Jack Straw, who was the foreign secretary under Tony Blair for a portion of that prime ministership, there's a quote from him. I was trying to find it online. Obscure quote he said in an interview once, and it sticks with me forever. He said, "Part of my job as foreign secretary is to fly around the world trying to solve conflicts that we started." It's a moment, one of those classic moments of just honest admission. Just out, so true.
That's it.
So true. The British Empire.
That's basically what the vibe. I mean, for thousands of years, there were Kurdish folks that all lived happily together. Now there are,
Lots of lines on a map.
So you're
the British.
Syrian Kurd, Iranian Kurd. It's like, yeah, you divided everyone. Have now everyone fighting each other.
Wonder why? Divide and rule. You've actually, as we run out of time, you've segued me into a topic I want to talk to you about, which is, if we're going to talk about lines on a map, there's a place called Mandate Palestine that the Brits used to run and left shamefully in 1948, in 1947 and 48. We're still facing the repercussions of that. History did not begin on October the 7th, as many Palestinians point out. This goes way back. But the genocide in Gaza did begin after October the 7th. We've just marked the second anniversary of October the 7th. We've talked a great deal, as we do in the US media, about the Hamas attack on Israel. And yet the response to that is still ongoing. I have no idea how many Palestinians were killed today, but I can safely say it's in the double digits while we've been sitting here in
100%.
New York City.
100%.
You've been outspoken against this genocide from the very beginning. One of the earliest Artists for Ceasefire letters that came out in 2023, your name was on it. Again, talk me through how that came about.
I'm going to go back to the theater. I mean, prior to Succession, I only played Middle Easterners.
Terrorist number 4, or
not terrorists, because I wouldn't do those roles, but
Yes.
I would.
But those are the ones offered.
Those were offered. That's why you never saw me on film and TV. It's because I was doing theater. In the theater, you have more depth.
Yep.
And I can. So I've played Palestinians. I've played Israelis. I've worked with Israelis. I've worked with Palestinians. I've worked with everyone. And I have a depth of understanding of that experience with a lot of those folks. And so to me, this an oppressor and an oppressed. That's basically what we're talking about here. And knowing the Palestinians that I know here, that are kind, gracious, amazingly humble, incredibly have to navigate a lot, hiding fears, hiding emotions. I can empathize with people in that way. And I can empathize with Jewish folks as well. Of course this is going to be harder for them right now. Of course this is, because some left-wing extremist that doesn't know anything about anything is gonna relate these. So it's that war that they're putting us on. They, and I say they, the Logan Roys of the world that are moving these little chess pieces, fighting, putting us against each other. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I also want to say, where does it come from? It comes from the fact that I have heard so many times. You have to remind me of the date, but what was that there was a young boy that was washed up on a sea. Do you remember this?
Aylan Kurdi, Syrian boy, 2015.
That was such an impactful thing
Horrific.
for everybody. No, but doesn't I could put that image and put any country,
Yes.
and everyone be like, that's wrong.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that is.
But that's why we've seen public opinion change now, I think. And even certain celebrities who weren't saying anything, certain journalists who weren't saying anything, now they're coming out. I saw Jennifer Lawrence come out recently and say, oh, this is a genocide bad, even though earlier she'd been defending Amy Schumer. I think the kids being starved in Gaza is so abhorrent. Not that everything in Gaza hasn't been abhorrent, but like kids being starved, no infant formula, no diapers allowed in. Like nobody supports that, and only sociopaths support that. But the reason I asked about you signing that letter in 2023, I don't have the exact date, but it was not long after October 7th.
Yeah.
That was a time when people were not saying, oh, poor Palestinians, Israel's wrong. That was a time when it was like, Israel has a right to defend itself. October 7th was the worst thing that ever happened, and nothing the Palestinians can say or do, will save them from what the revenge that's coming. I just wonder when you went and did that, you were already Stewie Husseini by then. You're not just the theater guy. You're the rising star TV movie guy. Are you worried about your career? Are you worried about, if I sign this letter, people are going to say I'm anti-Semitic. People are going to say I'm anti-Israel. People are going to say I'm an extremist.
I just don't. I mean,
Just don't care.
history will prove that wrong. I mean,
Oh, I agree with you.
yeah, I'm just
that
saying,
doesn't mean that you don't have those thoughts
I
and
have
fears.
those thoughts. Yes, I have those thoughts. I have those fears. I have those fears for numerous reasons. Yes, of course. But the reality is, I don't think about that really. I don't think about that as much.
I ask everyone who's in public life the same question, and you said you don't think about it. Do friends or family,
Yes.
or dare I say, bosses, we
Yes.
can define them intangibly, come to you and say, just shh, just don't talk about this?
No. I will say this: when you say bosses, for me as an actor, no one comes and tells me anything. No one's coming up to me and be like, "Hey, be quiet on this." They might just not bring me back. They might not. That I don't know. But no one's telling
yeah.
me to say anything, or
You could be quietly blacklisted without knowing in your
Yeah,
industry.
and also I will also just say to you, during that time period, without giving any, like, there would be people. I'd be on set, and people would whisper to me, "I'm on your side on these things." You know.
But I don't want to. I don't want to.
But I'm too
I don't want
scared
to
or
sign that
whatever.
letter with you.
And again, I don't know everyone's DNA. Listen, you might also have undocumented folks in your family. Who knows?
Yeah.
I can't. I think overall there's right and wrong, and it's sad to say that starvation was what took
is.
people to realize, oh, this is a genocide.
Yeah.
I think that's sad, but that's because they are not informed, and
That's true. And
and
the
they
media's
don't
not
know,
helping.
and the media's not helping.
Ellison bought media, as we talked about earlier, is
it's
going to make
not
things
gonna
worse.
help them understand what
So-
the complex. It's not even complex. It's like
As you said, oppressor oppressed. It's very
Yes,
simple.
it's very
Let's
simple.
end on a hopeful note.
Yes.
Do you believe we're seeing American public opinion change? We're seeing people like Hannah Einbender on the Emmy stage
She's
saying,
amazing.
"Fuck ICE, free Palestine."
Yeah.
Do you see things changing? Do you think we're in a moment now where things change? Even if it's a great cost because of kids starving to death.
Yeah, I do. I always feel that. I think the arc of history will bend. It slows. It's like, what's that phrase that MLK said? Like the
The arc of justice bends towards history.
bends towards history.
Yeah, but you have
Or,
to
yeah,
bend
whatever
it.
it is.
The long moral arc of the universe bends towards history.
Yeah.
But you have to be the one
that
to bend
arc,
it.
I think it's just now bending.
Bends towards justice. I
Yeah,
think you're
justice.
wrong.
I was like, I knew something. But that arc towards justice is slow right now, and sometimes it's going to bend again. You know,
We have to pull it towards
we have to
justice.
pull
That's
it
what I always
towards
say. That
justice.
quote
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
great
yeah,
quote.
yeah, of
but it
course.
doesn't bend on its own.
No, you got to work. We got to work together, and really kind of make a just society for all of us.
Let's end on that note. It is I hope you're right. I will want to have hope. I'm glad you've given us some hope. This was a fantastic conversation. Make sure you like, subscribe to this podcast. We're not kidding. Subscribe to Zateo. Go to Zateo.com. Sign up so you can get these shows as soon as they drop. You don't have to wait if you do that. But for now, from me, I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Aryan Moyed.
And we were not kidding. Thank you, sir.
Not even a little.
I'm Desi Lydic. We've got so much to talk about tonight. The government still hasn't come back from buying cigarettes. Trump tours Japan and manages not to do the accent. And later on in the show, Lucy Dacus will be performing. Unfortunately, she said I cannot sing backup. So let's kick things off with the headlines. The government shutdown is on day 28, which is when it sheds its uterine lining. So buckle up, it's going to be a rough ride. And the longer this goes on, the worse things get. Air traffic controllers are getting exhausted, Americans are about to lose SNAP benefits, and the White House is falling apart. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Oh, that was done on purpose. This is the perfect time for President Trump to meet the moment with his famous deal-making skills in master negotiating to end this shutdown.
President Donald Trump currently on his way to Asia for a high-stakes tour of the region.
Okay. Government will be here when you get back, maybe. Boys trip. Let's get into it with our ongoing segment, Trump Meets World.
International humiliation, one after another.
Donald Trump is spending the week in Asia, and today he was in Japan to meet their new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi. She's Japan's first female Prime Minister. She's also their first Japanese female Prime Minister. Although I'm told in Japan that's not really a big deal. If she were America's first Japanese female prime minister, I mean, come on. Herstory. Mwah. Anyway, good news. It's already looking like the beginning of a big, beautiful friendship.
In her diplomatic debut as Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi heaped praise on President Trump and vowed to make new investments in the U.S.
Very strong handshake. So if you see any weird bruises on my hand, that's why. Although it's not surprising when a woman has a strong handshake. We build up our strength by clutching our keys between our fingers at night like a patriarchy Edward Scissorhands. Now, the purpose of Trump's visit was to discuss critical trade agreements and reaffirm our alliances. But first, Donnie gets presents.
Takaichi, even at this bilateral meeting, we saw her gift Trump a golf club. She also gifted him a golden golf ball.
Oh my God.
Okay, she is a great gift giver. A golf ball covered in gold? That is a combination of two of Trump's favorite things. I mean, how could you even top that? Maybe an Epstein Island made of Lee Greenwood?
Freaking toddler.
And after the gift giving, it was time for some ceremony. So the Prime Minister showed off her new friend Trump to a gathering of uniformed soldiers. We see here in this solemn moment of respect, two allies totally in sync. Wait. Mr. President, where are you going? Nope, that's the kitchen. Whoops, nope, over here. No, Mr. Trump, back over here. Hold on. Oopsie daisy. But aside from that one slip up, President Trump did a great job of letting the Prime Minister walk him from one side of the room to the other. It kind of makes me wonder if Donald Trump could have a real future as a show dog.
Introducing one of the favorites of tonight's show, the Old American Beaver Hound.
He is in the care of expert handler Sanai Takaichi.
Lively, aggressive, and incredibly horny, the Beaver Hound is especially popular among rural white families.
That's right, and judges tonight will be looking for the hallmarks of a good beaver hound. Strong veneers, girthy cankles.
Oh, whoops. It looks like he's wandered away from his handler. That's going to cost him some points.
Okay, he looks like he's back on track now. Excellent form on that turn.
The Beaver Hound's golden mane is glistening.
Indeed, and now one final trick. A leap onto the platform. And... nailed it!
Wow, what a performance by the Old American Beaver Hound.
Who's a good president? Not you. Not you. Of course, it wouldn't be a Trump trip overseas without a visit to U.S. troops who are stationed in every country in the world for reasons that are never quite clear. And after the Prime Minister made Trump feel so comfortable, he thought it was only fair for him to return the favor by bringing her along to make her feel uncomfortable.
But the cherished alliance between the United States and Japan is one of the most remarkable relationships in the entire world. Really, there's never been anything like it. Born out of the ashes of a terrible war, a bond has grown over 8 decades.
Look at her face. We all know that face. That is the look of a woman who's going to be talking about this ashes of war thing the second they get to the car. I'm not going to embarrass you in front of your friends, but we will talk about this later. But I'm glad the president is having such a fun time while the government's shut down. Speaking of which, let's just check in to see how the negotiations are going.
People keep commenting to me, you look so tired on TV. I am so tired because we're not sleeping a lot. We're working overtime.
I don't know, freaking
Yikes.
Christian.
Yeah. It's okay though. In my experience, a tired Johnson
Just
should
kick
be
people
back
off
up
of
and ready to go in like
healthcare and starve children.
20 if he's been eating oysters.
No, go on Grindr later.
And look, Mike, I know shutdown negotiations are tough, but President Trump is in Japan working just as hard.
Oh my God. Ugh. Secondhand embarrassment's real.
Now, I don't want this to imply that this speech was entirely jerk-off dancing. Trump did have some important updates for the troops stationed in Japan.
going to sign an executive order. When we build aircraft carriers, it's steam for the catapults and it's hydraulic for the elevators. You know, the new thing is magnets. So instead of using
Oh God, he's
hydraulic,
still talking about
you
magnets.
can be hit by lightning and it's fine. You take a little
Did
glass of water
someone
and you drop it on magnets. I don't know what's gonna
someone give him like a magnet a few years ago and he just couldn't figure out?
What are you talking about? You don't know what's gonna happen if you get water on a magnet? The magnet gets wet. That's it. It's a magnet, okay, not a gremlin. Here, you know what? Let me show you. Water. Magnet. Magnet and water. See? Nothing happens. Damn it. Well, when he's right, he's right. Now, Trump obviously didn't spend the whole time talking about magnets. He also asked the troops how they felt about magnets.
Which is better, hydraulic or magnets?
Oh my God.
What the hell is wrong with these people?
Well, that's
Nobody
a
knows what you're
scientific
talking
poll if
about.
I've ever seen one. Which option do you like? The one that I, your boss, prefer, or the one that I have an unhinged vendetta against? I am so curious how military recruitment is going to work in this country. Question 1, do you promise to serve this nation and protect the Constitution? Question 2, do you with magnets? By the way, Trump has been baffled by magnets for quite some time.
Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Instead of using hydraulic, they used magnets. And nobody needed magnets until they convinced everybody 20 years ago, let's all do magnets. But it should have never gotten that way because we should have been doing they call it magnets.
Well,
What?
I guess this is what happens when your parents don't want to put any of your pictures on the fridge. Oh, honey. Oh, we loved you, but all the magnets got wet. No, that's how they work. Anyway, it was your classic Trump speech. Weird, nonsensical ranting, a weird, nonsensical survey, but there was one moment I didn't expect.
I never forget that our ultimate strength does not come from equipment. It comes from you people, incredible people, good-looking people, too many good-looking people. I don't like good-looking people. I never liked good-looking people, I'll be honest with you. Never admitted that before.
Did you just say he doesn't?
What? You don't like good-looking people? That's the last category of people we thought you liked. We already know that you don't like fat people, ugly people, women people, Democrat people, prosecutors. Why not good-looking people? Because, you know, they're attractive, and you're attracted to them. So the two of you are drawn together like a pair of magnet. Oh. Okay, now it all makes sense. For more on Trump's visit to Japan, we go to Tokyo with our very own Troy Iwata. Troy, what's the latest?
It's wild, Desi. President Trump stomping all over the place, humiliating them and embarrassing their prime minister. This is the worst thing America has ever done to Japan.
I can think of worse things America has done to Japan.
Oh yeah? Name 2.
Never mind. But look, it seems like the trip is going pretty well for Donald Trump, at least.
Yeah, a little too well, if you ask me. Really not looking forward to our president becoming a Japan guy.
Sorry, what is a Japan guy?
It happens all the time. You know, a white guy goes to Japan, has a great time, you know, and then he comes home obsessed with Japanese culture, talking about all the bullet trains, mounting a katana on his wall, pronouncing it karate, like it's karate. Karate!
Oh my God, you're so right. Those guys are the worst of all the guys.
I know. And then, you know, they seem normal at first, and then you go over to their house and they answer the door in a kimono asking you to take your shoes off. You're like, okay, Brandon-san, like, you live in a walk-up in Brooklyn. My shoes are the cleanest thing here. And they love talking to me because I'm half Japanese. I'm from California, okay? And I don't watch anime. I'm an adult.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Troy, but isn't it just respectful to show some appreciation of Japanese culture?
No! No, they take it too far with everything. Okay, when you order sushi, Alaska roll, California roll, Philadelphia roll, those are named after places you know for a reason. Okay, those are your rolls. Know your role. But, like, Japan guys are diving way too deep into the menu. Like, do you really want Donald Trump trying to say the word nigiri? It's too close. It's too close. It's not worth the risk.
Not worth the risk. Too risky. But look, maybe this will work itself out. Trump's on his way to South Korea. Maybe he'll get into their culture and just forget all about Japan.
Excuse me? Okay, Korean culture will never overpower Japanese culture, all right? Japan is dominant. It's basically the America of Asia. Okay, they colonized everything, lovers of beef, some of the world's best and most creative porn. Okay? I'm getting big America vibes here in Tokyo.
Wait, Troy, you're in Japan right now talking about how influential the United States is. I hate to say it, but you're kind of being an American guy.
Oh my God, you're right. Last night I sang karaoke. I sang Sweet Home Alabama. And I went to a Wagyu place and I ordered a cheesesteak. Go Birds! What am I saying?
Oh my God, don't worry, Troy, we'll get you home. Troy Iwata, everyone.
All right, everybody knows that Stephen Miller is a little munchkin sociopath that has a lot of inner child issues. He refuses to go to therapy. And so you wonder, like, what is his home life like? Like, what is his day-to-day like? Is there anybody in his orbit that's like, hey, bro, you kind of seem like a sociopath, like something's off with you? And the answer to that question is nobody in his orbit ever checks him, because most recently his wife, Katie Miller, has rolled out a podcast, and now she's on the press circuit. And she was on Piers Morgan last night, you guys, and she has a full-blown delusional meltdown. I mean, a complete stage 5 meltdown on this show. And it shows you what happens when these people step outside of the MAGAverse and get even remotely close to reality. Their entire world view collapses. And they are snowflakes that are terrified and pissed off when things don't go their way. And they play victim as quickly as they can while making shit up and pulling shit out of thin air, acting like psychos. Play the clip.
Totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying.
Quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country, in which you
into this. What a weirdo.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
speaking.
Casey, to be clear, Casey, to be clear,
He inserted a line that says
Casey,
the Miller's lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish? Come on, Pierce, where are
Freaking
you?
main
Where
character syndrome is.
You're so
Katie, if I can speak.
Everything's your
If I can speak, listen.
anti-Semite. Fire him, cancel him, cancel him,
Cheng,
America.
Cheng,
Oh my God, Israel's
Cheng,
feelings have been
Cheng.
hurt. Why don't you work for this
All right,
country?
can we try and get
this country?
Yeah, you are a guest on my show, and I appreciate you coming on the show, and I like you coming on
Oh,
the
and
show.
I'm saying
But,
two other
I
guests
think
on
you're
your
able to.
show are welcome to participate
Ooh,
in the
listen to me.
anti-Semitic attack
Listen to me.
that is so
My
permeating on
opinion's so
CNN
much more
and
important.
NBC
This is so
and
ridiculous.
not be so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to jump in here. Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews. That is an attack on you. And just stop hiding behind identity. This is all the snowflake behavior that the right is supposedly criticizing the left for, that you're simply repeating here. Yes, Stephen Miller is a destructive force in American society. That is not an attack on Jews. That is no reference to his identity. This is an attack on him individually, and just deal with the merits of this case.
Wow. Okay. So it's just amazing to me that they get called out for being liars. And then all of a sudden, she's the one that brings her kids into it. And she cannot handle the truth. The second a mirror is put up to these people, you get that stage 5 meltdown. And this is supposed to be the fuck your feelings crowd. And what they're getting a dose of right now is a new breed of progressives. And we have a brand of fuck you politics. And I'm proud of Cenk and the other guy, I don't know his name, that really called her out on that. What they were saying had nothing to do with her being a mother. It had nothing to do with her being Jewish. It had nothing to do with the country of Israel. They were talking about her husband being a psycho and being a total fucking liar, and her being the same, and her being an apologist for all of the diabolical stuff that they want to do. To me, this makes perfect sense now. She even had his speech pattern, the same way he speaks, that they are soulmates. I mean, there's no question about it. The bottomless pit and how the toxicity that they must feed off of each other. And to bring up, to play the I'm Jewish card when they're not speaking about that is just unbelievable. And the lack of self-awareness is breathtaking. So moving along, as this escalates, she threatens Cenk of the Young Turks, who I believe is Turkish, and I don't know if he's citizen or not. I assume he probably is, with deportation. This is the wife of an advisor to the president. She's never been elected for anything. Her husband has never been elected for anything. And she is on live television threatening to deport people. If any Democrat or any Democrat adjacent did anything remotely like this, the meltdown would be worse than the one you just saw Katie Miller do. Play the clip.
Hold on. So
you better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust
application
and
hope everything was legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were
Because you'll be
disgusting.
just like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel.
Did you hear that? She said, you better check your citizenship application. You'll be just like Ilhan Omar. That is unbelievable. How much better she thinks she is than everybody, and that her opinion is superior to everybody else's. And again, it just makes perfect sense that she and Stephen Miller found each other. All right, moving along. Here is what happened right before she gets unhinged on the same Piers Morgan clip. So this is right before she brings up her kids. Play this part.
Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that he
Nobody
wants to
said
make
Jews. You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and go, you have to make it about Jewish Americans. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Is Israel a Jewish state? Yes or no?
First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long, there's no special protection.
Because what you're doing is using coding language to slap American
Jewish state or
and
a
to
Muslim
say that we
state.
should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mamdani to use it.
I want Israel to be
No
saved.
nothing of the sort.
Nonsense. You're totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely.
Can't even recommend that a country have equal rights.
Stop.
Yeah,
So
anti-Semitic.
that's what spawned the whole thing.
Oh, so you're saying you don't have equal
is
rights? Cool.
The Mamdani thing. And the Mamdani is breaking everybody, because the narrative that has been pitched for years is that Muslims equal terrorism. And here you have this Muslim who is completely progressive. He believes in universal human rights. He wants to make New York City a sanctuary city for LGBTQ plus people. He advocates for workers. He advocates for unions, and he wants billionaires to pay 2% more. These same billionaires have spent way more campaigning against him than they would have had they just used that 2%, funneled it into the city to help the people that have made them billionaires. But this is the problem when speaking about Israel right now. It is this, they try to make it this black and
They're
white thing,
lashing
that
out.
if you criticize Benjamin Netanyahu and you criticize Israel, that you're somehow anti-Semitic. And it's such bullshit. It's such total bullshit. As an American right now, I want my government criticized. I want the criminal that is in the Oval Office, I want him criticized. And I don't see that as an affront to me or my identity. I see that as the right moral move to make. I want Stephen Miller and Katie Miller criticized. And I don't see that as an affront to me being an American born and bred woman. And when you get to Israel, if you criticize this government, the Israeli government, and the war criminal at the top of it, Benjamin Netanyahu, if you criticize their genocide or criticize all of the lying and the propaganda that they use with the United States of America and the world at large, then you're called an anti-Semite. Everybody has to understand the following. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, racism, all of these things are linked. None of us are free until all of us are free, and you cannot prioritize the rights of one group over the rights of another marginalized group. It doesn't work that way. That's not how supporting universal human rights work. And Zoran Mamdani has moral clarity on this. AOC has moral clarity on this. Bernie Sanders has moral clarity on this. And guess what they all three have in common? They can all three get triple Trumpers to cross over and vote for them. And so that's why there is this ongoing, nonstop attack on Zoran, because he has mobilized and energized the Democrats in a way that the establishment cannot. And it throws an arrow right into this narrative that Israel, the government, not the Jewish people, Israel, the government, has said you cannot trust Muslims. They are all terrorists, which is total bullshit. It is total bullshit. Extremist Muslims are every bit as psychotic as the extremist Christians that are trying to make this country a Christian nationalist regime. There is no daylight in the two of them. They call it the Christian Taliban. Where I used to live in Oklahoma City, you have preachers that call for the execution of homosexuals. Tell me how that's any different from the Israeli argument, that Israeli government argument that you can't trust Muslims because these countries want to execute gay people. Well, where I used to live, that's the way the megachurch culture treats such a thing. There's no difference in any sort of religious extremists. And then you have to lump in the Israeli government as being extremely extreme. And so when you have a candidate that campaigns against that type of extremism and advocates for everybody's rights, and everybody's privacy, and everybody's dignity, it's a real threat to them. It's a real threat, because also he's not going to provide loopholes for these billionaires to continue fleecing the American workforce. And if Benjamin Netanyahu were to show up in New York, he would have him arrested, as any decent person would do, because he's a war criminal that wants to continue to ethnically cleanse Gaza. He is the largest killer of children in the world right now, and it's just unacceptable. And we all need to speak clearly and bravely about it. All right, stay with me. Let's take a brief moment to hear from our sponsor, and I'd like to thank MSI Reproductive Choices for sponsoring this episode. Listener, MSI Reproductive Choices is a world leader in reproductive health care, and you can also call that family planning. They provide contraception, safe abortion, and other essential reproductive health care in 36 countries around the world. They're focused on serving women who have very few, if any, other options for their services. Moving along, here's Katie Miller being a complete weirdo on CNN about Karine Jean-Pierre, the former press secretary of Joe Biden.
But what I think you're seeing, and what Karen is attesting to, is that she is quite incompetent to do the job, right? This is what Republicans have been saying for years now, is that she is just another evidence that DEI doesn't work, whether that's in the White House in your press secretary role, or whether that's an air traffic controller, an air pilot, whether that's your doctor.
you know, you want to hire the best for the role, not just based on skin color, Jake. Why did she get the job over John Kirby?
Well, why are we assuming that she, as a black LGBT, gay woman, is DEI, but a white woman who is behind the podium right now, which DEI initially started as affirmative action, which was about affirmatively hiring women and minorities? Why is one DEI and the other is not?
Why did she get the job over John Kirby? Because as everyone has said this week, she is woefully incompetent.
She had the job long before John Kirby.
I will just say, she used to be...
Okay, I think the Millers' whole identity is just hating on anybody different. And their whole identity is like DEI. When the other panelist there very brilliantly points out that Kara Lyon KKK Levitt has the position that she has because of the work of so many women that fought for this right. But here's what's so important to note to all Americans, and I specifically want to tell Americans of black or brown skin that I see you right now, and I see what they're doing, that she's saying that any person of color that has a job only has that job because the color of their skin. And I think that is so racist, and I think that is so dismissive, and I think that is so dehumanizing, because I know, my black and brown friends, I know that it was easier for me to get right here in front of this camera because of the color of my skin and my family's socioeconomic status than a lot of you. I know that the hill was harder to climb. And in seeing somebody's humanity, it doesn't really talk about fairness. It just opens up your mind to being more empathetic and telling your fellow Americans, I see you and I hear you. But what's more important is when you see somebody being racist, dismissively racist like that about somebody's accomplishments and completely dismissing them and demeaning them, it's important to tell your other fellow Americans, I see what they're doing to you and I'm not down with that. I don't fuck with that. I stand with you. I am your ally and I'm against the racist. And I think that is a very important position that all Americans take right now, specifically white Americans. I think it's so important that we stand up against this. All right, I'm gonna leave you with this finally. Katie Miller, of course, last night, after this whole, media blitz shit show, she retreats to her safe space, Fox News. Play the clip.
A juncture in the road, Katie. She looks absolutely terrified, that woman.
Why would Republicans try to cancel the midterms when we know we're going to win the midterms? Democrats have no platform, no candidates, no policy. President Trump has completed every single one of his platform commitments from the GOP convention last summer.
So there she is. And that is absolute propaganda and lying. I believe they do plan to do whatever they can do to hinder the midterms.
Either they don't think they're going to win the midterms,
autocrats,
or they don't want to take any chances of losing the midterms.
Everything they do is an effort to cling on to power. And I want to remind everybody, as depressing as all this shit is, the strong man only remains as long as he emits this strength. And their strong man, the man that she's on there defending, is humiliating himself on the global stage right now, all over Asia. She thinks he's a piece of shit, which was obvious from the body language in that video. And he's bragging on Air Force One about being able to successfully identify a giraffe on a piece of paper and even challenging AOC and Jasmine Crockett to conduct the same test. I want to remind you that both of these women are incredibly smart, graduated with honors. But in the Katie Miller's world and in the Donald Trump's world, they're worthless to them. Why is AOC worthless to them? Why is Jasmine Crockett worthless to them? Because the color of their skin. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Katie Millers, the Stephen Millers, and the Donald Trumps of the world than it does about the AOCs and the Jasmine Crockett's. All right. Support our show. Pumps is traveling today, so she's not with me, so she's normally our book model. Support our show by buying our book. It's called Life is a Lazy Susan of Shit Sandwiches. The link is right below in the show notes. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, engage with it to help the algorithm, and we'll be back later with more news.
Hey guys, we had a wild ride today
where Stephen Miller's wife went on television and got into an argument with somebody and threatened to have his citizenship revoked, I guess. I don't know. It's wild. Here, I want to cue this up right now. We are on the Piers Morgan Show. We have Katie Miller, wife of Stephen Miller, and she is on with Cenk Uygur, and things devolve quick.
Hold on. So
you better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust
application and hope everything was legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were
Because you'll be just
disgusting.
like Ilhan
Check
Omar.
your citizenship.
So, Andrew, the wife of maybe the most powerful man, certainly the most powerful unelected man in America, says that she hopes that this guy who she's angry with has all of his citizenship papers were in order. Otherwise, he's going to be something like Ilhan Omar. I mean, that seems totally cool, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we are seeing just more and more now, right? I mean, it obviously very strongly reminded me of that video we saw the other day of a federal immigration official being pulled over seemingly drunkenly on the side of the road and immediately pivoting into the exact same kind of talk about the ambiguously ethnic police officer who he was interacting with, basically saying like, "Oh, are you Haitian or something? We're gonna have to check out your papers."
Are you Haitian? That's nothing to do with my race, but my question was, are you Haitian?
This is very much just in the water now, right? And it's a totally insane thing to say just 10 months into this second term, but that is how quickly this has kind of become the air we breathe and the water
Eventually,
we drink. It's an insane clip for a couple
eventually
of reasons.
local police
there's basically two things,
and the
right?
state
I mean,
troopers
you just
will
alluded to who her husband is.
not go along
right?
with this. Eventually.
Katie Miller herself is a very strange kind of like bit player in the MAGA movement, kind of under her own auspices. Her whole thing, well, formerly she's actually a Mike Pence staffer. She was his comms director for a couple of years, believe it or not. Kind of a weird way to roll that back, yeah. That was kind of, as she was, she met and then married Stephen Miller during the first Trump term, so they kind of came together in that respect.
Love
I know.
finds a way.
You love to see these things blossom in this way. She worked for Doge for a while. She was kind of an Elon head, and then I believe I have this correct, that it was sort of understood that she was going to leave the government when Elon did and go and work just for Elon after that, at that point. But then she pivoted away from that and she launched this soft focus kind of like ladies podcast, right? Like,
well, Elon got
podcasting for the
unpersoned.
conservative gals.
Right? I mean, Elon left under bad terms and started implying that the president of the United States was a pedophile. And if you want to be
then they had to
on
circle the
inside
wagons.
of Trump, you couldn't then go and work directly for Elon. Right?
Yeah, he also has the whole, like, trying to chat up all of the young women who work for him about potentially having his children sort of thing that tends to happen with Elon. So maybe
Sure.
there was, I mean, who knows? It could be any number of reasons why Katie Miller would pivot away from kind of the Elon verse. So she has this podcast now, this Katie Miller podcast, where she basically like interviews prominent right-wing celebrities, coworkers of her husband, Marco Rubio, JD Vance, to like ask them like softball questions about their lives. It's very much like the sort of bubblier, friendlier, more sort of cheery and harmless side of MAGA in a lot of ways. But it's this woman. I mean, it's this person who is at the same time going on, news debate shows to throw around these sorts of threats against sort of naturalized U.S. citizens. So it's a very strange kind of, she's a very strange person in the firmament, and it's a very sort of unsettling thing to see, the way that everybody's just kind of talking this way now.
I want people to be able to see what this looks like. Here is Katie Miller in the launch of her Soft Focus podcast, which is just about creating a space for conservative women, conservative moms to gather together and hear about a diversity of political viewpoints.
Hi, I'm Katie Miller. Welcome to my podcast and welcome to my living room. You may be wondering what I'm doing here hosting a podcast.
No,
it
really
seems
wasn't.
these days just about everyone has a podcast. For years, I've watched from the sidelines as people I know, people I respect, have hosted TV shows, radio shows, podcasts, you name it. And I thought, hey, I could do that too. And why? Because for years I've seen that there isn't a place for conservative women to gather online. There isn't a place for a mom like me, mom of 3 young kids, 4, 3, and almost 2, and a wife, and trying to do a career eat healthy, work out. There isn't a place for a mom like me. And so I wanted to create that space where we have real, honest conversations with people across the political spectrum and across the world to get lifestyle information, news, laugh with our friends, gossip about what's going on in the world from our perspective.
For somebody who's done comms and media, not super comfortable on camera, you're allowed to take your hands up off your knees, okay? That's okay. Although I do like the set design. She's lit very well. I'd room rate that a 10-10. I think it's great. It's got a little bit of green in the background. It's always good. You always need a touch of green somewhere. Yeah, look at you. Look at you, Andrew Egger. Here is the kind of soft focus, hard-hitting journalism she does on that podcast with the sitting vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance.
And if you could have dinner with 3 people, living, dead, alive, what do you got? Who are the 3 people you're inviting to dinner?
Okay. 3 people I'd invite to dinner.
Gotta lick Trump's
Let's
nuts.
say
Here it comes.
Isaac Newton, Donald Trump.
There it is.
And Abraham Lincoln.
Who's monopolizing the conversation?
I'm not going to answer that.
I don't want to be pedantic here, but it is my understanding that these questions, who would you eat dinner with, anyone living or dead, the point is not to name somebody who you already have had dinner with and with whom you are often going to have to, like, for instance, if I asked you, who would you want to have dinner with, anyone living or dead, name 3 people, you shouldn't say my wife, because you and your wife have dinner every night, Andrew, and I appreciate that you might want to have dinner with her more than anyone else. You would rather have dinner with her than Jesus Christ himself. But for the purposes of this as an interview question, we can leave that unsaid. Like, we just say, yes, we can stipulate that you love your wife the most. J.D. Vance does not believe that he can stipulate that I love Donald Trump the most. And so he has to include Donald Trump in his 3 people.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It is funny to me that he makes Trump second, because again, this is a clearly thought out response. He can't say Trump's name first, because
Master
that would look too
Liberty,
thirsty,
750.
and he sure can't put Trump's
Oh
name
crap!
last,
100%.
because Trump might know.
Oh snap! Do you want to pick a different game?
Got to put Trump's name second.
If you want to pick a different game, let me know. I got a
also
list.
love the
I got a
follow-up
list.
question there about like who he thinks would dominate the conversation, which is obviously Donald Trump.
I think I have to up the total. That was too easy.
In the answer, but in J.D. Vance's absolute sort of like wildest fantasy, apparently, according to this question, what he wants to do for an evening is sit down and hear Donald Trump browbeat those other 2 guys for a several course meal. It sounds like a great time to me personally.
You're still listening. Let me know. Throw it in the chat.
I mean, there's one other thing about this. I mean, you get the idea, right?
Let
This is
me
the
know.
idea of the podcast, right? And it's
If you want me to
it's
play
sort
another
of like
game,
he
say play
kind of
another game.
occupies a similar space in sort of like the MAGA psychodrama as
What do you mean,
somebody like
huh?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Hold on.
Obviously different in that Marjorie Taylor Greene is
So,
a lawmaker.
Are you wondering what just happened? I just clicked the button. So what I did is I added a community challenge to where if people submitted the whatever these points, I called them electoral votes because you know what, politics, why not? The people in the chat would get to vote on which game they wanted me to play, and I was gonna like submit a list. So if you don't care, say you don't care. If you are interested in seeing what the list would be, let me know. I'll throw a list out there. If you want me to play something different, then you get to pick. I think you're the only chatter, so you'd be the only vote. But yeah, that was the intention. Little more engagement, you know, for all 2 people that typically watch.
Has direct power of her own, but the brand is of a sort of like normal seeming lady, right, who is going to sort of reach out to all of the other like normal ladies
Give me
of
a
the
moment.
Republican
Let me
and
see.
right-leaning America, who might be a
How's
little
the Overlord?
turned
Oh,
off, might be a little
fantastic.
put off by
Perfect
all of
timing.
the kind of like insane stuff that's happening, all of this, especially.
Let me
the
see if
way
I can
so much
figure
of it
out
sort of, like,
how
performatively
to
trips testosterone. And it's like, no,
do
like, Marjorie
a
Taylor Greene, she's
poll.
just this nice CrossFit lady. Katie Miller, she's this nice podcaster. You know, we're just like you. And they kind of launder it, right? They
I've never
package it in a way
tried,
that's more
so this should be
palatable to
interesting.
people who might be put off by like the Ted Cruz podcast experience or something like that.
I reject this comparison because I think that my girl Marjorie Taylor Greene is genuinely herself. I don't think there's a phony bone in her body. I think she has been on a heck of a journey over the last decade or
I think
so.
there's an easy way to do polls,
like,
but I don't know
her
how.
personal
I've never
life
tried it,
and
so.
in political life and in life.
No extremely short haircut
And,
today. Oh,
Katie
that's
Miller
that's
just seems
probably
like
going to be
somebody
cut
on
on
the middle.
Sunday.
Who can I say?
No,
It's
sure.
getting
and,
there.
and look, she's obviously like just kind of trying to create this brand for herself, and I think that's
Right.
true. I think that's a fair. But I just mean in terms of their sort of like utility to the MAGA machine. They occupy a similar space in that respect, or at least maybe that's like
Is
what
it
Marjorie
there?
Taylor
No,
Greene
not there.
her
How was your week?
political rival
Freaking busy, man.
I think she has sort of evolved in her political brand in a lot of ways.
Freaking busy.
I want to go back to her little fight with Cenk.
Like
here.
I'd be
I'm not
super
a
busy one day
connoisseur
and
of
not
Cenk
get much
either,
sleep.
but
And then the next
I
day I
triggered
wouldn't
in
be
my
as
mind, I was
busy,
like,
but
I
I'd
know
like
this
pass out
Where
early,
do I
so I
know
didn't.
him from?
So I'd fall
And
behind again. It was
wind
freaking
back
annoying.
the clock with me just 11 months ago, Andrew. And after Donald Trump's election, Cenk, who was always
I know there is a way to do
polls.
polls,
He was already moving along the horseshoe.
but I don't know
He
how to
got
do
all
polls.
the way up to the tippy top of the horseshoe. Because when Elon Musk was put in charge of Doge,
Why is the Supreme
Cenk
Court
reached
so
out to
convoluted
Elon
the
and
more
was
you look into their
hey,
cases
put
past
me in
1890s?
charge of the Pentagon.
Because
And
there were
Elon did,
there was more
senpai
precedent that they
notice
had
me
to
and said, okay,
they had to
what are your
sweet talk their way
suggestions?
around to get the
Cenk
result
just
they
went
wanted.
nuts over this. He thought it was the greatest thing in the world and a sign
It's my opinion, but
of
it seems legit to
the
me.
really awesome, healthy populism that Trump was bringing with him, and some of the Democrats who should learn from.
There
And I
was
wanna read
less of
you
an
a
opportunity for them
Cenk
to
tweet from this period in time. Now,
to just
which
be
side
like,
seems more open and inclusive?
well, this is the first
Which
time,
side seems more
so
welcoming?
here's why.
Which side
you know?
tries really hard to drive you away if you disagree even a little with orthodoxy?
I gotta
Which
figure out how to
side
do
is
this
asking
poll.
for suggestions, and which one is demanding compliance and obedience?
I will
Which
figure this
side
out. Give
indeed?
me a second.
Which side indeed? And this is a thing that a lot of the anti-antis, and I'm not saying Cenk is one of them, but a lot of people get mixed up on, and they're like, well,
We'll figure this out.
there are
Motivate me.
annoying
I don't know why I didn't try this
progressives
before, but
on Twitter who
I
are
honestly
mean to me.
I did this thing
and that's
community
really
challenge
bad.
last month and no one
Not
did anything,
understanding
so I
that
forgot about it.
It is bad, but not nearly so bad as, say, people who work inside the government saying that they're going to go through your papers and try to revoke your citizenship. That
Might
seems
have
a little
to
bit worse.
take a trip to Google.
Yeah. We have very firmly arrived now in sort of like the Stephen
Plus,
Miller
he's a sociology
vibes,
sidestep.
era.
Well, that wasn't even the first
Elon
time they
Miller-
did that.
The Elon Musk era had its own.
Remember,
downsides,
they
so
used,
idiosyncrasies, but I guess I could see how a guy
there
like
was
Cenk
a
could
case
look
where
at
they
it and be
used
like, maybe, you never know.
a
sky's the limit."
sociological study
We are very far
to
past that now.
justify why
I
women
just,
shouldn't
the
work.
thing I want to dwell on again
Remember?
with the
I forget
fact
the name of
that-
the case,
that
but
Katie Miller
you know what
went
I'm talking
there,
about.
Today, it was very much like it was an ad lib, right? I mean, it was like an under duress kind of moment on cable TV. This kind of thing can happen, right? I mean, she kind of feels like her back's against the wall in the argument they're having about Israel or whatever, and she kind of lashes out in this way, and that's like revealing.
That's when you find out what people really think.
Yeah, and just
Ridley
like the
Scott
default
was
move
also a
for these
violation.
guys increasingly is like, this guy's really bothering me. Is there anything we could do to just kind of get him out of here? Just get him off the stage. I don't want to look at his face
that
anymore,
was the
on this TV panel or in the country. And I mean, like
that was the
he is a
citizenship
naturalized citizen, right?
case,
I mean,
right?
He has become one. They did that already.
Or
the US
whatever, the one where they
approved
struck
that.
down the restriction
and the
on the
idea that like
territories.
because he's now bothering her on a panel, she's gonna like go get the mooks to go over it and make sure there weren't any, they dotted every I and crossed every T. That's astonishing. Like that's just kind of the way it is these days, right? I mean,
Can you guys hear
the
me
way it
okay
is
over the
throughout
video?
government.
Because
That's
it's
the
like
way
really
they have
loud in my
approached
ear, so I can't tell if you guys can hear me okay.
various opponents like Adam Schiff or Fed governors that they want to get out of there. So it's all really astonishing.
Final question, Andrew, before we wrap this up.
I can
Do
hear
we
awesome.
take this sort of
I just want to
threat
make sure that the video
seriously,
isn't
or
like.
is this just the MAGA?
I just want to make sure that my voice is
equivalent
significantly
of,
higher
I'd
than
like
the
to
video,
speak
so
to the
there's
manager,
no.
Except that the manager happens
So it's
to be
not
Katie
hard
Miller.
to
Yeah, I don't think we need to take it
saying the
seriously
federal government
in the
can't
sense
ban
that,
slavery
you know,
in the territories when
Cenk
literally the
Uygur
Confederation
actually
did.
needs to, like,
And
start
Congress
making
inherited their
alternate
power
plans
and more.
for his future. But I do think we need to take seriously, like,
Federal
the
government
impulse
cannot
that
ban
it is
slavery. Okay.
that kind of undergirds that threat, because
The
this is just
Confederation
a
banned
mode of
slavery?
thought in which the president and the people around the president are increasingly comfortable living right now. It's not like she reached
eyelash.
deep down into her psyche to pull this out, right? I mean, it was just kind of sitting there waiting for her to need a weapon to hit him with in that moment. You know what I mean?
It's not a thing that would occur to most people, right? Unless you've
Oh yeah, wasn't that the
thought
what it left it
into
up to the states to decide whether they had slavery or
as a
not?
tool. I don't think that's
Because you
something
know
that would
slavery is
jump to
totally
mind.
cool.
Yeah, yeah. And it doesn't come out of left field as a policy matter either. I mean, like I
Remember,
was just talking a minute ago about
just because it's
sort of
legal
the way
doesn't
that
mean
they
it's
are
right.
doing this this sort of thing for political enemies. Just like, what files do we have on them? What stuff is in sort of like the various government filing cabinet drawers that we can pull out and rifle through and find something to make stick on any of our political enemies? There's that, but then there
Okay.
are also all of the like actual immigration policy changes that they are contemplating all the time, and nobody knows more about any of that than Stephen Miller, right? I mean, the trying to get rid of birthright citizenship.
Birthright
is a huge one there.
citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, like
right?
it
heritage
is so-
Americans. They're
Oh,
much
it's in
more
the
interested in
frickin'
protecting the rights of
Avatar?
heritage
Really?
Americans, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, that's their term. Right? It's not like that's not like a
Literally
spear
theirs.
that we throw around. I mean, this is the way they talk about it. This is the
Oh,
way they
clear
act.
dashboard.
And this is the sort of energy that
Quick
Katie
actions?
Miller was somewhat
Manage
imprudently
poll?
channeling on Piers today.
Oh.
Hit like, hit subscribe, come follow the channel and ride with us. He's Andrew Egger. I'm JVL. We're from the Bulwark.
I don't see a
and
manage
we'll be
poll. Dang
back
it.
more with great news from
Today, Trump was in South Korea, where he was dismayed to learn that the hot demon hunter babes are in fact not real people. But don't worry, he still got a warm welcome, and the South Koreans even honored our rich American heritage.
Overnight, President Trump touching down
That
in
should have been
South Korea
Congress.
agreed with the
Can ban it in the
YMCA on
territories.
tarmac.
But if that territory became a state, then it could choose to establish it. Since Congress loses jurisdiction, which makes both logical and consistent sense.
Proud that their song became America's official presidential anthem. To think, when they wrote it, they just wanted to make a jaunty
You know,
tune about getting railed at the
sometimes entities have to be forced to do the right thing because they can't be trusted to do it on their own, you know?
But this is how it's been at every stop on the trip. Trump arrives, they
Like, I honestly, like, I don't even care what the pathway was for slavery to be abolished,
Korean President Lee lavishing Trump with gifts,
but whatever
including a replica of a
whatever
gold
it takes.
crown.
We present this gold crown to you on this joyous occasion of your state visit to Cheongju.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow, a
Paul,
golden
come on.
crown. What a lovely, thoughtful gift for
Oh,
our
oh,
president.
manageable. Ah, there it is. Woo! I think I might be able to know how to do a poll. Okay.
Hey, South Korea, what the are you doing? Seriously. All right, we have been trying real hard over here to gently steer our president away from the whole king thing.
All
and then you
right.
come along all, hey, President Trump, check out this cool crown. Try it on. Take it home with you. Not helping. Please, just give them a sack of money like a normal country and stop up our shit.
All right. Working on this poll. Working on the poll.
Great. We were just having a little chat. Anyway, while Trump is collecting more items for his dress-up bin back at home, the government shutdown has stretched to day 29, or what we think is 29. The guy who counts the days has been furloughed. Now, so far, many Americans have been
Let's see. Actually, I kind of forget my whole list of games. Let me check this out.
Social security checks
I gotta
are still
figure out
going
what
on,
as against the
will
principle of
still
this
kick down
republic
your
that the
door if
informed
you even
citizenry
think
can
about
govern
copying a
themselves.
VHS tape.
Yeah, I know, but like
But 2 days from
that
now,
also
a
means
lot
that
of
like
people are
the
about to get
citizenry can
SNAP food assistance, a lifeline for roughly
can
42 million, now
choose to
run out
like
of money by the
legalize gas chambers. Like, come on, man. Like, there's got to be a line somewhere, you know?
Experts say could be the
There's
worst
got to
since the
be a
Great
line
Depression,
somewhere.
all because of the government shutdown.
Come on, are you serious?
Let's see what else.
Everything Americans are dealing with now, people might lose
Do
their
I want to play that game?
Not food. That's our
I don't know if I
favorite
want to
thing
play that game.
stress eat.
I don't know if I want you guys to choose that game.
But okay, no need to worry. government whose job it is to keep
what else do I got?
I'm sure there's something they can do at this point.
There's nothing we can do at this point.
Trump has done all he can to minimize it.
What am I willing to play?
The Trump administration has done its best to try to minimize these hardships, but ultimately it starts to run out of funds and run up against the bounds of law, and there's really nothing more they can do.
This is a national safety net, and you're talking about
there's
it like
that
it's a return
one.
after
Let's see, what's
30
another one?
days. Oh, sorry the pants gave you a camel toe. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, it's like, I just,
According to the Trump administration, the only way
like, I understand the need to adhere to whatever legal principles the state, and by state I mean nation state, has. Like, I understand the need for that, but like, there's got to be a line where like there's an empathetic response where it's like, no, this is too much, you know?
During the shutdown.
Yeah, but having the minority rule over the majority in the case of morals is also a stretch. Either way, it isn't good going to look good. Really going to enforce what you believe to be morally right. If you are in the minority, that would be similar to how theocracies work for Gentiles. No, okay, so what's important is to not, the morals cannot be solely based on a religious ideal, you know? For example, like, you know, Muslims think that it's morally responsible to fast during Ramadan. That should not be part of it, right? But like, there are some things that every single person in this country can agree on. For example, you know, murder, rape, assault, you know, like things that are guaranteed to harm and traumatize an individual and the people around them. You know what I mean? Slavery was abolished on religious ideals as well as upheld on religious ideals. Yeah, but okay, that may be true, but it was also, how long was segregation justified based on religious ideals? That's what I'm saying. You can't base it on religious ideals. Like, I know for a fact that there are many things that we can come together as people and agree is wrong. You know, like slavery, you know, murder, rape, burglary, robbery, you know what I mean? And those things have nothing to do with religious ideals. Those are just like humanitarian principles. You know what I mean? Crap, I forgot what the other game I was going to pick. Let's see. I got this.
For more on the fallout over the government shutdown, let's go live to our very own Michael Costa.
Is there another one? Well, actually.
This is very concerning that so many Americans can't count on their government.
Well, Desi, our government may not be able to provide basic services, but what we do have is a massive
segregation
reserve
wasn't.
of reclusive billionaires, which is
No,
good
it
news.
actually was. Like,
Right now,
what,
I'm in the
like,
subterranean castle of
the
Thomas
KKK,
B.
the most well-known
He's the heir to a railroad fortune, and this is the only
racist
photo
group
of
in
him
the
ever
United States.
recorded. No one knows why, but we believe it's
Like,
because he's ugly. Anyway,
the overwhelming majority of their justification for segregation was based on their Christian ideals.
Well, that's very kind of him to pay for all that food.
yes, specifically
Okay, actually, you're right. We're both right, and hear me out. They did view them, as you said, as farming equipment. This is true. But they used Christian ideals to justify it. Like, they didn't just come straight out and say, oh yeah, this is our farming equipment, you know?
The slurping sounds calm him and appease
They
him.
use Christianity as a propaganda tactic, you know what I mean? And to be honest with you, as you know with propaganda tactics, people buy into that and they literally believe it, you know what I mean? Most well-known Democrats, yes, I know President Grant waged war with them for quite a bit.
And we got a lot of
Not enough.
billionaire boys like
Not enough.
Wormwell, heir to the whale blubber in
I don't think the Confederate States were punished enough for slavery, to tell you the truth.
Jesus, Costa, I want the parks open, but
All right, let's see.
some weird billionaire hunt and kill the
Allow additional votes. No. Okay, let's see if this works. I've never tried to pull. I'm about to try to pull. They didn't need punishment. We have to punish some of the northern states too. Yeah, fine. Like, my moral clarity is clear. If they were involved in slavery, segregation, absolutely.
What? I said he's offering free dental.
Was it a Reconstruction? Yeah. I would argue that Reconstruction was cut short.
Public services paid for by deranged billionaires demanding something in return.
Desi, don't be so cynical.
Okay, I'm gonna start the poll.
Billionaires have America's best interests at heart.
So they'll pay
Boom.
for IRS agents
Did it work?
to collect taxes, or the
Woo!
EPA to regulate their businesses?
Well, sort of, but I did get word
Also, that
from
religious
another
principle was
billionaire.
twisted and context left out. And the only, yeah, of course. That's how religious extremists get you. They leave out context. You know, they cherry pick. You know.
Oh yeah, he's super inbred. Anyway, we were talking on his luxury Winnebago that orbits the sun. He won't pay for taxes.
All right. While this vote is taking place, I am going to finish up these last couple of missions. Or is it? Yeah, last couple of missions.
And all he asks for in return is that we play barefoot soccer where he's the soccer ball.
No. I'm not doing that.
Well, I know what you're thinking.
That's like saying
but it's
Shia
not
Muslims
that.
represent
He
the
just
actual.
wants to eat our
No. I'm not saying they do. What I'm saying is religious extremist groups will use religion to justify atrocities. And that is why, oh, crap. That is why I'm saying a government cannot base its moral principles on religious ideals. That's the point I'm trying to make. I think you and I are in agreement on that.
Brought to the ground and arrested by local and state police.
This video is loud.
Play tug of war with a man's body to keep him from being abducted into the Broadview Processing Center. Even if this is meant with the best of intentions, it still means you get a black eye.
This isn't a war zone. This is supposed to be
It should be up. It should be up at the top of the chat. Is it not up there? Yeah, it's up there.
This is over the top.
It's at the top of the chat, my dude. That's why we're such good friends with Morocco and Saudi Arabia. I don't see it. Liberty, do you see it? Because I see it. The current poll. It says current poll at the top of the chat.
Operation Midway Blitz, a massive immigration enforcement campaign targeting who ICE claims are the worst of the worst.
It's there, Mr. Senate.
Since the start of the crackdown, federal agents have made hundreds of arrests.
Don't do that.
Get on the ground now.
But at least some of those detained in the operation have been American citizens or
top of the chat,
including children. And nearly half of arrests last month were without warrant or probable cause. The operation has drawn
oh, mobile. It's on mobile. Okay. Maybe it doesn't show up on mobile. I don't know. That's my first time running a poll.
One of the things that we've seen here, despite a court order that was in place before, ICE continues to make arrests without a court order, without a judicial warrant. What they do is they bring blank warrants out with them into the streets, question people, and then they fill out the warrant on the spot.
I was arrested, put in the handcuffs, the foot shackles. They told me that, all right, we're going to do a little background check on you, see if you get a citation and let go, or if you're going to be in a federal facility for a really long time.
Awesome.
I heard while I was detained
I'll,
he can't disappear.
Oh, it's a draw. Tie goes to the base runner. Base runner's Elite Dangerous. Haha.
As the Trump administration has targeted so-called sanctuary cities,
need to get more people in here.
Across the US. But in
you guys are awesome for sticking around.
Spilled over into towns like Broadview and Elgin, typically quiet suburbs that have been the site of recent immigration enforcement.
My granddad's been here since 1972 or something like that, and the community is very peaceful, so it's just I don't even remember it never not being peaceful. You know, this isn't a war zone. You know what I mean? This is supposed to
I wonder if
be
I think I have
place,
to.
You know, and you should be able to speak freely without any consequences.
I think
it just makes us look bad.
I
you know,
would have to.
right next to people's houses.
Restart
so it's like they live in a war zone as well.
the chat thingy.
We're here today in Elgin.
The collection plate, I guess. I don't know what else to call it.
Broke down the door of a man's house and detained multiple people, including
I'm
two
definitely
US
upping it to more than 1,000. That was way too easy to reach. I totally thought it would take longer than that.
Tamara Geilinger has lived on Chippewa Drive since 2006. She and her neighbors recorded video the night of the raid.
There's a helicopter flying around too. I heard a loud boom, bang, and I look out the window. What is going on? And I see like a militarized zone set up across the street from my house. There were 2 armored vehicles pulled up in the grass. A lot of people dressed in military fatigues carrying weapons. The first boom was a flashbang grenade that they blow the back door off of my neighbor's house. My wife suffers from PTSD.
Oh my god, I just set this up before I started my stream. Now I can't remember how I did it. Ugh, my memory sucks.
Blown up over her. So what that did was it took her back right to that moment.
What if the majority...
This is over the top.
What if the majority of our morals in America are based on religion? Then how are you to separate the religion from the enforcement of them via the government? Does it only require that a majority of the people hold those values while not all being the same religion for it to become non-religious?
Clearly something being replaced recently, and look right above and around the door.
I think I understand your question. I don't know how else to better answer it other than giving the example of something like I said, the murder, burglary, robbery, all that stuff. You know what I mean? What's up? Welcome home.
It felt like they
Howdy.
was bombing the building. They was
I said howdy.
throwing flash grenades in there. I'm talking about, and that's
not yet.
To be asleep and hear this boom, boom. They actually blew some doors down. We on the 5th floor. It's about 40 of them. They step back here, step back here.
Okay.
They had us covered.
Yeah, I can't think of any other way to explain it other than because like there's absolutely no way you're going to convince me that the majority of people think that financial corruption is okay, like bribery. You know what I mean? A lot of this come from religion, so no, there's no. Come on, like. There's no way that the idea that killing somebody is bad, there's no way that came just from religion. Like, it's like the argument that people give where like, if you're not religious, then what's stopping you from just like going on a murder spree? Like, I don't know, empathy. You know what I mean? I don't think it would be that hard to find a common sense set of ideals of what's right and wrong. And slavery is definitely one of them.
In Chicago, we are seeing a campaign of terror, and we are also seeing a response of defiance by Chicagoans. I have played tug of war with a man's body to keep him from being abducted into the Broadview Processing Center, because if you're arrested by ICE, you could just show up in Louisiana, if that. Even if this is meant with the best of intentions, it still means you get a black eye.
Yeah, I don't think the concept of murder being a bad thing came from a religious standard. I have a feeling that was frowned upon, like, even before Judaism came around, you know?
Free speech zone area, and they were dragged into the street area, which is the non-free speech zone, I guess. Senior Trump White House officials and other officials in the Trump administration have been pushing for the Department of Justice to ramp up.
I think what maybe has changed in regards to,
congressional candidates, your
just
name has come up in these
killing someone
This administration
is
will do everything they can
whether
to demonize people
the government has the right to do it at their leisure.
The real crime is what's happening
You know what I mean?
in that facility by ICE.
I think it would be a reasonable argument that, I can't put a timeline on it, but it's gotten more and more unacceptable as time has gone on. You know what I mean? For a government to be just kill at will.
Brandon, you know what time it is. We have been saving this clip for you since we didn't have you. Well, last week was the tour conference. We didn't have you guys on, but we have our drunk ICE agent correspondent on the line. So we had to get you to respond to this viral clip of. I guess he's been identified now.
Lex Talionis seems to have been the system most places used during early civilization. I am not familiar with that term. It sounds Latin.
The syntax.
Body cam interpreter.
The drunk officer bureau.
Yes, he's on that beat. If you want more of this content, you got to check out the discourse.
Yes, where we do DUI hard all the time because there are so many drunk cops driving all the time. We've been calling this one Smirnoff Ice. Because he is absolutely wasted.
There's your headline, Dorsey.
Very well done. Here is this guy's name, Scott Dieselorth or whatever. All right, sure.
Apparently he was going 70 miles an hour on the wrong side of the road before this.
Okay, well.
Wow.
Wow.
Right.
So when Fast and the Furious does it, you like it.
What'd you say, Brandon?
When like Vin Diesel does it in Fast and the Furious, you guys like
And you got to remember, like, some of the there's going to be a lot of topics that are going to be, excuse me, like more nuanced than others, you know. But to me, slavery just seems cut and dry. Like, it's wrong. Like, I don't care if it's legally okay. You know?
It's literally Margaritaville. What do you want him to do?
He's wasting away for sure.
And I'll say this video is great from the very first.
Because here's the thing, like, once you start completely relying on the law to tell you as a person whether you should feel if it's okay or not, then what's going to keep happening is people in power, they are going to, as we see happening now, they're going to shift the laws to suit their purposes to keep themselves in power at the expense of everyone else. You know, and then they'll be like, oh, it's the law. You know, it's legal. Like, the frickin' perfect example is the Tom Holman thing. Taking $50,000 bribe, right? Like from an FBI agent. I don't even remember what the reason was, but it was on tape that he took that money, right? And every single person can, if they're being honest, would say that it's wrong to take $50,000 as a from, like, if you're in government, it's wrong to take $50,000 to do what they want you to do. Yes?
You don't have any weapons on you right now.
Where are we going?
So what I want to do, I want to talk to away from the kids. So I'm going to ask you to step out of the car and we're going
Get
to
the what?
to the back of your car, okay? Are you fucking serious right now? Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, no thanks.
I want to say something I don't have
Huh?
to say on this show.
No, you're not.
No, see, that's the thing. That's the thing.
But anyway, what I was saying is, when anyone from the Republican Party was asked about this, they could never answer whether it was right or wrong for him to do, because if they said it was okay, then they would be outing themselves as being, you know, supportive of corruption. And they couldn't say no, it's not okay, because then it would demonstrate that they are not together, united. They couldn't even confirm whether it was a bribe or not. The only answer you would ever hear them give is, after reviewing the tape, he did nothing illegal. Like, that's not answering the question, you know?
Yeah, what a stand-up.
Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
He's divorced. His wife is probably
Because that's what you get if you just rely on the law to tell you what is okay or not okay, then you end up with a bunch of Tom Holmans running around doing nothing illegal, you know, even though it's clearly wrong.
Shirt reveal.
Okay. Do you want to do the exercises or no? I'll do it. But you know what? What's Homeboy doing down there? Homeboy. Guys, come on. Make sure he's making.
Oh my god. Dude, these ice guys are just out of control.
Can we get a zoom? Can we zoom in there? Can we enhance? Can we get a zoom? Can we zoom in there? Can we enhance? Yeah, we might need to take a screenshot.
Am I back?
Because of the
Someone tell.
Of course it did. It kicked me off.
The architect to turn the simulation.
Ugh, that was annoying.
On the nose symbolism down.
All right. Well,
that was cool.
What does that mean? I don't know.
His last name is Deseret.
You guys still with me? I got kicked for a second.
We're looking for clues here, like this is CSI.
I don't know if you guys saw me get kicked, but I clearly got kicked.
Right.
My timer restarted.
Does his license plate say DUI?
It's a new stream apparently.
What an Easter egg.
There's like absolutely no reason for that. What the hell? Freaking Spectrum.
Are you Haitian? That's nothing to do with my wrist, buddy. My question was, are you Haitian? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he's from. Okay.
I wonder what would compel this guy
I really need you to do the exercise. If you
to think that
don't do it, then I'm going to say that you're refusing to do the exercise.
him being Haitian is an important aspect to this situation. I wonder where he got that idea.
If you're a cop, whatever. No, it's fucking law enforcement. Okay, dude, then stop talking and sit in the back of the car and stop. Stop this. Stop this. What about my kids? We're gonna take care of it.
Oh, now he's worried about his kids. Awesome.
Maybe don't model are you a Haitian children, you fucking Nazi. Like, what about your kids? Now you go from 1 minute a racist like attack on a guy telling you about how they're trying to not get you run over as you get DUI, and now it's my children.
Well, you see how like.
Oh, I just saw your message about the human sacrifice and stuff. I think I got kicked right before I had a chance to read that. Prohibited human sacrifice and lawful killings became mainstream once the Christians took over the Roman Empire.
My kids are in the car. Are you fucking serious? I mean, if you really care about your kids,
yeah. I mean, how else is the how else was the church supposed to receive its funding if it didn't milk as much money from the poor population as possible? You know.
That is what they like enjoy out of what the cops do, because when they're in that situation, they're not respecting them. He's in fact trying to.
I don't believe for a second that the early European churches were benevolent in their insistence of not killing. They're like, we need funding. If there's more people, we get more money. Because we can convince them that they can pay their way into heaven. I'm not arguing slavery isn't wrong, but it's hard to make a lot of moral values as we see them and enforce them today as non-religious. Yeah, because, like, you know, there are a lot of, like, moral and ethical values, you know, good ones that can be traced to, you know, all of the major religions, or at least the vast majority of them. So that is true, but it doesn't mean that they are specifically religious. You know what I mean? Because, like, if the majority of the planet were atheists, I don't believe for a second that that majority would think that murder is okay. You know what I mean? That is considered the early church, not the Catholic Church, as in the church established by Jesus himself. So, yeah, never. What is it? Never doubt a human's ability to ruin a good thing. You know?
I honestly like for a guy who's claiming to care about his kids so much, I don't see any scenario where you end up in a car with your kids in that state and you care about your kids. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Okay.
It's not possible.
Well, this
There's no
ship
reason-
is
yes.
landing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now
Let's
there's some
see.
visual evidence for it. So.
Oh, is it here? No, it's not here. Damn it. Is it an engagement? No.
That's right.
No.
That's the current.
You know, I will say
Community.
one part
Activity.
of that video
Nope.
that got cut
Nope.
out in that
Nope.
little truncated version there is that
Content.
one of the arresting
Nope.
officers, not the Haitian one, or the
Settings.
accused of being Haitian
Stream?
one by the ICE officer.
Is it
I
here?
don't know. It doesn't really matter. The other one
Nope. Channel.
who was behind the body cam tells the cop, the ICE agent who he's arresting, that he also got arrested for drunk driving 2 years ago.
Viewer rewards? Oh, it might be viewer rewards. Okay.
Just like this officer did. He was almost coming. That's why he was so frustrated. He was like, "Okay, yeah, this happens all the time, though. Let's get through it."
He's like, you should watch the Discards. This is actually pretty
Oh,
common.
what is this? Bro, we managed to fuck up one of the most robust governing documents ever created and then blame the document.
What about my kids? Don't worry, sir. They're safe.
Yeah,
and
it's-
under arrest. Cole from Little Rock, his children
It's
are
just
being used
freaking
as a
loopholes,
subject.
man.
He's desperate, not futures.
Frickin' loopholes.
Citizens. He has a responsibility to raise right. It reminds me of
It's like,
men who
as soon as-
say, to try to deflect about like accusations
I think
of rape or
as
sexual
soon as
misconduct, my
people
daughters.
started using like fancy language to find loopholes, like
we gotta save women's sports. That's what election 2024
what is the
is about. And then the
I
next
said, you know,
section is
like
isn't the WNBA
effectuate and
stupid
facilitate. Like, come on, man. Like,
Well, because white
you know what they
women
meant.
are only there to be privileged so that they can
And
be
of course that's been
objects
going
of
on since the
saviorism for them,
since
right?
its initial
It's a part of white supremacy, and so that's
for
all
God knows how
why
long.
The WNBA, like, they'll root for it with when Caitlin Clark
Ooh.
is
And
hitting
is it
threes,
power-ups?
even though
Ah.
she is not
Marcus
party
complete.
to, like,
Boom.
the, I would say the racism that
Okay, so that
kind of
1,000 was
projected
too easy to
onto her.
meet.
But then when, you know, whatever she's out for the season, the WNBA is a bunch of like,
Okay.
black lesbians, so let's make fun of it.
I can't like copy it. That's lame.
It's basically about like how the black ladies were mean to Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I
but
think
I just
we're
wa-
all judging him a little too harshly. I bet this is his ex-wife's fault somehow. You know, I have a
See, I was
feeling
gonna say
that
the
this
same exact thing.
is somehow his ex-wife's fault.
Oh, you're right. It's a good point.
I know you've been drinking with the boys, but I need you to come pick up the kids. I gotta go somewhere.
Yeah, if she didn't have to go, you know, see her family or something like that, I wouldn't have had to drive them on the other side of the highway.
I mean, how many of the ICE guys that are even that are married, like that marriage can't be going well. You're a wife, you're probably like.
Okay,
we'll get
definitely
some
not doing
money
1,000.
from you, you'll be out of the fucking house.
I'll do 2,500.
Definitely snores if he's an ICE agent.
That's,
I think what is
it's
it? I think the
100%
max
hit rate
anyone
on
can
that.
spend per day is
Evan Portland, the drunk
2,000, I
ICE
think.
agent's
Okay.
license plate looks like a vanity plate of a domestic violence case number. I mean, it says DV. Yeah.
Just to go back to what Brandon said earlier, though, like
Create.
This is actually like this is it was so perfect
Start.
that he said this.
Start
this is what
challenge.
I wanna see
Boom.
cops doing. Like I don't want to
Ba
see
ba
cops.
bum.
This is what they should be doing. This is the reason for
Hence
the
why I like
police
Marshall's
to
text and
literally
Spirit
be
text
doing
with a
things
mixture of
like this.
structuralism and
People
textualism,
who
which
are
prevents the
putting
text from
people's lives
reading
in
it
danger, drunk driving. This is
construction
what
of
police
unjust
should be doing.
proportions
This
until they
should be
decide to
their
cut that
main
part off and use
purpose. This actually
is
saves lives
anything
and
that is
helps
appropriate and
people
reasonable as
without
constant.
any
Oh,
of the negativity
instead of the
of
actual quote.
hurting someone,
Oh yeah, the
who's innocent
what is
or
it?
something
Yeah,
like
that I know what you're
Like,
talking
this
about.
is what they should be doing.
Uh,
This is where all their resources should be
yeah,
going.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
this
That
is-
always.
this is it.
I remember the
know,
freedom of speech class I had.
that was a great point
That
by
was one of
Brandon. I
like
just wanted to highlight
one of
it
the main
again, because this
topics
is-
of discussion,
anyone
like
who's
what was
"Oh, defund the left is all
what
about
was
defunding the
reasonable.
police." If this is what the police are gonna do, then
Like
that's
reasonable
fine.
to whom?
Good. This is good with the police doing this.
They
Folks, don't
adopt
forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our
every one of
daily
Marshall's
show.
broad
We
strokes,
do
but
it
never the
every day
limits
at
he
12
attached to them.
PM Eastern for about 2.5
Yeah,
hours.
that sounds like
We even
something
take phone calls. You should check
people with
that out.
ulterior motives would do.
This is Griffin from Breaking Points, and I'm here 7 minutes with Zoran Mamdani.
How's it
Zoran,
going?
How you doing, man?
Doing well, man. It's a great shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man. I had to buy it because the airline lost my
Oh,
luggage
boy.
on the way here.
God,
so
well,
this
we're
is
not giving them a shout out.
This is
Oh,
for
7
you,
minutes?
Sure. I wanted to start with a picture. We interviewed you a year ago. It's been a long time since then.
Yes. All right.
A lot's changed. What advice do you have for young
Which means a plain text meaning and the purpose it was meant to fulfill must line.
I mean, it says 11 months ago, and we used to get like 30K views on the first one. Now we're racking them up.
Now it's up there. You know, the reason I ask about the date is because about a year ago we went
And like,
to Fordham Road
there's so many things that
spoke to New Yorkers, many of whom had voted for Trump, and we
like
asked them why.
nuanced topics.
And I think the advice that I would give
That it's like, you know, if you don't like it, just don't do it. You know.
And a lot of times the political impulse is lecture. Tell New Yorkers what they should care about.
Without contradicting the existing, must align without contradicting the existing structure.
The other thing I would say is maybe bench press a little bit more, but it's too late for that.
All right, we're gonna cut the push-up contest.
Yes,
All right,
Oh
so
crap!
you recently released a
Did I
video
turn
about
this
being
mission?
Muslim in New York City and the experience of that.
I think I have to pee and I
Typically,
forgot.
when
Yep,
you've
sure
been
did.
asked about identity issues, you've pivoted back to your core campaign promises about affordability. Why do that video now? And do you feel like Democrat politicians have your back in this environment where, you know, in my
Nope.
personal opinion, the Cuomo opposition and the Cuomo supporters are hitting you with a lot of
Oh,
racist,
no!
George W. Bush era racist attacks. Do you feel like
I need to unlock a permit.
You know, I've
Well,
appreciated the words of support.
I gotta
that
pee
I've
first.
received
Be right
from
back.
A number of leaders within our party, especially here in New York City. I do think, however, that of many of the Muslim New Yorkers who do not have the luxury of being the Democratic nominee for mayor, who deal with these indignities every single day. And the fact is that this racism is so endemic in our city's politics that when one hears it, one does not know if it's from a Republican or a Democrat. And it's, you know, people have asked me why did I call it Islamophobia, and I just tell them what Andrew Cuomo said because the evidence is right there. This is a man who went on a radio show, and when the host said that I would cheer another 9/11, Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed. He later went that same day to accept Eric Adams' endorsement. Adams said that he was endorsing him to stop a movement of violent extremists, to stop New York City from becoming Europe, to stop a movement that was burning churches in Nigeria. This is the kind of Islamophobia that is the closing message of these other candidates. And the reason I decided to say something about it is because this level of bigotry, it's one that should still shock the conscience despite how unsurprising it may be in this moment.
So, freeze the rent. Let's talk about some of the core
Hit it.
stuff. So, we've been hearing talk that Eric Adams is trying to pack the rental board with people on your way out. Like a reality TV real estate guy is getting on there.
Yeah, I think she stars in a show called Selling New York, which is very on the nose
Incredible.
for Eric Adams'
So,
bio.
what are you going to do about that if you're mayor? And also, how are you going to stop landlords from, you know, cutting back on cleaning or safety in the buildings if you freeze the rent?
You know, I think there's a few things. The first is the Community Service Society, which does incredible studies. They found that actually the rent that's being paid doesn't have a significant relationship with the repairs that landlords are doing. Oftentimes, and I've heard this actually from a number of tenants myself, of that they've been paying their rent year after year, and a lot of their landlords are actually denying them the repairs that they're owed. And so I think when we freeze the rent,
I'm back.
we are doing so to provide relief
Was
to
it plain text
more than 2 million rent-stabilized
me?
tenants across the 5 boroughs. We're not doing it actually to punish
What was
landlords.
the purpose?
because
Is
we're
current
actually
implementation
trying to
fulfill
also
that
make it
purpose in a way
easier
that
for
doesn't
the
violate
landlords
the
to
text?
maintain those properties by
Contradict anything else in
helping
the
them take
Constitution?
on the rising cost of insurance.
Other
or
question
the
I'd like
water bill or
to use when
Con Edison.
deciding
These are things we can do
constitutionality.
in tandem with our
I don't
code
need to
to
look
freeze the
far
rent.
into their
And
intent
look, Eric Adams'
or later
attempt to
enforcement,
stack the
but
rent
the
guidelines
documented
board
purpose and understanding
is
of the law, which is
unacceptable.
easy
It's
to
a
find,
betrayal of New
relatively
Yorkers. It's
speaking.
also a continuation of this politics
Yeah,
for the last 4
I think.
years. And I continue
You know
to
what I
be
think
confident
is
in our
missing
ability to deliver
in
that
our
benefits.
legal
As a
and
renter in
justice
New York,
system
I feel betrayed by that.
is
By the Eric Adams thing, not what you just said.
I think
I wanna talk about
it should
ICE, where
be
Shelley's ICE
perfectly
videos of
acceptable
goons, unmasked people, taking
to,
people off the streets.
well, that,
Are
but
you
like,
gonna,
no, hear me out, hear me out.
NYPD to arrest ICE and
I
other federal agents that
think
break
that it should be
the law?
perfectly
Look, anybody who
legitimate
breaks the
for
law in this city has to be
whether
held to
it's
account,
the
whether
plaintiff
that's
or
ICE or whomever
defendant
else. So I think
or
that should be
prosecution,
the
defendant,
standard
whatever,
that we have in this city and in this country.
at some
What we
point
found is that
to
ICE's
say
elected
something
entity
to the
cares
effect of,
little about
do you
the
think
law,
we're
it cares
stupid?
even less about the people that it's supposed to serve. And
You know,
so
like,
much of its purpose
there's
is
a
to
part of me,
intimidate and terrorize
I
people
understand
across
why
this
it's
country.
not,
And we
why
saw
that
with the
isn't,
recent raid on Canal Street. It's not
it's
just
not
about the people who
necessarily,
flew against the wall. It's about the message they're trying to send to
that's
New
what I'm looking
Yorkers
for,
that they can
feasible,
do this kind of a thing.
you know,
And it's possible for them in this moment because they have a
but
mayor who went on
I
national
wish
TV
that there
and
was
opened
some
doors to
way
civil
of
immigration
instituting that response. Like, do you think we're stupid?
In the
You know what I
first
mean?
couple minutes of Flagrant, you
Like,
got
for
results
example,
to
for
see
example,
that
the
housing is a human right. That's awesome. You clearly passed the vibe check. How
the Trump insurrection stuff. You know what I mean?
I think
Like,
it's funny. I've been running for mayor for
it's
for
clear
now more than a
he
year,
worked
and that's
with
probably the first
people
podcast that a lot of my own
that
friends
were
actually listen to that I did.
directly
And I think
involved
it speaks to the
in,
fact that you have
you know,
to treat
organizing
especially young New Yorkers'
January 6th.
legitimacy as well as the places where they actually
You
get
know?
their news. And so often there's a condescension
And
in our political approach.
he never
to
used
anything that goes beyond
directly
traditional media.
inciting
And I think it's time
language.
to bring that to
He
an end.
hid,
My
you know,
advice to anyone going on
behind the
those
First
shows is
Amendment pretty
just
well
be
on that. I'll
yourself,
give him
because
credit.
If you're not, they will definitely get you out of that pretty quick.
Okay, I got one
But
more question for you, and then I want to hear
he
what the
used
pros and cons
stochastic
are.
terrorism.
Sounds good.
Like that is a legitimate thing, you know.
We're going to,
And at some point,
we'll keep this quick.
it,
Are you gonna arrest
someone
Netanyahu, especially with this
should have been able to say,
Look,
like
I've said
when they
time and
tried to
again that
say,
I believe
"Oh
that New
no,
York
he's
City
not,
City
he's not
believes
responsible. He
international
had
law
nothing to do
should
with,
have
he had nothing to do
national
with January 6th."
embodiment
Like,
of that international
you think
law.
we're stupid?
Benjamin Netanyahu
You know what I mean?
Has been issued an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court, and I believe that that is something that we should seek to honor. I've also said that I will exhaust every legal possibility to do so. If there is not a law, I'm not going to create one because I'm not Donald Trump, but this is what I would actually be looking to do.
So last question, you know, we've got a few days, 6 days, 5 days. What can people do to help you in this time? We have a national audience, so what can our national audience do to help you at this moment? And let's roll through we're
What
freezing the rent.
faction
Universal
is
child care.
this?
We're
What
gonna make
permit
buses
do they
faster, we're gonna
unlock?
deliver universal child care, and the way that you can get involved is go to
These
ZahranForNYC.com
goobers?
/GOTV. If you live in New York City, you can sign up for a canvassing shift. If you don't, you can sign up for
Oh,
phone
they're
banking,
bad boys.
Because the reason I'm sitting in front of
They
you,
steal
it's
things
not just the 1.6 million
and kill
doors that
people.
volunteers knocked on in the primary.
I don't know
it's
if I want to do
2.1
their
million
missions.
phone calls that they also made. And that can be done from anywhere across this country.
That's illegal.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad.
Okay, on the foothills of failed drag queen, smoky eye sociopath, Vice President of the United States, who's changed his name 3 times. Of course, I'm talking about J.D. Vance, whom we refer to as Little Smokey. On the foothills of him not really standing up for his wife and talking about how he
another
hopes she
perfect
changes
example
her
of the
religion.
like, do you think we're
Some
stupid
weird
argument?
shit
A perfect example
happening
why
at the CPAC
it should be
stuff
a
with
viable
Eric
legal
Kirk
tactic
and failed drag.
is with gerrymandering. I just remember because I put a new video on the list. Like, when they try to say that they are not gerrymandering due to racial reasons, it's political. Like, do you think we're stupid? You know what I mean?
Drag queen Lil Smokey, play the clip.
Never replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD. And
Ooh.
Vice President JD Vance. I do.
Ooh.
And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight. Because he understands
Oh, J.D. Vance
the
had him
fight that
killed.
we're up against.
New
He can
conspiracy.
articulate that in a way that transcends. He's an amazing man.
Okay. I'm kind of speechless about a lot of this, all of it. But here are the photographs that ensued.
Ugh, I'm not speechless. I
of
really don't
the,
care. Oh.
Speech that she gave.
Oh, well, that's
so
cute.
We have him first of all grabbing her waist, and then she's hugging him. She's like, I mean, she's got the head, you guys. It looks so romantic. It's beyond the normal, like, meet and greet.
That does seem to break some boundaries, but
so this is really,
they're going to do what they're going to
really
do.
bizarre to me. And it's interesting that throughout this entire
He seems more like
situation with Charlie
a
Kirk,
grinder kind of dude, in my opinion.
nobody has talked about how preventable his death was. Nobody on the right is talking about gun control. He was shot in cold blood on a campus where guns should be banned, and by somebody we think allegedly radicalized online, to the right or to the left, who knows, because I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, and all I've seen is a gag order from the Trump administration. But instead, they're still like trotting out all of this stuff. And she says J.D. Vance understands the fight that they're up against. And I don't even know what that is. Is the fight they're up against the libs? Is that what it is? Is it to make America a Christian nationalist nation and for all of the women in America to be like Stepford wives like that? I just think the whole thing is weird as shit. And I just want to say, can you imagine the freak out that would happen if Kamala Harris introduced Gavin Newsom like that and then hugged him like that? I mean, this was the political party that said that she slept her way to the top and all of these sexist, misogynist things. This woman's husband was just killed, and then that just happened.
Oops.
And it's just weird as shit. And it's the family values party and all of this stuff, the pro-life party, yet nobody can talk about gun control. I just thought that was eyebrow raising, to say the least. And the fact that J.D. Vance continues to be in the forefront of the MAGA movement tells you
that's not it.
that they all are realizing that the strong man, Kanks, is a frail, senile
I want to go to
man.
this
And
system.
everybody is looking beyond his
Based on all gun
rule.
control
And a
laws in
lot
every
of them
blue
are
state,
looking
nothing
to J.D.
would have
Vance as
stopped
the
that.
heir apparent.
Yes.
And a lot
So
of the others are looking
I
into Marjorie Taylor Greene,
appreciate you bringing that up
Tucker
because
Carlson. So the fissures in the MAGA movement are massive. Okay. In
I
the
would
last
argue
24, 48
that the
hours,
lax gun
I
laws in
noticed
neighboring
on my
states
Instagram, a lot of people tell
are
me I was
responsible
ugly. A lot of
for
people tell me they
the
wish I would die. All of
gun
these things.
violence
So I text
in
Kylie, our
all of the
producer,
states.
and I'm like, Kylie, am I going viral somewhere?
There are
Because people
inconsistent
it's
state
every time
laws
Fox News
surrounding
features me, this
gun
happens.
legislation. So,
And so there was a clip that I showed you all on iHub News about a boomer at, I believe it was a No Kings rally, and this
it is, it is
influencer, provocateur goes and asks
like
her
I
if
wouldn't
she's
even
upset that
argue
Charlie
against
Kirk
the
is
statement
dead. And
that
she says,
what
no,
happened to
she's
him was
not.
unavoidable.
And that's her right.
Based
She
on
doesn't have
the
to be upset
political
that a
polarization we're
racist
seeing
is
today.
dead, that a
I wouldn't
misogynist
even
is
argue
dead,
against
that a
that.
homophobe is
But
dead.
generally
And then
speaking,
the
I would
Christian
argue
influencer
that
is so triggered. She's like, well, would you be upset if I was dead? And the lady's like,
that
well,
a
I have to
lot
think
of the
about
gun violence, even in
And
blue
the fuck
states,
your
can be
feelings crowd
attributed
is so in
to
their feelings. I laughed at this and I
lax
said, listen up,
legislation
Democratic
in the red
establishment.
states.
This is where the base is at right now. Of course,
The rifle's legal even in
MAGA
California.
has stage
Purchased by.
5
Yeah, that's what I'm
meltdowns.
saying. Like,
Think that I
I'm not
want
going to
to
argue
kill
against the
conservatives. They think that
preventability
I
of
want to
his
kill Democrats
killing
because
specifically,
they don't
but
recognize that people on the left are capable of criticizing.
one of the first major events in my life was Columbine in 1999, and these two teenagers, right, high school age kids, they were able to go into a high school with multiple weapons, hundreds if not thousands of rounds of ammo, and kill dozens of students. And if the adults in the home had been more responsible, then I don't believe that they would have wreaked as much carnage as they did. And there's plenty of examples of this. There was that Vegas shooting, a few years ago. The dude used the he used like a bump stock, and I don't even remember how many people he killed at that concert. But like, there's multiple examples of this, Like you said earlier, when I said what are we missing in our legal and justice system is consistency, and that I think that fits here.
Their own party. And I want to be
And, like,
very clear to all of the MAGA people.
How is it not intentionally malicious when a state goes out of their way to pass legislation that says a domestic abuser, that officers, local law enforcement, is not allowed to confiscate the weapons of a known domestic abuser? Like, how is that not intentionally malicious? Because like, I don't know specifically what the percentage is, but I do know that is the percentage of gun deaths involving, one significant other to another is ridiculously high. Still won't negotiate without one of those checks on federal power. You got to give me one or the other. What do you mean a check? Like, I don't understand.
I don't want you dead. I want you to have health care. I want you to get a livable wage.
Either state control of the
I don't want
guard.
you to work your ass off your whole
And you
life
can have
to
federal
then
regulation on
file
guns or no
medical
federal
bankruptcy
regulation
while
on
the
guns.
billionaires never fly
Pick your poison.
commercial. They never get their flights canceled. And they don't have to pay taxes because this administration has raised them on you. I want to live in a country where piece of shit
why not
MAGA
both?
influencers like Charlie
State
Kirk don't
control
get
of the
shot.
guard and
I don't want to see anybody die of gun violence.
federal
period.
regulation
I
on
don't want
guns.
Charlie Kirk to be dead because his death was avoidable, but it is a real window into
Yeah.
the soul of MAGA that you refuse to talk about.
I'd like
the ways to fix this problem.
I can-
After the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan, there was a huge push for gun
see.
restriction. In
There's
the
there's
country
too many like
from the Republicans.
extenuating
That meant
circumstances for me to think
something
through.
them, but not from the right.
Yeah, I think
So
the state should have
whatever,
control of
call
the
me
National
ugly,
Guard.
Come after me. I don't
Oh,
want you
actually, here we
dead.
go. Here
I
we
want
go.
your life to
Here we
be
go.
better, even though I
The only
fundamentally
time
disagree
that
with
the
all of
federal
the stuff that
government
you all
should
do.
be allowed
And this
to
is the same
deploy
point
the
that
National
Charlamagne
Guard
the God is making right here, that I
is
made
if
in the clip
Congress,
that now everybody's, trigger city about.
Congress
And it is that the Democratic
declares war.
establishment
You know what I mean?
is
It is a
failing
vote within
us.
Congress,
They're
not a
failing us
military action
miserably.
like
And of
we've
course
been
I'm
seeing,
talking about
since
Chuckles
before
and
I was
Apex
born, right?
Shakur, Hakeem Jeffries. And let's just hear
I think
a little bit
with
of
a
Charlamagne the God
congressional
on the Daily
vote,
Show.
they aren't supposed to be used for war.
Picking exciting new candidates. What you got?
Maine Governor Janet Mills has launched a bid for Senate. The 77-year-old was heavily recruited by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to
Hell,
join
honestly,
the race.
like I would even be okay with that.
She would be the oldest freshman senator in U.S. history.
Yeah, I think it should be up to the state to use. I don't think the federal government. Yeah, that's even okay with me, to be honest with you. They had to violate the law and use loophole. Well, there we go, loopholes again. Woohoo!
You know what? Forget it. Look at Zoran Mondani, okay? You see? Young, lots of excitement around his campaign, overwhelmingly won the primary. You guys can just endorse him.
Many Democrats in Washington are still hesitant or even against showing support for
Oh, I guess I didn't zoom in far enough. That was my
I'm going
problem.
to continue talking to him.
What's the holdup?
I got to continue talking
This
to him,
douche
and that's what
nozzle.
I'm going to do.
Is part of the
I'm gonna
calculus
continue
that
taking
if
money
you
from AIPAC.
endorse
That's
a
what I'm gonna do.
Democratic Socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party, maybe even your
See,
chances
here's
of
another
winning back the Senate?
perfect example of, do you think we're stupid?
I'm going to continue talking to him. Dana, you can ask me.
Okay. All right.
Vote
Kylie,
blue no
we
matter
can
who,
stop it
right?
there.
Unless
So this is what I was talking
unless he's a
about
brown guy.
to the Democratic establishment, that we are coming
So
after
freaking
the
obvious, man.
messaging. We are
So
coming
infuriating.
after the leaders, the impotent leaders of the Democratic Party that are hanging us out to dry, that are not riding the coattails of this economic populist
Man,
movement.
that took me way too
So
long to figure that
the
out.
MAGA freak out snowflake.
Technically, the state is allowed to deprive you of
catastrophizers
rights.
Suffering from histrionic
Oh God!
personality
Oh God! Why is everything
disorder.
in lots of colors?
That does not mean I
What'd
want
I do?
them dead.
I did something.
To the contrary,
Oh
I
crap!
want them
Oh, well,
to
I can deal with
live.
it.
I want them to
Technically, the state is allowed
evolve.
to deprive you of
I
rights
want
based
them
on the
to
text of the
embrace
14th, but the
change.
substantive
I
due
want them to
process
let go
doctrine
of their
declared otherwise,
corporate
despite
donors.
explicit
I want them
text
to
being
embrace
there.
policies that are not
You
beholden
cannot
to
deprive X without
corporations
Y. The
that
text you cannot
always
deprive
dick over
X
the
at all.
American worker.
The court.
To the contrary, I want these Democratic establishment politicians to evolve and quit behaving as the party of the status quo.
Yeah, and I've
And
mentioned
to
before,
the MAGAs,
and I know you remember
I
me saying
do
this,
not want you dead.
where
I want you
uh,
to have fucking health care.
these
and I want you to be able
Second
to
Amendment
go
nuts
to a rally
think that
safely
shall
and
not be
get shot by
infringed,
a gun,
yet
because it is the
it
most
is infringed.
preventable deaths that we could prevent in this country.
You know,
But politicians refuse to do it because
Like,
guess
if they're
what?
going to insist on it being
paid off
shall not be
by
infringed,
the gun
that
lobby.
means
And
they shouldn't have
scare
any
the shit
problem
out
with
of you
violent
all the
felons
time thinking that
as long as
everybody's
they're,
coming after
you know,
you
U.S.
and you have
citizens
to have
buying,
a gun.
purchasing weapons, you
And
know.
the fact of the matter is, if
That
you
means
have a
gun
gun in
control
your
would have
house,
been
somebody you love
constitutional at the state
is
level.
way more likely to
Should have
get
not
killed by
contradict
that
their state
gun than an
constitution.
intruder. And those are just the facts. All right, moving along. We have some really dangerous things happening. So, Nick Fuentes is a
What are you doing, kitty?
neo-Nazi, an
Quit being weird.
anti-Semite, a white nationalist, a white supremacist, etc. It's really bad, you guys.
Just like the
And he
Gun-Free
is the
School Zone
leader
Act.
of these people online called the Groypers, okay?
Yeah, like even like federal
Carlson
buildings,
and Marjorie
hospitals.
Taylor
You know what I
Greene
mean?
have been positioning themselves, and I've been
It's
covering
clearly
this on iHip
your
News quite a
right
bit.
to
They are positioning themselves
carry a firearm is infringed.
in a way by using very simple language that I think will hit really hard in
So this
America,
argument that it shall not be infringed
that
is
once
stupid.
biology or Republicans grow a spine and Kanks is taken
It's clearly
care of, there's gonna
contradictory
be a
to
huge
common
vacuum
sense.
to fill. And so Tucker seems to be expanding his tent.
Expand
and
the zone
he
radius and all
and
guns are banned
Nick Fuentes
constitutionally for the
collaborated.
entire nation under the Commerce Clause.
And
Yeah.
this should be disqualifying, but it wasn't for Trump. Trump invited Nick Fuentes to
Oh,
Mar-a-Lago,
speaking of ranges,
and
get
he got
this.
elected again.
There was
So
a,
now the Heritage
I want to say
Foundation,
within the last
which
20 years, I don't
normally
remember
would
specifically.
have said, okay, this is disqualified.
Oh my
is
God, are you kidding me?
basically saying,
I'm gonna
okay,
kill you.
We're going to bend the knee and we're going to expand our big tent racist party to the neo-Nazis, to the real anti-Semites. And I want to read this tweet to you before I play the video. Yashar Ali says, a watershed
Man,
moment, the president of
Look at
Heritage
this one
Foundation
stupid
and
cat. I don't know
Heritage
what it is,
Action,
but like
Kevin
once a
Roberts,
day for
Texas,
some
has
reason,
announced that the
he
organization
feels it's
is
necessary to
standing
torment
by
one of the
Tucker
other cats.
Carlson in the aftermath of Tucker's
Like we can never
interview
catch it
with
in time.
neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes.
If I could see
This
it coming.
isn't Kevin bending his knee to Trump. This is something new. In his statement, Kevin condemns what he calls
Oh, anyway, what I
a
was saying, there was
venomous
a,
coalition
not regard to
that is
guns, but
sowing
about the whole
division
range,
by
the
attacking
zone, expanding the zone thing.
That venomous coalition includes MAGA
There was a case within the
Republicans
last
as well
20
as
years about
Jewish
abortion clinics, right?
conservative commentators,
About how
activists, and donors. Kevin
people were
also
allowed to
frames
protest
Nick Fuentes' rhetoric
abortion
as
clinics, but they
worthy
had
of
to be
debate
a
rather
certain
than
distance
something
away.
to be condemned
And I
outright.
believe
A shift like this
that
would have
recently
been
got overturned.
unthinkable for Heritage just
Which
3
means
years
that
ago. So
their
in all
argument
of
was
the,
it was an infringement on their free speech,
tiptoeing that
right?
everybody has to do when you
But
criticize the Israeli
every single
government out of
person
fear of being
in
called
this
an
country knows
anti-Semite.
that the only reason they want to
wanna
do that
remind
is
you
to
of this.
harass the people that are going
I
into the abortion
encourage
clinics.
people right now to criticize
Like,
the American government, and
their
I personally
their
do
intention
not feel
is to
grieved
deprive
by that
people
because
of
that government,
healthcare,
Kanks's
right?
government, this fascist regime.
So they are claiming
deserves
their rights are
the
being
hellfire
infringed
damnation
because
criticism
they're
that they
not
can be,
being allowed to infringe on other people's. You know,
The same goes for
it's
Israel.
absolutely
That
infuriating.
government deserves
It's everything, including your
all of
house
the
and even your plants you
criticism
import.
in the world. That does not
Oh,
mean
and they won't
that
respectfully
you
domestic
don't support
produced
the
products
Jewish
since
plight
you know,
or Jewish
across
safety
state lines
or
and
the
subject to
Jewish
federal law
people.
despite that being absurd.
Because
Yeah,
in
that's absurd.
actuality, all
Everything,
of the
including house and
human
your plants,
rights are
important
connected.
ACs that blow off that plant.
Islamophobia
Yeah, it's
is
freaking absurd.
connected to anti-Semitism, is connected to sexism.
Again, it goes to the whole,
homophobia,
like, do you
racism,
think we're
and
stupid?
on and on. None of us are free until all of us are free. It has to be universal human rights. The Heritage Foundation wants white supremacist human rights. That's why they are so willing to throw real, hateful, hardcore anti-Semites into the mix. And I will say to the Zionist, and I've been
Like,
saying this for a long
if the
time,
purpose,
if you start playing patty cake,
if the
with these people
if
who
you
are
claim
clearly
your rights are
anti-Semitic, at
being
some point they
infringed
will turn
because
the knives on you.
you are not allowed to
Benjamin
infringe on
Netanyahu
somebody
and
else's
a lot of
rights,
these Zionist donors
again, here it comes
and
like,
the
do you think we're
IDF made a
stupid?
calculation.
Argument.
Because Biden
Under
offered
the
them
current
the
law and logic, it means literally
same
everything, including the air you
ceasefire
breathe,
deal
since the air blew
that
across state lines at
Kanks
one
and
point, or the
Benjamin
planets might have traveled.
Netanyahu just rolled out. But Benjamin Netanyahu didn't want Kamala to win. He wanted Kanks to win. Well, why would he want a guy to win whose donors and supporters
Yeah, it's freaking absurd.
have neo-Nazi flags at the rallies? Clarence Thomas's biggest donor collects Nazi dishes as a hobby. this Mr. Crow out of Dallas.
Like there is absolutely
Why
no
would they do
reason
that?
why some
Well,
of
because
these
their
laws
ambitions
should
are,
apply
we need
to,
somebody that is
you know,
so,
like people growing their own crops. Like,
that
get
has
out of
such
here,
a
man.
disdain for human rights
Like,
that
oh
they
no,
won't have
oh
any
no,
issue
God
at all
forbid we
giving us money if we
impede
continue to
capitalism by
ethnically
growing our own
cleanse
wheat,
Gaza
you know?
because they might hate Jews, but they hate Arabs
That's how I
too.
read it
And so
when
let's
I
just get the money
came
while we
across that
can, and then we can develop
that case.
the strip into Israel, and we can give them ownership in it. Well, now they've been
It's terrifying how
really
stupid,
invited these
and the court
hardcore
continues to uphold it.
neo-Nazis into the party, and
Yeah, it's
this
absurd.
is-
Like, honestly,
this is my thing,
they just
like
care that you
Cash
establish a link to
Patel,
commerce in
at
the
some
text,
point,
okay? If it at some
your
point
brown skin
enter
is gonna
interstate
be a
commerce.
liability to these
Yeah,
white
it's
supremacists. We're already seeing this play out with Bush Scott
like the
Bessent,
way I
gay,
read it was
Secretary of the Treasury.
you
think
growing
you're
your
gonna
own
remain?
crops
You think you're gonna stay on the
interferes
chopping block when
with
these Heritage Foundation hardcore white supremacist
capitalists
anti-gay people
hoarding money.
doing
Is
all
the way
this
I
for
heard it.
Trump? They're doing
Then
it
boom,
because
constitutional
they want
and can
white
regulate any item.
supremacist
Yeah.
Christian reign in America for decades, and they've been playing this game and setting this up long before Donald Trump ever descended on the escalator. So this is really scary shit. I'm hopeful that this swing, this really,
it was the
really far
opposite
swing
in
to the
Filbert.
right, that
No, it
doesn't seem
interfered
to
with
include
FDR's
kinks
price
at all,
controls. It was the opposite in Filbert.
is a part of my theory that these fissures are really forming and that people in the inner circle know that his health is horrible, the dementia we've all seen.
Yeah,
is
anything
through the
anything
roof,
regarding
and so the
controlling prices is
frailty of this
going to be
strongman
capitalist
is
in nature.
causing all of these
You know?
fissures to exacerbate, and this really,
Because if
really
it interferes
hard
with
pendulum swing
prices,
to the
it
right
interferes with profits.
always
The quotas are made to
causes
control
it
wheat
to
prices.
go back the other way. And
Whether
hopefully,
it's
if
whether
we're
it's
able
to
have midterms, it goes back the other
lower
way,
the
and
profits
we
or
get
raise the
rid
profits,
of
it
the
all comes
leadership
down
of Jeffries, and we get
to
rid of the leadership
capitalism.
of Schumer and replace them with non-beholden fighters.
And trust me, there's like,
that don't govern
don't get me wrong, I'm
incrementally,
not a freaking communist
that
here.
put their foot
There
on
are
the
a lot
accelerator
of
and cram
you know, good
change
aspects that
and
I
reform and civil
like in
liberties
capitalism. For
and,
example,
regulations
I
on
think capitalism does a good
capitalism.
job of
They just go
promoting
bananas
small
with all of
businesses.
that
You know,
because when
getting
government
people
works
to
for
enter
people, both parties like it.
enter the
last
market
thing
in
I
some
just
form
wanna
or
leave you with
fashion
how
as like a means of
incompetent this administration is.
you know,
so you may remember Kanks has
means
done
of
multiple caps
income, right?
lock
Contradicts free
tweets
market,
at
which
like
is stable
1 a.m. and
capitalism,
2
since the
a.m.
state was controlling the
regarding
price of the
Tylenol
market.
and
That's my
his,
point.
um,
Yeah, I see your
apparent
point.
sleepless concern that pregnant women are going to
Like,
take
I get that.
Tylenol and then give birth to autistic
But
children. Number one,
price
this is
control
dangerous because
wouldn't be
this
a
is putting
problem
some sort
at
of,
all
dark cloud over
if
people with autism that is unnecessary. And
uh,
number two, it's not based
if
on
profits
science or
weren't in
research.
some form or fashion
So Kylie put
the
up this
underlying
headline.
purpose.
Now he has to admit it. RFK Jr. admits he can't actually tie Tylenol to autism. RF Kennedy Jr. said there isn't sufficient evidence to back up his
Need to
claims.
find
I'm just so
combat.
speechless over all of this
Combat
fucking
zones.
insanity that the president of the United States, like 72 hours ago, while he's in
And like,
Asia,
I honestly
embarrassing
don't believe that the
himself and
quote unquote
country,
free
putting on a
market
master class
is inherently
on how to
balancing.
travel with
Like, I don't
dementia.
buy that at all.
And he is
I think
catlocked
free
tweeting
markets are
about this
inherently
Tylenol shit,
monopolistic.
And then RFK Jr.
Because there's
admits it, that
absolutely
it's
no way
all bullshit.
that
So, all right.
if it were a free
That's all we
market,
have
then
for this
someone like
episode.
me
Please
should be
like
able to
and
like
subscribe, and we'll be
just
back
start
later with
selling
more
my own
news.
t-shirts and, you know, earn a decent living, you know? But it's not, because there's absolutely no way I have the finances to compete.
There is no more urgent fight right now than that for
Oh, here's a video. Here's a video for you, Liberty.
Donald Trump and the Republicans are trying to thwart the will
Why
of
is this
voters
so quiet?
by rigging congressional maps. But lawyers like me, well, we're fighting back, and so are an increasing number of Democrats. In this video, I'll explain what is happening in the world of redistricting. From red state gerrymandering to litigation to blue state redraws. And by the end, I'll give you 3 things you can do right now to help protect free and fair
Why is this-
elections.
I hate how some videos are super
But before
quiet.
we get
It's
into it,
infuriating.
subscribe to this channel to stay informed about
This
how
is
you can defend democracy.
this dude has like argued a
Anyone who
bunch of
follows my work or frankly
his
is
law
paying
firms
attention
argued a bunch
to
of cases in, like
democracy knows
a lot of
Donald Trump
state
and the
supreme
Republican
courts.
Party is waging an all-out attack
crony capitalism where the government holds up the 1%.
election.
Yeah, protects too
Donald
big.
Trump
Yeah,
is
exactly.
terrified that he will have a Republican
Yes,
Congress
you and I
after the 2026
are in agreement.
midterm elections.
Oh,
Republicans in Congress
actually,
are
here.
obviously terrified because
So,
they lose their
I think one of the first things that, again, I didn't start following any of this till I was older, but like one of the first instances where I was like, it's just made up, was during the like the 2008 financial crisis when there were banks that were bailed out because of their what's the word I'm looking for? Their malicious loans that they just gave to people knowing that they would probably fail, right? So instead of bailing out the homeowners, and I don't mean like just giving money to the homeowners, but what I mean is like they could have given the money to the banks still, and they could have said, we will give you this money to bail you out as long as this money is used to help the homeowners, get back to even, right? Find out, like there could have been a system in place where they gave the money to the banks but to help the homeowners. But no, they just gave like billions and billions of dollars to these banks and just said, here, have fun, do whatever you want with it, because they're too big to fail, right? And that was like, this is fake. Like, it's clear that our government does not care about the people whatsoever.
their jobs. And this is all coming to a boiling point in one particular area, and that is redistricting. Right? If you wanted to pay attention right now to the one thing that will tell you what will happen in the midterm elections, it is the congressional redistricting process. Now, normally in 2025, smack dab in the middle of a decade, you would expect there to be virtually nothing.
Capitalism, free market, when the government skews in favor of
But
the
earlier
monopolies, and
this
Congress
year,
continues to
Donald
support them.
Trump
Yeah.
engaged in a strategy,
Yep.
a cynical strategy,
Yep, that's exactly what we got.
dangerous strategy, a strategy that threatens the future of free and fair elections across this country, aimed at retaining power after 2026. And that strategy is, in a nutshell, this. He went to states where Republicans control all branches of the state government, both houses of the legislature and the governor's mansion. And he told them, we in Washington, D.C., not you in the states, we in Washington, D.C., are going to send you new maps. And we're going to expect you to enact these maps. We're going to expect you not to question these maps. We're going to expect you to betray your constituents with these maps. You're just going to take what we give you. And you're going to smile, because we are the Republican Party in Washington, D.C., and we have the support of an authoritarian wannabe, Donald Trump. And so we have been watching this unfold over the course of several months now, and it has taken various twists and turns. In some states,
I just added 2 Republican seats to this map. Yeah,
in some
figures.
states, they've been successful so far, but they're being sued. In other states, Democrats have picked up the
all right,
mantle
so
and said, you know what?
I have a thought on this. So obviously, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, where I don't think that gerrymandering, I don't think that partisan gerrymandering, not to mention if they take the census of the course and they get like +5. Like, I am a firm believer that partisan gerrymandering from any party should be unconstitutional. That's what I personally believe. I don't know how to get there, but my own thought. Like even if there is, let's say we allow partisan gerrymandering, then at the very least, I would say that the gerrymandering should be reflective of the nationwide, or not the nationwide, the percentages of the federal elections, or at the very least the presidential election. So for example, you have a state like North Carolina, right? Ohio's another one, but we'll think of North Carolina right now. There's 14 Senate seats in North Carolina. Now the elections, it's a purple state, right? I think it's gone blue last couple times, but it has been red. So you would think, like, let's say, for the sake of argument, that the state is a 55-45 state, right? So in the last presidential election, it was 55-45. Then the ratio of the Senate should reflect that. So as it is right now, even though it is considered a purple state, it's kind of a swing state right now in presidential elections. The Senate is 11-4 in favor of Republicans. So it should be, if there's 14 seats and the last presidential election is 55-45, at the very most it should be like 8-6. You know, I would say 7-7, but at least 8-6. You know, you mean the House? No, the state. No, the state. It might be the state House. I think it's the state Senate. Whichever, like if you go to North Carolina, whether it's, I don't know if it's their House or their Senate, it's like 14 seats, one or the other. But you understand the point I'm getting at. If a state if a state is that close, yeah, if a state's that close, if it's 55-45, it's absolutely absurd that the House or the Senate is 11-4 in any one direction. Like, it's clear to me, that is like crystal clear evidence that the gerrymandering is, like, that type of gerrymandering should be illegal. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe you agree with me on that, but like, at the very least, even if you don't want to make partisan gerrymandering illegal, then at the very least, the gerrymandering should be reflective of the results of the presidential election in that state. That's my argument.
Want to play, we're going to play the same game. And so what I want to do is walk you through what this looks like so that you can understand both the threats here, the possible outcomes here, and also what you can do to be part of the solution. So I need you to watch.
I don't know if something like that would sound reasonable to you or not, but
before we're done, we're going to talk about how you
again, I'm trying to be as
save democracy.
impartial as possible, you know?
By giving you kind of
like Ohio, was it? To be honest, we just need an objective standard, something material and can be proven. Yeah, like the results of the last presidential election can be proven. If Ohio is 60-40 in favor of Trump, I don't know what they were, but let's just say for the sake of argument they were, that can be objectively proven. It was 6-4. So therefore, the Ohio State House should not be a like 9-3 ratio in favor of Republicans. It should be 6-4. You know what I mean? I don't know what the ratio is, but it's somewhere close to that. It's like 8-3 or 9-3 ratio. It's absurd. Like, you can, if you're feeling squirrely, you can look it up. It's somewhere around there. But I mean, you get my point. So the results of the last presidential election is a standard that can be proven. You know?
That's what they did. Screw over minority voters in order to gain more safe Republican districts. In particular, they redrew the map to add 5 Republican districts.
Oh,
now,
you were just talking about that.
They did it on the backs of minority voters, and they did it illegally by targeting minority
and it's so much easier for Republicans to gerrymander in their favor because of how concentrated Democratic voters typically are. Yeah, but how we draw them needs to reflect the entire state regarding geography. Otherwise, parts of the states wouldn't be covered by any district.
And we need you to draw new,
which actually would be interesting. I wonder if we base it on population centers.
That led Texas to racially gerrymander, right? I mean, they drew maps to
I mean, if they can,
naturally occurring coalition.
If they can draw these districts that are shaped like frickin' flamingos,
happen to live near each other,
then
they both support,
it's
for
clear that they
example, I
can.
don't know,
What the heck?
Democratic candidates, is not a rationale to then say, well, we're going to separate these voters and destroy this natural coalition district. But that's what they did. All right, so that's where they started. They started in Texas, and we all watched as the Texas Democrats in the legislature left
Ooh.
the state, and then they came back, and then the map was
300,000
introduced
credits.
by the Republicans, and in the dark of the night, in the middle of the night, they jammed it.
Maybe we restrict the district
Well,
shapes. All
here's the
districts
thing.
must be.
Before dawn
No,
broke, my law
see,
firm had already sued them. That's right. There's a big lawsuit that we're waiting for.
like that would, in a perfect world, that would be fantastic. You know,
10 days of testimony,
like
10
that
days
would
of
be
argument,
optimal.
and
Like
as
I
we were
definitely
going
agree that would be optimal, but I think it's unrealistic.
And the outcome for
You know?
whether or not Texas gets away with this or not will tell us a lot about what's going to happen in 2026. Now,
It's
it
just
doesn't tell us everything.
like even if it's not perfect,
But it's a really good.
it should more closely reflect
Because a lot of
that
the things that are
presidential,
happening
the
in
results of the
Texas
presidential
are what we
election.
see elsewhere. For example,
Even if the
you may not know this
presidential
because the legacy media
vote
doesn't.
is 60-40
Democracy document,
in favor of
but the
whatever
legacy
party,
media didn't cover this.
and
That the
you
map that
you
was
redraw the maps,
by the person,
and then
the
the
Republican
ratio
in
is say
Washington,
7-3, not
testified
necessarily
at
you know
trial
6-4.
that he did it at the
To
direction
me,
of the
that would
White House.
even to me that would still be
That's right.
reasonable.
Not at the direction
You know,
of the people in Texas.
not optimal,
Actually,
but
not even
reasonable
with the
because it can be argued like you know
He
there's
didn't give a shit.
we
what
tried
the
our
people
best to get to 6-4 and we couldn't.
He produced a map that the White House
Fine,
wanted,
I'll
the
grant you
DNC
that
wanted,
one.
and he sent
But
it
like,
to Texas.
if it's
And they were
6-4
told, "You pass
and
this
the
map."
ratio
That's
is
the
like
key
9-3 in the state,
Everybody
like come on,
needs to,
come on, come on, like.
focus on this front.
Do
None
you think
of
I'm
this is
stupid?
happening because Republicans
Maybe
stay
based on
together.
jurisdictions because town
None
limits
of this
and
is a
jurisdictions don't
grassroots
change
movement of
nearly as often.
It wouldn't make it right, by the way. It would still be wrong, right? I mean, it would still be wrong to gerrymander. You know,
There's
these maps more grotesquely than
civil
gerrymander.
engineers that are
It'd still be wrong
smarter
to
than me
target
that would easily be able to figure it out. You know what I mean?
But to have this being done by the White House adds a whole new layer.
Shoot, you could start with like I've said before, you could start with economic status.
Donald Trump
You
wants
could start
to
with the
bring
household median household income of
he doesn't
the
care
area,
whether he
right?
does it through voter suppression. He
And
doesn't
that
care
would be a
whether he does
pretty
it through
easily
military
identifiable
deployment in
way
cities. He doesn't care if
of
he does it by trying
to figure
ban
out how they
mail-in
voted.
voting, or trying to ban in-person early voting, or trying to impose universal ID. Donald Trump's not a big thinker. Okay, Donald Trump just knows what he wants the result to be, and the redistricting effort that we saw.
Because
in
why would it
Texas,
make
and
sense
we're
to
gonna
include a
talk
majority of
about
the
it elsewhere,
town?
you have
Yet
to
not all of
understand it
them
as
are a
of
part of the
this
same district
overall
despite being in the same legal jurisdiction.
All the
Yeah,
dots
actually,
connect. The voter
for
suppression
instance,
dot, the military in the cities dot,
the town I live in
banning
Texas
mail-in
is
ballots, the misinformation and
I'll say
disinformation
like
about what
the
happened
state
in
house covers
all the election
pretty much the whole
denialism.
town. So
All of this is part
even
of
though
the
they're redrawing them,
laddering up
but on a federal level, my
depriving
town is
you,
pretty much split like
the
right
American
down
people, of free
right down the
and
middle.
fair
And the part that
All right,
I'm
so
in
we started
is
with
pushed
Texas,
into
but
a
we're not gonna
Republican
end with
district.
Texas, right? So
But
Texas,
if I were
5
to live
seats,
like 2 miles down the road,
that's
I would be in
important.
a
We're waiting for
Democratic
a court
district,
decision,
even though
and
it's the
that's what
same
happened.
town.
Then
Like same,
Republicans rolled through to Missouri and
same
basically repeated
like
this, but on a
economic
smaller scale.
standard
Why
of
on a
living.
smaller scale?
You
Because
know what I
they've
mean?
already gerrymandered
It's
almost
absurd.
as much as you humanly could, as you possibly could in the state of Missouri. So what they did is they targeted one district in Kansas City and essentially carved Kansas City up into 3 different pieces, obliterated Kansas City
And like
on the redistricting map. And
I
the
wouldn't
result
even, like you were
is no
talking
more
about
Democrats.
the shaping them
Now,
like squares. I wouldn't
what do
even
you
hold
think
them to
the
that
racial
standard, but they shouldn't be shaped like
that
frickin'
That's right. This was
Oh,
a district where
thanks.
black citizens of Missouri
They shouldn't be shaped like
could elect
flamingos
their candidate of choice, who was
or snakes.
is Emmanuel Cleaver.
Like I don't remember which district it is.
A
I don't remember the number,
long
but there is a
standing
federal
member of that delegation.
congressional district in Texas,
That
and
preference by
it
those
starts
voters will no
in
longer be heard.
Houston,
state of
like the
Missouri,
southwestern
White
part of
House
Houston,
doesn't want it to be.
and
It's
it follows a strip of highway,
states.
a single strip
So
of
far,
highway,
all we're talking about are districts held
and
by
it covers like part
Hispanic
of
and black
San
members
Antonio.
in Texas, and a black member
Like
in
what?
Missouri.
Like they tried to squeeze as many Democratic voters into this one district as possible. They did not want to include any of that strip in between.
Other lawsuits as well.
Like, that's
in Missouri.
stupid.
Those lawsuits are moving forward. And by the way, anyone who thinks
It seems more reasonable to do it based on jurisdiction and microdistricts based on economic status. Yeah, even that's definitely a good starting point, you know.
One thing Republicans know about me is I'm aggressive.
Like, you can start with the jurisdiction. Like, start with the city limits itself.
I'm not evil, by the way.
And see what happens, right?
And we move
Start with the city limits, see what happens, and then you can make little.
To get relief in Texas and Missouri and all
If it's still ridiculously lopsided, then you can like make little shifts here and there. But that is definitely a good place to start.
Litigation is pending. All right, now let's move to North Carolina. You know, I think you could argue that pound for pound, the North Carolina Republicans are the most partisan, vote suppressor, racial gerrymanderers in the country. Now, I know you're saying that's
Like, even the founders
quite
said it was a
tall
bad
order.
system and
Some
thought
of
it
you
would be
were
changed.
saying your own state meets that criteria, or some other state you think meets that criteria. But
You'd
I would
think
actually give the award to
you're assuming that people in
remember, North
power
Carolina Republicans in 2013
would be willing to give away that power. Not everyone can be
passed,
George Washington.
a voter suppression law that the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals struck down for targeting African Americans with near surgical precision. That's what they said. Literally, that was 2013 Republicans. So you can imagine what the Republicans are like
God, do
today.
we need one?
You know, at one point, Republicans gerrymandered.
Yeah,
the map
it would
so
be nice. This is why, like, I keep telling like everyone I know, like especially the younger people, like when I'm in school and stuff, like just run for some kind of office. Like, I don't care, school board, something.
In fact, I
you know, county commissioner. I don't care.
The
Something.
conservative U.S. Supreme Court dismantled
Because like,
the racial
it infuriates me how easy it is for
And so here we are.
like
They pass
unempathetic
another map.
narcissists
It
to
is a
gain
preposterous
power
gerrymander.
and just refuse to
But
let
they
it
have now
go.
come back and improved on
Oh,
this.
no, don't want to do that.
By
Wish
targeting
more people had the Republican
North
spirit of George
Carolina,
Washington.
the first congressional.
Yes, the small R Republican.
I bet
Yes.
you can guess what the racial composition is of that district and the Democrat who represented it. That's right.
Got to make sure that
Once again,
small R
they
is
targeted a
specified.
district where black voters have a large say in the election of the candidate who wins that election, who happens to be Congressman Davis, a black Democrat from North Carolina. So that's the district they targeted. And that is the district that is now the subject of yet again new litigation.
Call themselves Republican, but the
My
definition of
law
values
firm
are completely
brought
different. Yep.
Almost immediately, again, other plaintiffs
And then
filed litigation
it's
as
like,
well.
it's like
So that case is also
they do
before the courts. In
they do
Texas, it's before a federal court,
authoritarian things like ban books, right?
Missouri, those cases are in state
And
court.
suppress votes.
North Carolina, those are in
And
federal court. So those are the three
establish
cases where
camps.
Republicans have already accomplished from their
And
standpoint.
then they get all
their efforts to
butthurt and snowflakey when you're like, that seems kind of fascist, dude. Like, I don't freaking get it.
Some
God. Like, today's Republican Party is some of like the biggest. Like, I'm not talking about the people necessarily, but especially the
Now notice in all three of them,
the politicians. Like, they are some of the
so I don't want anyone thinking that there's no
victimist,
I don't want anyone watching this video and
whiniest
saying, "Oh, those
hypocrites
If
I
you're
have
in that
ever
crowd, you know
seen
what?
in my life.
Turn this video off. Go watch a cat video. Go watch a video of something else. But if you're in the all hope is lost camp,
How to get
you're
with
in
how
the
to
wrong
get.
place, 'cause I
Nobody
am not
batted an eye when
an all
FDR
hope
did
is
us.
lost
They are
kind of
learning
guy.
from the best.
I recognize the threats that we face. No one is selling you, you know.
Yeah.
sugar over here. You know, I recognize that democracy is under attack every single day. I know
Never
because I take a lot of
underestimate
slings
the
and arrows that come
ability
from Donald Trump and his
of
but I also
somebody
understand
that's malicious
fight
to
win, we are gonna win more
take
cases
advantage of something done in good faith.
and we're going to catch some luck, and we're going to catch some breaks. And if we do all
Then
that,
we solve
we may
any
just come
existing
through the other
crisis,
side
do
of this,
something
with
completely
a
unrelated.
democracy intact. But it's going to take hard work from the lawyers, it's going to take hard work from the activists, it's going to take hard work from the politicians, and it's going to take hard work
Or
from
like a
you. Like I
crisis
said,
they create
stay
themselves.
To the end of this video because I'm going to tell you what
Tariffs!
messages I need from you.
Tariffs!
And I'm just about to talk about the next topic.
Oh no, our farmers are losing money.
Democracy.com works every single day to keep you informed about what
I
is
solved the trading crisis.
voting rights, includes redistricting.
I'm so
It
great.
includes all of the terrible things that Donald Trump is doing. And what I ask you to do is become a Democracy Docket subscriber today. There are free newsletters, there is premium options, but either way, the links to all of that are in the description.
I'd honestly like.
So please become a subscriber today. Now,
I don't see what Republicans are doing today as being anywhere similar to what FDR did.
And yeah, you know, some of these states are feigning, well,
Like,
no, we're not going to
we
do
were
this.
in the midst of, or we were coming out of a Great Depression that
So let's
was
start with the
only
ones who are
saved
not just gonna cave, but they're gonna
by
cave enthusiastically,
manufacturing
and then we'll get to
during
some
World
of
War
the
II.
So Ohio Republicans.
It's like, huh.
District. Why? Because they gerrymandered last time.
Maybe we should not do that again.
So they got to
Like, maybe people shouldn't starve to death while, you know, 4 or 5 people could control like 80% of the wealth in this country.
Look, you either accept
Maybe.
gerrymandered map. I mean, let's be clear. They already have a gerrymandered
Like, let's try it.
And so this will be an even more gerrymandered map. You either accept
Let's see what we
this,
can do
or
to
we're
keep
gonna
this from
impose
happening
something
again.
more draconian. So Democrats are going to make that deal. As a result, you know, this is going to be a bad deal for Democrats.
Like what
They kind of don't have
what
any
the
cards
Republican
here. It
Party
looks
is
like
doing
what's likely
today.
gonna happen there is
I don't.
there will
This is
be
oh
what the
this is a
legislature will no doubt call a bipartisan compromise.
starving was mainly from the Dust Bowl that completely devastated us. Like I heard our food production bad. Yeah. And the fact that we, the fact that people didn't have the money to, like people didn't have the money, like the population didn't have the money, so the government didn't have the money. Like we could have, if there was enough money coming in, they could have, you know, mitigated that issue with large quantities of food imports. But you can't do that if people aren't working.
Their legislature meets in the dead of the winter, which, by the way, if you're in Florida,
You can't do that if the government relies on like 20 corporations to provide most of their tax revenue.
legislature meets at the beginning of next year. But make no mistake, they have already said they're going to call a new session.
So,
They already
I've
said
mentioned this
they're gonna
before,
gerrymander.
and I'll say it again
Ron
in regards to
DeSantis
comparing
is
FDR to now.
He
This
a
is,
anti-democratic sycophant of Donald Trump at heart.
you've probably heard me
And so
say this
you can
before because
expect
this
the
is
worst
a
of the
big,
worst
big
from
thing
In fact,
that
I think
I
if
point
there is
out
a-
as often
if
as
there is a
possible,
competitor
is
for North
the
Carolina,
propaganda
it's
tactic
gonna
of
be
both
Florida.
sidesism.
And Florida is a state that I have sued
And
before. My law firm
using
has
a
sued
both
over
sidesism,
all kinds of
like,
things. We
oh,
sued
both
them for
sides are
banning
bad,
water and line.
both sides do
We sued
this,
them for passing
it
voter suppression
completely
laws. We sued them.
ignores
You know, they had the
the
audacity to actually pass a law several
the
years
differences between the two.
it's actually one of
It
the
just
laws
like completely ignores
that said that you could put an early
the
voting
severity
center
of one or the other.
in any public building
You know,
in the state, except a public building on a college campus. Yeah,
saying that
I mean, that's literally
Ted
the
Bundy
law. That was it. It was like,
and a
early
person,
voting
you know,
everywhere
defending his
except
home from an intruder,
oh, right.
you
on
could say,
college
oh, well, they're
campuses.
both
So we
killers.
sued,
You
we
just,
won
you know,
that.
just following his lead.
That's no longer the case.
You know, Ted Bundy was
But
just
anyway,
following his lead, he's just
I've also
killing
won, by the
people,
way,
you
a
know.
big redistricting case in this state. You know,
Like,
for a brief period of
true.
time, Florida actually had very fair maps and had fair maps.
Both sides would be killers,
Under its
right?
state constitution,
But
which bans
by
partisan
doing that,
gerrymander,
it creates
bans,
a false equivalency
going
between the
after
two.
minority,
And
voting,
what FDR
strength,
did,
and bans, favoring an
while
incumbent or
the
disfavoring
argument
an
is, your argument is he shouldn't have been allowed to do it because a lot of it was unconstitutional. It completely ignores the fact the differences in intentions. Completely ignores it. And I think that is like important to recognize.
And so don't sleep on Florida. There's going to be
Did
litigation.
Andrew Jackson pay the debt?
There will be
And they
more
learned the hard way
litigation.
what happens when tax money is in private
And
banks. They went to
I
federal
think
bank
that
vaults.
Ron
Now we went to
DeSantis
international
is gonna
bankers
get
to manage
so
all the
greedy
economic policy.
and so arrogant.
Truly, we've learned our lesson of not relying on
And
private
so
industries for our profit-driven,
watch what
using
Florida not
private
just
industry for
do,
tax
watch how
money.
quickly
Truly,
litigation
truly.
filed right away afterwards. All
Yeah.
right,
So
after those two,
we
there's then
now
3 others that are sort of
completely rely
that I want us to keep paying attention to. Indiana
on the
Kansas,
tax revenue
and
from
Nebraska.
the
in one form or another, the Republicans in the state are
like
claiming,
the bottom
oh,
50%.
No,
that's not
we're
fair.
as pure as the driven
Because
snow."
like
Bullshit. In
like
every one of these
40%, no,
states,
is it, was it like 30 to 40%
there
of
are
this
no
country
good
is like
Republicans.
doesn't even
I
make
did a whole
enough
video
money
about how
to
there are
have to pay federal taxes?
But there are no Republicans
That's a problem.
who have done the right thing when it comes to the maps that are already in place. The question is how
Oh, and like,
bad
oh my gosh, Hold on.
And will they
I
hold out any
actually want to listen to
shred,
this video, and I've
any
missed a lot because I've been
shred of
talking.
control in
You always get
Kansas
me
City?
talking on videos I actually want to
And
listen to. It's
essentially-
infuriating. I'm just kidding. It's not. States pay taxes, so either way they get taxed since they have to pay taxes. Okay, so something that is like obscenely infuriating. Oh my gosh. Now I lost track. I know it was something that like angers me greatly. Oh, the fact that the fact that people are so easily duped into blaming poor people for receiving benefits. You know, social safety nets, whatever it may be. You know, everything from WIC, SNAP, to even Social Security, which shouldn't even, that's not even a social safety net. Like, the people pay into that themselves. But anyway, the point is, how easily people are duped into blaming poor people. Even though the majority of people receiving these benefits are working, and completely ignoring the billions of dollars in subsidies that our government, our tax dollars, gives to like the Walton family, Walmart, right? Amazon, Tesla, Elon Musk, SpaceX. Like, how do people not understand that these McDonald's is another one. Like, they don't pay people enough to survive, so the government has to subsidize the benefits for them not being paid enough, and then on top of that, the company receives subsidies from the government to expand and grow their businesses. Like, I cannot understand how people are so duped into blaming these poor people that aren't being paid enough and not blaming the companies that are double dipping. You know? I don't understand that. Under the current standard, you get taxed twice, which is already sketchy. Should be the state requires income tax, federal government tax the states if they are still representing their tax affairs by their state and don't have to deal with both state and federal tax officials for income they make in their own state. That'd be, you know, that sounds reasonable to me. I don't have any arguments against that whatsoever. Like, that sounds reasonable to me.
Carved Kansas City up into 3 different pieces, obliterated Kansas City on the redistricting map, and the result is
with obvious
no
exceptions for income
now,
made cross
what do you think
state.
the racial composition of that district was? That's right. This was a district where black citizens
How dare
of Missouri
you bring up
Kansas
interstate
City
commerce?
could elect their candidate of choice, who was
What a corrupt idea.
Emmanuel Cleaver, a black member of Congress, a reverend,
The Supreme Court would like a word.
long-standing member of that delegation. Well, that preference by those black voters will no longer be heard.
So companies that don't need to bypass state
in the
laws and
state of
tax
Missouri
federal.
because the White House doesn't want it to be. Now, isn't it coincidence? 2 states, and so far all we're talking about are districts held by Hispanic and black members in Texas, and a black.
But this is why, like,
in Missouri. Now,
you know, if
you keep totals because we're not done.
man, this freaking video is
But
too quiet.
That's where we are in Missouri.
So I keep losing
except
track.
Once again, my law firm.
So if you go and travel to
lawsuits
another state, it can be taxed federally if Congress
Other
so
lawsuits
chooses.
as well
Yeah.
were filed in Missouri. Those
Like, this is
lawsuits are moving forward. And by the way, anyone who thinks that
the
these
inability
lawsuits are going to take too long,
for greedy
we
humans
litigate fast. We litigate aggressively.
to
and we litigate
be
fast.
reasonable
Like,
with
that's
their
one thing. One thing Republicans know about
wealth
me is I'm
accumulation
aggressive. Steve
is
Bannon
the
says,
whole
I'm evil,
reason
but I'm a fighter.
why
I'm not evil, by the way, but
capitalism
but I am a fighter.
is
and we move fast. And so
is
we're gonna
always
try to
like
get relief
it's always
and
going
do
to
everything
fail.
we can to get relief in Texas and Missouri and all the rest of the states we're talking about for 2026. So that is where we are in Missouri. They
Like,
carved
if
up
we
this
make it out of
district,
this
and
current
it's
wealth
additional Republican seat
inequality that we have right
litigation.
now.
All right, now let's move to North Carolina. You know, I think
If
you
we
could
do,
argue that pound for
it's
pound, the North Carolina
let's say they start to tax the
most
billionaires at pre-1980s
vote
levels.
suppressor, racial gerrymanders in the
They might be able to do that.
Now,
Hopefully.
I know you're
Well, no,
saying
who knows?
That's quite a tall order.
Eventually, over a period of time,
Saying your own state meets that.
they are going to
Or some
accumulate
other
wealth
state you
slowly but surely, and then use that to influence, and then it's just going to be a repeating cycle. I could write a bunch of Minister 6 issues, but I would be discredited for my age alone, even if I'm writing myself. And plus, you'll be discarded for. Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." I experienced that as a 40-something-year-old dude working at my internship at the congressional representative I work at, where I'm like it's clearly obvious what is happening with voters, and it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, come on. I guess I'm stupid then.
The racial gerrymandering that the Republicans in North Carolina did in the last go-around. And so here we are. They pass another map. It is a preposterous.
Oh, did I want to take? That's right.
But they have now come back and improved on that from their standpoint by targeting.
I got 23 hours.
North Carolina 1, the 1st congressional district. Now, I bet you can guess what the racial composition is of that.
I looked at practically everything about the Constitution, including very niche textual details that changed the meaning, not by much, but enough to either add a single power to. Yeah.
Where black voters have a
like for example, I was before the shutdown.
Who wins that election? Who happens to be
when I was still working at the internship.
A black Democrat from North Carolina.
I brought up about how like 80% of Democratic voters are not anti-Israel, but they were pro-Palestinian. You know what I mean? And I brought that up. I was like, 80% of Democratic voters think that what's happening in Palestine is absurd. Like, they are not for that. And it was insisted that up and down, like, that was not true. That was not the case. Like, the voters in this district, like, the vast majority of voters in this district are pro-Israel. And it took like 15 minutes of conversation to get out that what they meant by pro-Israel was the they have a right to defend themselves argument. And I'm like, that wasn't even my argument. You know?
So I don't want anyone thinking
like, cool. Like, you can both think that Israel has a right to exist, but also think we shouldn't be giving them weapons to bomb, you know, citizens, civilians, right? And it took like 20 minutes to get that through. But like, my immediate opinion was just like discarded, like right offhand, because I haven't been working in that that environment that long.
I recognize that democracy is under attack.
Constitution does support genocide. When John Lynch's last case affirmed that when he ruled against displacing Native Americans.
But I also understand that if we fight hard and we fight to win,
yeah, it's actually
more cases than they
the U.S. is violating its own law by sending weapons to a government that engages in human rights violations.
Activists, it's going to take hard work from politicians. It's going to take hard work from you. And like I said, stay to the end of this video because I'm going to tell you what the work is I need from you to do. And I'm
they don't care.
about to talk about the next category of states. Do me a favor. You know, the team at Democracy
They've
every single day to keep you
decades of propaganda has convinced people that Palestinians are less human than Israelis.
All of the terrible things that Donald Trump is doing. And what I ask you to do is become a Democracy Docket subscriber today. There are free newsletters, there is premium options, but either way, the links to all
legislator
of that are in the description of this
even
episode.
know the
So
Constitution?
please become a subscriber today. Now,
I wasn't talking
talk
to
about where Republicans are
talking
Let's
to
talk
the
about
legislator.
where Republicans are
Like, I wasn't
Because
talking
there's a
to
whole
the
new
representative.
wave of states that
I was
Donald
talking
Trump
to
is telling
it was actually the communications director
And yeah, you know, some of these
for
states are
the
claiming,
district.
well, no, we're not going to do this.
That's who I was talking to.
They'll all cave. Believe me, they'll all cave. So let's start with the ones who are not just going to cave, but they're going to cave enthusiastically, and then we'll get to some of the more reluctant. So Ohio
But
Republican
it didn't even have anything to do with the Constitution. I was specifically talking about voter trends. You know what I mean?
Complicated and frustrating.
Does that rep know or even attempt to base any proposed legislation? Probably not.
Because it's controlled by Republicans. And so
Probably
what's
not.
happening there is they've basically gone to the Democrats and said, look, you either accept a pretty gerrymandered map. I mean, let's be clear. They already have a gerrymandered map. And so this will be an even more gerrymandered map. You either accept this or we're going to impose something even more draconian. So Democrats are going to make that deal.
I can't.
As a result, you know, this is going to be.
I haven't looked at any of the.
Democrats, but they kind of don't have any cards.
I know.
It looks like what's likely
I know
to
that this
happen
representative,
there
like.
is that there will be what the legacy media will know.
I can't think of a single instance where this representative did not go along party lines in terms of voting.
That Democrats either acceded to or faced even more draconian maps. So that's probably what's going to happen there. Probably, therefore, no litigation, at least not in the near term. But Republicans, again, will wind
not worth
up
supporting them, in my opinion.
Depending on how you look at it, between 1 and 3 seats.
Trust me,
as
if
a result of this, and that is terrible for democracy. And shame on the Republicans for continuing.
I would
to do
vote
this.
for. This isn't even my district.
Florida. Now, Florida won't be up.
Like I said, I'm stuck in a Republicans district.
Florida is
but,
up next in certainty. Florida has a later legislative session than everyone
if
else,
it came down to this representative versus a Trump cuck Republican, then I would vote for this representative.
So they're not going to do their
10 times out of 10. But if there were ever a primary challenge where
but make no mistake,
somebody with like some authenticity, you know, that actually
DeSantis is, if nothing,
didn't beg for you know, PAC money,
and so you can expect the worst.
Then I would vote for that other candidate in the primary in a freaking heartbeat. You know,
competitor for North Carolina, it's gonna be Florida.
That is like,
and Florida is a state that I have sued before. My law firm and I have sued.
One of the biggest tells,
kinds of things. We sued them
or one of the biggest determining factors in whether
for passing voter suppression laws.
I would vote for a primary challenger or not is there's two actually.
It's actually one of the laws
which PACs and super PACs supported them.
That
one.
Said that you could put an
and
early
two
voting center
would be
in any
their
public
stock
building
trading
in the state,
history.
except a public building on a college campus. Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, that's literally that's the law. That was it. It was like, yep, early voting everywhere except oh right, on college campuses.
Like,
so we
I'm
sued
sorry,
them
but
on
if you're
that,
like,
struck down. So
if you're a
so, but anyway, I've also won by
if
the
you're
way,
a Democrat
redistricting case in the state of
and
Florida.
you
for
want to
brief
talk
periods of
about
time,
like
Florida actually had very fair maps.
you want to be like
Fair maps because we sued
pro
Florida on
Constitution,
merits,
you know, pro human rights, pro civil
which
rights,
bans
right?
partisan gerrymander, bans,
But you're going to
after minority,
you're going to
voting,
own
strength,
stock in Palantir.
bans, favoring an incumbent or
Sorry,
disfavoring
that's like you're a hypocrite, you know.
Ron DeSantis doesn't care. He's going to ignore all of that. And so the map that they're going to pass is both going to be an extreme partisan gerrymander that will target Democratic incumbents because they're Democrats. It'll
Good men
violate
choose
all
to
of
do
those
nothing.
things. And so don't sleep on Florida. There's going to be litigation.
You're a hypocrite in that case, yes.
There will
Or
be
for
more litigation
example,
in Florida. And I think that Ron DeSantis is going to get so
the Democratic Party,
and so arrogant that he's going to give
if
away
you claim to be
so
a
watch
human
what
rights
happens in
advocate
Florida, not just what they do, but watch
and you accept money from APAC,
right away.
hypocrite,
All right,
immediately.
after those two, there's then
Like,
three
I will vote for that
others
person
that
if
are
it's
sort of
between them and a Trump cuck
that I want
Republican.
us to keep paying attention to.
But
Indiana,
in a primary challenge, no, sorry, they're not getting they're not getting
in
it.
one form or another, the Republicans in state are claiming, oh no, we're as pure as the driven snow. Bullshit. In every one of these states, there are Republican gerrymanders. Okay, there are no good Republicans. I did a whole video about how there are no good Republicans. You should go watch it. But there are no Republicans who have done the right thing when it
There used to
comes
be good
the maps that are
Republicans.
already in place. The question is, how bad will they make the maps? And will they hold out any shred?
But once they started lining up to like gargle Trump's balls, then no, there's not any.
My bet is Indiana
I'll make a terrible
caves,
representative.
Kansas maybe
I doubt it.
caves, Nebraska probably doesn't cave. So like 1.5 to 2 of those 3 wind up caving. And in each one, it will look very much like the story we've laid out, right? In Kansas,
Would you represent the
they
people,
go
or would
after
you represent your own
Bishop,
ideologies?
Reese Davis. In Indiana, you know, they've got a couple to choose from, but it will, as likely as not, target seats
Like,
that, not
for example,
that Democrats control, but where black
the
voters
Constitution says
part of the population.
the right,
And
you know,
in
what is it, blah blah
Nebraska,
blah,
if they do
right to
something in
bear arms shall
Nebraska,
not be infringed,
it
whatever,
will
blah blah
be
blah. You know the
bad
exact
criminal.
words, whatever.
Right. So that's
But
what we know. With
the majority
that
of your
second
constituents
wave of states.
were in
Like, these are the
favor
states
of
Republicans
gun
haven't yet
legislation.
done anything with, but
What would you do?
it's not going to be a surprise.
You being a constitutionalist.
And what I can promise the Republicans out there, because you know there are Republicans who watch my videos. I occasionally they hate the videos, but they like hate watch them. So hello, Republicans hate watching the videos. Here's the thing: you're gonna get sued because
who have no
you're
choice but
gonna
my
break the
people,
law.
but loyal to the
You're
Constitution,
going to
remain
target
first to
minority
oath
voters,
in Article
which is
1.
going to break not just the law but the Constitution, and you may even violate your own state constitution.
Well,
and if you do any of those three things, you're going to get
see, here's the thing.
fast, and we're going to sue you in time for 2026.
Constitution.
And just look at my record.
Well, again, we go back to the first
You don't
conversation.
have to take my word for it. Ask
Constitution
Donald Trump how it's worked out when he
was interpreted to
I kicked his ass about 60 times after 2020.
to state that slavery was okay.
I think that's part of why he doesn't like me. You know, Donald Trump once called me the Democratic Party's best election-stealing lawyer. I don't steal elections. I just enfranchise voters. For Donald
Like
Trump,
that?
that's what he thinks.
Man, I'll be forced to
All right,
propose amendment
so
change.
that's
Yeah,
only
that's fair.
part of the picture, though, right?
That's
We
fair.
only talked about
You know what
the
I would do?
places where
Here's what I would do.
Republicans think
Here's what I
they're
would
gonna
do.
go on offense. But
Here's
what
what I
about
would
the
do.
Democrats? You know,
What I would do, 'cause especially since the Supreme Court made it so that federal district judges were not allowed to impose nationwide injunctions. I would do everything I could to pass it in the state law, and then let the Supreme Court deal with it down the road. Because I know that once it gets through the state, the legal system, it would take like 2 years to overturn it. You know what I mean? Maybe. But I'd make them work for it. You know what I mean? Like, my people want gun legislation. I'm gonna try to pass this in the state. Like, I don't care if it's constitutional or not. And then I'm gonna implement it while the federal court system is dragging their feet. You know?
I came out as soon as Donald Trump announced Texas.
So it's
I
merely
came
an
out and
interpretation that was
publicly
wrong, then the 13th wasn't needed to pass
And
at the
I said
state.
it on
We should care
MSNBC,
if it
Wallace.
is constitutional. Yeah,
I said it
absolutely should.
YouTube,
But if it's
videos
something
that
that's
I did on
going
this
to
channel, I said it on YouTube
positively benefit
with Brian Tyler
my
Cohen.
constituents,
I said it on other
I don't care.
podcasts. I was very, very straightforward about this. I said it actually with Tim Miller
Don't
on
care.
Bulwark that Democrats should go out and gerrymander 30 seats. Yeah, they do 5, we do 30. Now, why did I say that? I said it because the only way we were going to stop Texas from
but you should care if it is constitutional. You're right. I should.
the only thing that would
But-
cause the White House, second,
But here's the thing.
is if the result
You can't-
of stealing 5 seats in Texas
That's like
was the Democrats
that's like
would
bringing a knife to a
redistrict out
gunfight.
30 Republicans.
Like, what is the Republican Party doing now?
Because if you did that, two things
They
would happen.
are
Number
trying
one,
to do
they might think they might
as
not win
many
the battle.
unconstitutional things through
The
executive
second thing
orders
is
as
that you
possible.
create 30 Republican
And
lobbyists
like,
against
you
Texas.
expect the other side to just
Right? Now
fight
think about
fair?
it. What's the most effective way
You
to
know?
lobby against
Like, no.
Republican gerrymandering? To get other Republicans lobbying against Republican gerrymandering.
Would it be
And so
nice
the best way to do
if that
in
worked
my view, was on day
consistently?
one,
Absolutely, that'd be phenomenal.
Tell these 30 Republicans in California and New York.
But it doesn't. Like, I think the same tactics they use should be used against them, especially judiciously.
Right? Tell them that they're going to lose their seats if Donald Trump goes through
Like,
with this in Texas.
they want to
They're
sue.
all going to lose their seats.
They want to sue
Every
ABC
damn one of you.
for defamation.
And let them be the ones
Cool.
who put pressure on Mike Johnson.
Then every
Let
single
them be
false
the ones
statement
calling on
that
the
Fox
White
News
House
made
not
should be
to
sued.
do this gerrymandering.
You know,
Because they would be much more effective advocates. And by the way,
if
given
they
the
want to use
slim
these,
majorities in the House, they would be enough votes if they stood together as a bloc rather than
if
as
they
a
want to
bowl
pass
of
these
Jell-O.
like state laws, use
in front of
executive
Donald
orders
Trump.
because
They'd be
they
able to
might
pull
get
it
away
off
with
because
some
they
of it
could say, look,
in
we're
the
30
Supreme Court,
Republican members. We're not going to vote for
then
anything you
absolutely,
want
I think blue states should do the same.
unless you call this off in Texas. We won't vote for your budgets. We won't vote for any of your bills. We won't approve any of your tax plans. We won't approve your health care. Like they would be able to say, look, we're 30 Republicans. We're endangered by this. So call it off or else, like, essentially, we're just going to vote with Hakeem Jeffries and the
And you know what?
Democrats. And that
It's
would
not
have done the
unconstitutional
thing that was
because
necessary to
they don't
prevent
think it
this
is.
from happening.
You know?
But that isn't what Democrats chose to do. Instead,
So clearly, it's
what
not
happened
like
is
their
Gavin
base
Newsom
does
came
not
forward
believe
and
that
said,
what
okay,
they're doing
Texas,
is
you do 5,
unconstitutional,
we'll do 5.
right?
Now, look,
So by
I
that
am all
argument,
in on what Gavin Newsom did. Everybody
constitutional.
watching this video,
but that isn't happening in this scenario to
are in
apply to gun
California,
control
you
and
gotta
strict
go out and
prohibition.
vote. You gotta go out
That's
and vote
no,
now
not a
for
strict
Republican,
prohibition. That's not what I'm
okay,
saying.
Because we need those 5 seats in California.
I'm
Like,
saying,
I got nothing but
like,
admiration and support for what's going on in California. Except that
like
By
laws
doing 5 for 5,
that would
it
prevent
didn't
people,
actually
like, even if they're
disincentivize
not
the
convicted,
next state, in this case Missouri, or the next state after that, North Carolina,
if they're like on
because
trial
because Democrats were just matching,
or under investigation
right? And the
for
whole deterrence
some type of
required
physical
you to
violence, whether it's
exceed
spousal or not,
But that isn't where
boom.
we are. So
Like,
California didn't do the 9
you're
seats
gonna
that
have your
I
guns
asked them to do.
confiscated until
They did
this gets
5.
through court. You know.
Again, everybody.
No, I'm not even for. I'm not
go
for
vote if
strict
you're in California,
prohibition
because we need those
of
5
guns.
seats.
I'm not.
It's going to pass, by the way.
But
we
I
need
think
to
they
pass
should be
through
registered
margin,
like vehicles.
and I'm going to talk about that at the end. Remember I said?
I think if you buy a weapon,
But that's what happened. Democrats did 5.
then if you don't take that weapon
Now,
to a
interestingly,
state
what happened
building
next
with the serial
took a lot
number,
of people by
register it under your name,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It took me a
then
little bit by surprise,
if that weapon ends
even
up
though I live in Virginia.
in another
Which
person's
is the
hands without it
Democrats
being
in
stolen,
Virginia
then you should pay the
said,
price
"You know
for it.
what?
If that weapon
We're
is
gonna
used to
return
harm
that
someone, and that weapon is your name,
All of the people who said
then
we
you should be the
can't
one
do
held
it,
responsible for it.
For the same reasons they said they couldn't do it in California, the same reasons they're saying you can't do it in New York, the same reasons they're saying you can't do it in New Jersey and elsewhere, because of a nonpartisan redistricting.
It's only the state being able
Folks in
to, with due
Virginia
process, without
says,
judicial
"Oh,
meddling.
We can do it. We have a way to do it. We have to, in order to do it, we have to pass a change or repeal.
I think
of
if
the
it's if
state
it can be
constitutional
proven in court
amendment, and it
that
has to be
you
done in 2 different
that you
legislative
have
and then it has to be voted on by the people.
like posted any hateful rhetoric
And
online,
people were like, "Well, you're not going to be able to do that because there
like
are not 2
any
legislative sessions."
violent adjacent rhetoric online,
And they said, "Oh,
I think that should
but
be
there are."
grounds for
Glenn
having any weapons you may have
Glenn
confiscated.
Youngkin, the person who ran as if he was some kind of
Like there needs to be some sort of
turned out
accountability.
Just to be another MAGA.
Like you can say whatever you want. It's not going to be infringed on the free speech, and you can own guns if you want, right?
There is scared MAGA and there's
But
proud MAGA.
if you're going to say like,
And they're no better.
if you're going to get online and say kill all the Jews, then I don't think you should have. I don't think you should have a right to owning firearms. Sorry.
Okay, I know what it's like to be attacked by Donald Trump. I know what it's like to have his hordes of haters go after you. Okay? No one made you run for office, Glenn Youngkin. No one made you run for office. Congressman Kiley, whatever it is, the guy who's going to lose his seat in California, who's now crying that he claims is moderate. No one made you run for office, Mike Lawler in New York. Right? And so if you're going to run and say you're a moderate, and then you're immediately going to be just a MAGA, another MAGA vote, another MAGA enabler, another anti-democracy force, another person who carries out Donald Trump's agenda and acts as if Donald Trump is totally normal, acts as if what he is doing right now to this country is anything other than authoritarian. If you're going to be that person, I don't care whether you're that person because you're proud of it or because you're scared. Either way, you're MAGA. So anyway, Glenn Youngkin called a special session earlier in 2025.
Supposed to be looking for these stupid, freaking like.
And the Democrats
like
never
conductive
closed
ceramics, I think.
Like they
Is
stopped
it?
meeting in
I
the
don't
special
remember.
session, but they didn't close it. It's still open. And so that allowed Democrats to essentially resurrect this special session and pass for the first time, the first of 2 times it has to, a change in this state constitutional amendment in Virginia. In fact, that process has already begun and already started being successful. Now, what did the Republicans do? They went to court. What happened next? They lost. They went to court and lost the next day. My law firm, we intervened. We filed to intervene against this Republican effort. They chose to bring their lawsuit in a very rural county.
I can't remember what
most part of the state.
I needed now.
Quite a distance from Northern Virginia. It's quite a distance from Richmond, where you might think the lawsuit would be brought.
It wasn't censors.
Sort of temporary restraining order, and the judge said no. Now that case will still go forward, but without the temporary restraining order, it means the legislature can do what it's doing, which is pass it for this first time. I don't think this will be their last lawsuit. Republicans are good at filing lawsuits, and they're really good at losing lawsuits. In California, they filed a lawsuit to try to stop the ballot initiative directly in the California Supreme Court.
The power distribution. Oh my God! Damn it!
Dismiss it. The California Supreme Court dismissed it without even making the state respond. Like, I was actually thinking maybe we should intervene to defend it, but before, honestly, I could complete that thought, the California Supreme Court had dismissed the lawsuit. So then, you know, the Republicans wanting to block this came up with a new theory to stop it. So they filed another lawsuit, and the same thing happened. I mean, literally the same thing happened. I mean, it's
Pretty sure.
they filed 2 lawsuits, and
Pretty
both
sure my
times
wife
they got dismissed
turned the
before
temperature
anyone
up.
even
It's
had
like
to
I'm starting to
respond.
sweat now.
So then,
I bet
Ronnie
money.
Jackson, you know, the former doctor in the White House, yeah, the MAGA guy from Texas now, he filed a lawsuit in Texas. Yeah, he filed a lawsuit in Texas to try to stop the ballot initiative in California. If you're scratching your head, there's no logic.
Oh, what's this?
Like, there's no legal, there's no
Look at this.
surprise at the end of this. He filed it before a very famous conservative judge who, you know, is about as good a draw as you're ever going to get if you are a conservative cause. I mean, you can go look it up yourself. But, you know, this is kind of a famous situation, let's just call it. Ronnie Jackson couldn't get that judge to sign off on it. He dismissed this case. So they're 0 for 3 in California. And now they're 0 for in Virginia. But I don't think that's going to stop them. See, one of the things about Republicans, they're in the volume business of litigation, not the quality business, right? They kind of do litigation by the yard, you know. I like to think that we bring a lot of cases. We do. Right now, my law firm and I are litigating more than 60 cases in 30 states. And those are, by the way, just election cases. Like, those are not like commercials. This is literally about how we're going to conduct elections in 2026. So we bring a lot of litigation. We're involved in a lot of cases. But, you know, we bring a measure of rigor and quality to them. Republicans, they're just involved. But anyway, so I don't think we've seen the last of litigation in Virginia, but they're not going to be able to stop it. This is going to go forward. And then the question is how many seats? So, you know, look, I think a fair map in Virginia, and I mean this, a fair map in Virginia, because Virginia right now doesn't have fair maps. Virginia right now has what, if you looked at it based on the performance of the state on a statewide basis,
I don't have water.
of the state
Sorry.
on its Senate elections, presidential elections, gubernatorial elections, other statewide elections, and also at congressional elections.
I'm not doing these
total
literary
number of
contracts. Screw that.
voters who vote for one party or the
No
other.
thanks.
So no matter how you look at
I'll
it,
be on my way.
the map in Virginia is not fair. I was against the map in Virginia. I was actually against the Constitution did with in Virginia. And the map that they came up with, this bipartisan team, was just an atrocious map. I mean, everything about it was atrocious. I could do a whole video about why that map was a calamity. But a fair map, by my estimation, would be that Democrats would win 3 seats. Now, I can easily make the case for 4. In fact, I am going to right here make the case for 4. I think that Democrats should gain 4 seats off of a redraw. I'm not saying 5, I'm saying 4. They should gain 4 seats. I worry that they'll only seek 3. If they seek 3, honestly, that is just like what a map should have been. But I'm gonna hope they do 4. Okay, let's say hope springs eternal. If you live in Virginia, call your legislators and tell them to do 4 seats. Okay, it won't be an ugly map. It'll be actually quite a compact looking map. It'll be a good map for voters. Like, it won't be like a monstrosity. It won't destroy communities of interest. It won't like be wildly winding. It won't undermine minority voting rights. It'll actually improve minority voting rights. Like, so 4 is a good map. If you live in Virginia, tell your state legislators 4 seats. All right, that's Virginia. And so Republicans didn't see that coming, because if Democrats gain 3 or 4, if they gain 3 or 4 seats, then, you know, now you're starting to do some significant offsetting of what we've talked about the Republicans. They're still in the lead, but you've done some offsetting. And now you have to look at where else is it play. And I get this question a lot. You know, and what I'll tell you is that from a litigation standpoint, from my standpoint, we're looking at everything. You know, to many people's surprise, my law firm, we sued New York. Okay, just last week, done a lot of news. Elias Law Group sues New York. People were like, who knew? And then they were like, wait, Democrats suing New York. Including, by the way, you look at the caption of the complaint, we sued a bunch of Democrats who are responsible for implementing.
Welcome back.
And look, this is a fundamental truth that you need to understand about the fight for democracy.
Grab my food.
The fight for democracy
I'm taking bites in between system jumps.
I sued New York because they had a law banning giving free food and water to people waiting in line to vote.
Man, that's so stupid.
I was like, what the fuck? Why do you have this law? You need to repeal this law. And they were like, yeah, we're not repealing it. I was like, no, really, you need to repeal the law because otherwise I'm going to sue you. And they were like, yeah, we don't repeal it. So we sued them. Then we sued them and we were like, how about now you repeal it? They still didn't repeal the law. We said, okay, we'll go to trial with it. And we did. And then you know what we did? We got the attorney's fees. Yeah. State of New York cut a check to my law firm because of the money that had to be spent by our clients to bring that case. So, you know, like, Republicans hate me, but if there are Democratic states that are breaking the law and denying people voting rights, denying free and fair elections, or have maps that are discriminating against minority voters, they're gonna get sued. And, like, I don't know what else to tell them. They shouldn't have illegal maps. And New York has an illegal map, so we sued New York because the current map is discriminating against minority voters in parts of New York City.
You should abide by the Constitution even if it's difficult. That's the opposition trying to dismantle it. You should do that by countering it via proper legislation or actions not passing unrelated legislation that violates the Constitution. Okay, so that is completely dependent. That I agree with you, but that is completely dependent on an active system of checks and balances at the federal level. If those do not exist, then no, I don't agree with that. You know? I think you can understand why. A Congress that a legislative branch that capitulates to the executive, and a judicial branch that low-key capitulates to the executive. Like, sorry, that to me that would qualify as dismantling the Constitution. To me, that's how I see it.
And to what extent do they just want to redraw the map and make it legal instead? So that's where New York is, but it's not the only state that I am looking at. It is fair to say we are looking at every state. We are looking at every state.
Like I think congressional votes
a map that was passed by Republicans, passed by Democrats, enacted by a court. You know,
on some level should be anonymous.
Wisconsin was
you know what I mean?
Drawn map, drawn by the state Supreme Court. It was a very conservative court. We believe that map is unconstitutional.
Like how many?
Wisconsin law.
How many Republicans are afraid of voting against something that Donald Trump endorses?
By the way,
you know what I mean?
There are other groups that are looking at these maps as well. And everybody needs to be looking at this with
how many of these
fresh eyes and without biases.
How many of these people in Congress just like 2 years ago were released the Epstein files? Now all of a sudden nothing?
We are in a full-scale crisis.
You know?
I'm going to tell you how we get there, which is, you all know there's a case in the U.S. Supreme Court right now that could strike down or severely limit.
I think the Department of Justice should fall under the judicial branch, not the executive, for obvious reasons. I don't think.
In a number of places, and in particular, we've won some really important.
I don't think the president should be allowed to even sue the Department of Justice.
Is Louisiana, and after we won that case, a group of white plaintiffs brought another case.
Like, you can't help like that. You can't help but laugh at the brazen.
These broad ramifications.
The brazen actions.
If the Supreme Court.
I am going to sue the Department of Justice with an attorney general appointed by me.
Early in the year. Let's say they do it
that verbally gargles my nuts at every possible opportunity.
Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee, and maybe even
and
Texas again.
Just like I can't help but laugh, man.
And they're going to do it by targeting
established and furthered by the like just. I think the thing is that people should be allowed to see what they voted for.
Entirely on the back of minority
That way said, yeah.
that
That
will
way
be
said a
a
person is
tragedy
keeping their
for
interest in mind of voting. I agree.
That
Like
will
that's.
be a calamity for the hard work that has been
That,
done.
yeah, I do. Like I completely
decades
understand, and like
try to
in a
bring
perfect
fairness
scenario,
and
that
dignity
makes
to the
absolute
election
perfect
in
sense.
states that to this day still
But then you also have like incidents like I'm talking about with like the whole Epstein stuff.
fair fight.
Like how many Republicans are scared to even cast a vote because they have to choose between the ire of their
New York Times
their
did its own analysis.
unblended makeup orange demigod
There are not
or the people that voted for them, you know?
more seats that Democrats can find, even if they did all of the things.
Like
that
there
I
is a
said
flaw.
at this point.
There's a flaw in there
There
somewhere.
are not 19 more seats in New York and New Jersey.
And it may come down to that flaw maybe
Like even if you got rid of the legal barriers,
like the
just the
financial
time
influence in our elections,
would
the
make
flaw may be the propaganda
on top
of
all
social
of the
media.
other seats that Republicans already gerrymandered.
You know, the flaw is there is a
So we
flaw
need to be
somewhere
paying really close attention to that. Now,
because
obviously, if that
it should not
we will sue
a situation
Alabama, Georgia,
in which
Florida,
the
Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, Tennessee.
legislative branch
All of those
capitulates
states
to everything the executive does, regardless of whether it's his right to do so or not. Like,
They're going to get sued, and we won't be the other ones.
I
suing, they'll be other
guarantee you, like,
But, you know, look, I always give it
the,
to you guys.
I don't even, like,
I give
what am I
the
trying to
good
say?
and the bad. You know, we fight hard.
It,
and we
it does
fight
not
straight, but
matter
that is going to be a hard
what Trump
fight
does.
on a very
It could be
complex
unconstitutional.
across a range of
It could be
And
a
so we all
legislative,
need to be paying attention
a
to that.
legislative,
Which brings me to the thing you can do.
a
Now,
delegated
before I tell you what you
legislative
can do, one thing you can do
responsibility
right now that make me really happy is just hit the subscribe button on this video.
that has not been,
Help
you know,
subscribe
signed
to this channel
over
and make
by
sure
previous
that this
legislation, like the
video and
tariffs.
others like it
Those were
get
signed
sent out
over.
to you and many or more people
He could
who
do
benefit from it. And also
anything he
consider
wanted
sharing this
to,
video with your
and
friends, and
the
also leave me a comment. I
the
always love to
Republican
read
majority
because I like to know, is this useful?
would completely back him. Like they would not do anything to stand in his way.
All right, but I told you that
They
I'm
have
gonna
given
tell
me
you what
no
I
indication that they would.
And so there are three things.
Not in the past and not in the current.
The first is gerrymandering and all voter suppression is best done indoors. Okay? There's a reason why Texas wanted to do their map in the middle of the night.
So like the
There's a reason why
the first thought I had to mitigate
every
that
time Republicans pass voter suppression
was to
or pass gerrymandering,
have think well I
they
thought of the
don't want
anonymous
there to
votes.
be any public input or any transparency.
That way
They just want to get the map from the White House,
somebody with that much
shove it through their
influence,
legislature, and
an
be
executive with that much
Because it's
influence
not gonna
over
get
the
approved
constituents
from their standpoint.
wouldn't be able to dangle that
truth
over their
comes out
head,
about what they're up to. Disenfranchising voters and
you know, by
undermining free
threatening
voting
to
is not
primary
a
them, you know.
popular thing with the
I'll
electorate.
sick Elon Musk
And
on
so
you.
They have to rely on darkness. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is not give them that. I need you to shine a light on it. And I need you not to be fatalistic. I need you not to become democracy nihilists. I need you not to say there's nothing.
Yeah,
we
you
can
do make a good
because
point
Ron
though,
DeSantis controls the state
that
house and
the
state
constituents do need to know.
I need you not to say
They
there's
do
nothing we
need to
can do
know
about
how
it. I need
their
you not to say that
representatives
there's
voted.
nothing
That
we
is
can do
true.
if the Supreme Court comes out the other side on these issues.
My response was just like a
There's a
knee-jerk
lot
reaction to what we can do to keep
Politics at the local level, politics at the
to
state
keep the legislative branch
level
from
is very,
completely
very
capitulating
fragile and
to the
sensitive
executive
to external
and
pressures. Okay?
completely
These are
demolishing
not
a part of our checks and
insulated
balances.
politicians. These are folks
You know what I mean?
who live in your communities. They are people who rely on your votes. They are in your civic organizations. They are coaching their kids' Little League teams. You know, these are part of your community. And I need you to turn your community pressure up. I need you not only yourselves, but I need you to engage your friends, your families, your bridge club, your bowling leagues. I need you to do the thing that so many of you don't want to do, which is to inject politics into aspects of your day-to-day lives. If you don't stand up for democracy,
I understand what you mean. It's
day-to-day
tough
lives,
because of the pressure.
the same way you would stand up
It's a
at a
downside to
school board
lobby-based
meeting,
parties in general.
the same way you would stand
Political
up if
pressure in
somebody
general you can
being
find on
disappeared
either
off
side of the
street.
spectrum.
If you don't stand up for democracy issues, then we're not
So-
going to succeed. So I need you to hyper-localize this, and I need you to be loud. I need you to be
You can
peaceful.
say it happens on
We do peaceful here.
both
But I
sides or
need
either
you to
side.
be loud, and I need
But
you to engage
the extent to which this behavior is exhibited
stand up
is significantly greater in one than the other.
That is the first of 3 things. The second thing is if you live in a blue state. And here I've got tough love.
There are
It's not enough to
significantly
look at what the
more
red states are doing and saying,
ideological fractures within the Democratic
you live in a
Party
blue state
than there are the Republican.
that hasn't done anything,
The Republicans like,
you need to get on their ass.
we hate
you are
child
really
molesters,
their
we hate child molesters, we hate child
Or if
molesters.
you're a
Oh
Democrat
shit,
in
his
the state
name's
of
in the
New York,
files?
all those Democrats
We don't want to
counting on
talk
your
about it, it's not a big
votes. Those
deal.
state
I don't
legislators
know why
counting
you're making a
on
big
your
deal
votes.
about it. You know what I mean?
Kathy Hochul counting on your votes. All of them counting on your votes. And you need to tell them that standing up for democracy and standing up for fair districts is something that matters to you. And that as they make decisions about what cases to litigate, what cases not to litigate, where to
Like, I don't know how someone like Mike
where
Johnson
to find legal
can
solutions
call himself a Christian,
to problems and where not to look
but
for them. You need to tell them that
be
that's your
so
issue. That's the
make
issue
so
you
many
avoid.
efforts to
Not just in 2025, not just
deny
in
help to
2026,
people,
but whenever
whether
they're
they're poor or immigrants.
And that's true, by the way, in New Jersey.
I don't get
That's true in Colorado.
Like, I want to be able to support you and agree with you
Colorado
more,
right
but
now is an
you
absolute
must understand your policies, violate
Look
all
at the damn
principles,
maps in Colorado.
champion the
You
entire
tell me
system I know to
that's
be
very
wrong.
Democrat.
The system that justified all
Democrats
this.
run the whole damn state of Colorado.
Why we are in this mess was
If
caused
you're a
by your
Democrat
party,
in Colorado,
even
you
if
call
not
your
by
elected
you.
officials, you call your governor.
They still support
There's a
that system,
gubernatorial
that
election. You ask
Obama
those
era system,
gubernatorial
which is the
candidates
product
what
of
they believe
FDR.
about this. They think
If
it's
it's
a fair
between
map.
total destruction
They
and
gonna
slow
do
decay to
anything about
collapse,
it?
then it isn't a real choice.
Or are they just going to turn the other way?
I would not compare
You know, Maryland.
Obama to FDR.
Maryland, Democrats control the whole process. Maryland.
That does not
Democratic
seem
governor, Democratic legislature.
like a fair comparison
And,
to make.
and here we are. We've got one of the legislative leaders.
Like,
sending out a
I
letter,
don't believe for a second
letter telling Democrats in
that
Maryland,
FDR would have
Oh, no,
bailed out
we
the
can't do
banks
one more step. It wouldn't be
like Obama did.
I'm
You
here to
know,
tell you to be very prudent. I'm here to
Obama
tell
era,
you,
as in
they're
pre-Trump,
telling you there are
pre-Supreme
legal
Court
reasons not to do
composition
it. That's
changing.
bullshit. They don't want to do it. Okay, so we need you all to hold the Democrats to account on redistricting, but not only redistricting. That's true on everything
Again,
involving free and fair elections. You know, I can
it's so
list you
easy.
some Democrats who are fighting.
It's so easy to say this
you know who they
this
are.
both sides thing.
Gavin Newsom, he's fighting. J.B. Pritzker, he's fighting.
It's so easy to fall into that trap.
I don't want to say it's just those two. There are
But
others
by
who are
doing
fighting.
so,
But you know who they are.
you completely ignore
I'm talking in Congress.
the nuance
they
of the
got other
situation.
I'm talking about in your states. I mean your state senators. I mean your state
Like, can you
legislators.
say
I mean your governors.
can you say that FDR
You know
did
who's
things
fighting, who's not.
unconstitutional?
And if
You
they're
would know
not
more than
fighting
me.
for democracy,
You said he did,
frankly,
so
they're not fighting
I'll take
for
your
you,
word
and
for
they're
it.
not representing you, and you need to do something about that.
But
that's the second thing. One for red
when
states,
his
one for blue
unconstitutional
states.
actions
Now one for everyone. You know, there is
were
a
meant
lot of
to
truth to the
help,
slogan, Trump always chickens out.
you know, the majority of the U.S. citizens,
The idea was that Trump will
you know, that
talk
were
tough on trade, but
that were
if
dying,
another
homeless,
country
you know,
is pushing back,
without a
he
job.
always chickens out on tariffs.
It's just those.
It's actually
It's
true
not a
about
both sides thing
It's
to
actually
me.
not just true about tariffs. I mean, if you think about it, like Donald Trump sends the military into places where he's not going to get a lot of resistance, and then he doesn't send it in places where he does get resistance, or he is more guarded about it. He's less forceful. I think that's part of the reason why J.B. Pritzker's been so successful. Because J.B. Pritzker stood up to him. It doesn't mean it's what's happening in Illinois, but compared to what it could be, you know, you got to give Pritzker a lot of credit. And
Like, shoot, I would even go so far as like FDR threatened to expand the courts. Shoot, I think if we actually get another Democratic president, I think you should just do it.
So, and I could list
Just do
a
it.
bunch of other people, by the way. I don't mean to just
Who
keep
cares?
picking on
Like,
those two governors, but
the Republican Party legitimately does not care about helping people in any form or fashion.
And
All they
Donald
want
Trump has a lot of different
is
things he wants to
Trump and his billionaire buddies
and they're all bad.
to profit
They're
as
all
much
bad.
as possible. So,
Like none of them are good. He's putting election
Don Jr.
monitors in places. He's got
invested
troops
in
the
a.
streets. He wants to do away with mail-in voting,
I don't remember what the
early
company was,
voting,
but it was
certain
a.
voting equipment. He wants to
It was a.
counting all the ballots.
It was some kind of
I mean,
tech-related company.
It's like for another video.
And then shortly after he purchased a bunch of stock investing in this company, this company signed a contract with the federal government.
This is just like for him, I think the
After signing that contract,
and we all need to
the
make
stock
it
price
possible.
like jumped
We need to
drastically.
make this the one that will
Shocking,
benefit
right?
politically the most.
So,
And we have the ability to do that because his position here is
like
fundamentally
you can say that both sides are corrupt.
it is unpopular.
You could say that
His position
both
to win
sides
these elections so that
benefit
Republicans
from
can lose is not popular in red states.
Like
or
they're financially,
we have
what's what I'm
won
looking for?
The PR war here. We have won the fight for ideas.
Like they're susceptible to financial influence.
And we need to
corrupt. We'll say corrupt.
Like I give
But
a lot of credit.
if you try to tell me that,
and I think there's something we need to learn from them.
that you can
Which is
equate
that Gavin Newsom took a big risk
Trump's
and
crypto
said,
schemes
"I'm gonna put on a ballot initiative."
and his family investing in companies that shortly thereafter get federal contracts to Hunter Biden making a couple $100,000 at a Ukraine energy company?
But it's a process. It's not a
Like,
race,
sorry,
it's a process.
you can do both sides
And
all
Gavin
you want.
Newsom
Those two are
put a
not
lot
equal
on
in
the
any
line
form or fashion.
politically by saying, I think I can a competition of ideas between a abstract
Yeah,
process
but see, here's another problem. Like,
or
here's another
a
problem.
different process that yields
Like, look how
better
quickly
democracy.
you dropped the Nancy.
And the outcome of this election is going to prove
Like,
this.
look how quickly that was dropped.
And
Like,
Prop 50 is going to pass it.
there is a reason
And it's going to
that
show
propaganda
them-
is so
it needs
successful.
to show all
When the
of us
same thing is repeated over and
that
over
we
and over and
actually,
over again.
on the
Build the wall, build the wall,
substance,
build the
set
wall, lock her up,
aside
lock her
the
up, lock her up.
details, set aside what process they
And
use in New York and
the
what process they
the
use in New Jersey,
overwhelming
what
majority
process
of
they
people,
use in
like Democrats
Missouri,
included,
what process they use in
when you
Nebraska.
think
Set
of
aside for
a
a second the damn process
corrupt politician
and just
engaged in
return
insider trading,
principle.
Nancy Pelosi, first one,
And on that,
always. And like
what's going on in California
you're
shows that
completely
it's
ignoring
and frankly,
incidents
that's
like
true, like I said, even
I mean
in
both
red states.
political.
And so we need to
See, here it is. There's the both sides again.
We need to bring
Like,
this redistricting
yes,
fight
you
out of
can
the
legitimately
process
say
into
it is not a lie to
substance
say
and
that both sides do it.
what Donald Trump is trying to do is
But the
make the outcome of
extent
the 2026
to
election
which
what
it is
Democrats
done
are
on
trying
one
to do
side
is make
versus
sure
the
we
other
have competitive,
is
a chance
completely
that if
different.
more voters want to vote for Democrats, we can have a Democratic-controlled Congress. And we need to get to that
Like
point.
if
But we're
you're
only
tired of
gonna
choosing
get
lesser
there
two, it is. Yeah,
if
you shouldn't choose.
all
You shouldn't have to choose
all
lesser
of
two
us,
evils.
red states, blue
Like,
states, lawyers, non-lawyers, people
I
on
don't
big
think it's
social media
fair
platforms and people
for
in grocery
anybody
stores.
in this country to have to choose between bad and worse.
All need to embrace
But
that message. We need to
bad
be
is better
confident.
than
We
worse.
need to not retreat
You know?
into the, well, yeah, we don't really like
I don't like it.
partisan
That's why I like what I said before. Like if
No.
there's
No,
if there's a
no.
primary candidate
We are doing something good. What is happening in
and
California is something
they do
good.
not
What happened in
rely
Virginia is
on
something good.
corporate
It is
donors,
not a necessary evil.
they
It
don't
is a
rely on
positive
super
good.
PACs or
It is
PACs,
the fight for democracy, which is the fight of
then
this
they are
generation,
less
and we need
likely
to
to
get
be
the legacy
financially
moving.
compromised, in my opinion. So
legacy
they
moving
will,
is
they're
absolutely
more than likely going to get my vote.
You know, let's
In the
see.
primary.
CBS News capitulated.
What else was I talking about?
capitulated,
Yeah,
ABC
the
capitulated.
both sides. Like, look at what's his name?
Comcast
Rick
now,
was it Rick
you know,
Scott,
Comcast,
the dude
NBC,
from
which
Florida?
owns NBC,
That
they apparently, you know, the bulldozing of the
the company he was on the board. He was on the board on.
And that's before you get to any of the
They
big tech companies.
the company was being
so one of the
investigated
reasons why I
for was it
started talking
Medicare or
about
Medicaid fraud, something like that.
Before this latest round of
And then
I knew there needed to be
they stole like millions of dollars
that was not
in Medicaid.
on billionaires
And
or tech CEOs,
he quits.
and certainly
He
not
resigns from the board.
on corporate
Nothing
overlords
happens
or
to
venture
him,
capitalists. Now,
but
Democracy
the
Docket
company
has
was
not-
penalized.
Democracy Docket
So like
survives based on you,
the
based
the
on you
ease with
subscribing,
which
based on some number of you not only
propaganda is able to immediately drop those names into your head when you think about something specific. Like you think about insider trading, boom, Nancy Pelosi, right there. Why is that? Because it's just like pounded into your skull, into your ear holes constantly. Like there has to be more discernment. However, my honest question to you, as I wasn't here, if it was addressed, why are people so upset generally when it comes to things like the entire Argentina issue? I feel like there is something we somewhat generally kind of should agree on from both sides.
that is going
So,
to take this message of what is going on here seriously.
All right.
And
Yeah, I'll get
promote it,
into
because
this.
That is the pressure point that is going to.
So
make
there's
Donald
questions that I ask in regards to this Argentina issue. Are they a physical threat to us in any form or fashion? No. Is the excuse me. Bah. Are they significant in food? Stuck. I'll get these words out eventually, I promise. Are they a large contributor in the quote-unquote fentanyl crisis? No. Because they're just too far away for it to be economical for them to do that. I would say Mexico is the bigger problem. And then the next question. What does our government or people within our government have to benefit from further destabilizing that region? Okay? Natural resources. Like, they are doing the same thing that the failed Iraq stuff did, the failed Vietnam stuff did, the failed Afghanistan stuff did. I would say, like, of those, like, probably Afghanistan was probably the most justifiable, but still absurd that we were there for 20 years. Who stands to benefit from a destabilized region in that area? And that is anyone with ties to any natural resource production. That is it. China. Like, there's just no reason for it. That is why I am against it. There's absolutely no reason for it. The only benefit that comes of this is that wealthy CEOs and board members of companies that trade in natural resources are going to heavily profit by swooping in, destabilizing the region, swooping in, taking control of the resources, and then just keeping it all for themselves. You know? Look what was it, Iran in the late 70s, early 80s. As soon as Iran decided that they were going to nationalize their oil, what happened? The Western powers went out of their way to destabilize that country so that BP could maintain their hold on the oil resources. And that is exactly what's happening here. It's ridiculous. This idea that we can bomb a country into democracy, it never freaking works. So anyone falling for that should know by now that it's not true. You know? Like, why? Like, is it honestly justifiable to depose a government, regardless of whether you like them or not? Depose a government, kill the people of that country, bomb them, just so some billionaires can get to, 100 billion instead of 50? Like, what are we talking about? Like, why is this even a debate, Ugh, why is this food still stuck in my throat? That's what I want to know.
And the Republicans and Democrats all understand that Donald Trump needs to change. And that Democrats need to get
stands that FDR did much worse things than just that. The positives he caused were not worth the long-term consequences. Had stopped that court stupidity from the start. The process would have helped segregation declared unconstitutional in the 1800s. States able to regulate their economies. Child labor amendment likely getting. Child labor never would have worked without the unions like revolting. Do you really think?
So look, I hope this video.
Do you really think that
all of these videos are helpful? I hope Democracy
factory owners that called the police on their striking workers to have them shot? Do you really think that they were going to willingly let that go? Come on now. Come on now. Like, you got to understand, like, people like us, we're just a resource to be used.
Watch my videos, that you give me your feedback, and I take it seriously. So please do that. And
oh crap. Okay. Sobruski. Okay. I was talking about Venezuela, you're talking about Argentina. Okay. Alright. I mixed up the two, the Venezuela and Argentina. Okay, Argentina is the I'm not saying it's a perfect thing, but it could work decently, helping chaos spill over to other countries. Okay, yeah, I mixed up those two. So you're talking about the country that we're giving $40 billion to. So why? Why? That's just it. Like, we're giving $40 billion to a country that is selling their soybeans to China. China is purchasing their soybeans because our own government is too stupid to continue selling soybeans to China. What? And so, hold on. Actually, there's a bigger reason. Give me a second. Let me look this up. I want to make sure I'm correct with my next statement. So hang with me here. Okay. I want you to, you guys, fact check me on this. There are several billionaires that, after Javier Milei took power, they invested heavily into Argentina. Okay? It was Robert Citrone and Stanley Druckenmiller. Okay? These individuals have close ties with members of the Trump administration. Okay? So, if Argentina fails, their investment fails. So, based on the actions of this current administration, what do you think is more likely? That they're giving Argentina $40 billion out of the goodness of their heart? God bless their soul. Jesus Christ be praised. Or they're trying to save their billionaire buddies' asses. They're trying to save their investments from failing. Please, honestly answer that question. Which one you believe is more likely? We don't give any country money out of the goodness of our hearts. But you answered my question by not answering my question. Clever. I see a politician in you yet. You keep saying you'd be a terrible politician, but nope, I see it. No, I wouldn't say we're overly destabilizing them by giving them money. No, actually, the opposite. Giving them money is going to stabilize them. But what I have a problem with is, one, the reason, and two, the actual benefits to the U.S. And keep in mind that the reason this region is destabilized is a result of things that the U.S. has done in the past. You know? The reason it's currently destabilized, the reason they currently have problems, is because anytime a democracy in that region starts to gain any sort of power and threatens to hurt the U.S.'s supply of whatever it is, the U.S. is like, oh, it looks like you could use some CIA in your rebel forces. So, start under Trump 1, continue under Biden, expand under Trump 2. Oh, not to mention, check his first term deal done under Biden, so the framework was already there. Trust me, when it comes to foreign policy, I am no fan of Biden. Not at all. But again, it sounds like you're both sidesing without both sidesing. I think Biden's foreign policy was absolute trash. That's my honest opinion.
Our communities, our families, I feel like we're under siege.
Your husband was an undocumented immigrant, a DACA recipient. How scared are you for them right now? How scared are they of these ICE raids?
The moment that we feel like we have no control, they have won. If Democrats knew how to talk about immigration, we'd be in a different place.
Let's talk about your leader, the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. Is he up to the task of leading this opposition party?
I'd be cautious to say that he is not leading in some ways, because I think he is. Now, could he be doing more? All of us. Every single person that considers himself a leader
you can't have it both ways.
Oh snap!
Republicans
Did Scott Bessent used to work with George Soros?
Subsidies to the Affordable Care Act, or is that a lost cause now?
Every single Democrat should be
oh
holding
crap!
the
Oh crap!
line.
Okay.
If you can't hold the line,
I gotta
you
pause
don't
this.
care about healthcare.
So
How confident are you that the ceasefire deal will
I have
Any
to.
excuse, Bibi,
This does not seem clickbaity. This is a. I'd have to. I'm not going to trust this publication like right out of hand. I'm going to remain skeptical. But according to the Buenos Aires Times, hold on. I'll actually. I'll put it up here. Give me a second. Again, I'm not fully trusting this, but it definitely does not seem as clickbaity as a as something like the New York Post does. You know what I mean? So, if this is true, BlackRock, Fidelity, PIMCO, Discovery Capital Management bought Argentine bonds. Several fund managers share a professional past with the U.S. With this U.S. goober. Oh look, these names popped up again. See? Oh, look at that. Names I've already mentioned. That's twice now. These guys have popped up. Okay. I don't know. It seems more likely than not that the only reason we're giving this 40 when people here are struggling, people here in this country are struggling, there's no justification for giving that country $40 billion.
Anyhow can use, he'll break the ceasefire.
The deal is deeply flawed. But again, you're a Democrat. You can criticize Trump.
I'm saying that it is likely
Republicans
more
say
to do with
that
wanting to
you're
hurt China than the billionaires, since Trump first term suggests that. Biden continuing it says Democratic strategists didn't see it as such either.
Chicago is under attack
likely
by
aligns with
none other than
anti-China
the
motive
President of
as
the
seen with
United
the
States
Biden
in his
expansion
latest
of Chinese
authoritarian
tariffs.
power grab. Donald Trump has
But-
deployed the Texas National Guard to crush protests in
But see,
Illinois
that doesn't make
as
sense.
ICE conducts raids across
Because
Chicago, threatening the roughly 500,000 immigrants who called the Windy City
Trump-
their home. as
I
well
don't
as their
think Trump
American
cares
neighbors
about
who
hurting
seek to
China.
protect them. The Department of
I don't
Homeland
think he
Security
does.
says federal agents have arrested more than 1,500
I think the only thing he
individuals
cares
in
about is
Chicago
looking
so
strong.
far, many of them with no criminal
Like people think
records
he's strong,
As Trump threatens a
and that he
takeover
can
of
tell
communities
other people
across
what to
the
do.
US.
He wants people to
Our
see him
rights
as
and
being the kind of
freedoms are
person that can
becoming
tell
more
other
at
people
stake.
what to do.
Joining me now to discuss all of
'Cause
this and more is Democratic
if it was
Illinois
about-
Congresswoman and squad
If it was
member
about
Delia
hurting
Ramirez.
China,
Thank you so much for coming back
then
on the show.
why does he keep going back on these tariffs
A
that he
lot
tries to
going
give to
on,
China?
including in your city, you represent a large part of North.
We're gonna give you tariffs. Nah, just
What are you
kidding.
hearing from your
We're gonna give you tariffs. Oh,
constituents right now?
thanks
What
for
is-
the gift.
tell
Just
our
kidding.
viewers
We'll
what the situation
we'll send
right
we'll
now is
pull
on the
back the
ground
tariffs.
right
Like
now.
that doesn't add up to
People,
me either.
Our communities, our families, I feel like we're under siege. It is an invasion from the federal government deploying a rogue agency that's out of control, that is violent, to come and attack and express and demonstrate cruelty around the city of Chicago. You have U.S. citizens as well as undocumented families who are afraid of leaving their home, afraid of dropping off their kids at school. That's the day-to-day in Chicago right now.
I believe, if memory serves me correctly, that your husband was an undocumented immigrant, a DACA recipient. Last year when we spoke at the DNC, you told me how scared you were for your undocumented family members, friends, neighbors in Chicago. How scared are you for them right now? How scared are they of these ICE raids?
I think my family is an extension of that community. People are living in fear. I mean, look, my husband today is a green card holder. For those that don't know what that is, he's a legal permanent resident.
Not that this administration cares about that category anymore either.
Exactly.
Look at Mahmoud Khalil.
Well, that's the point, right? That for my husband, it's also scary to be driving while being
Halbrix has extensive
They're not
influence in South
asking for
America.
status. I mean, in
Both
some
presidents
cases
further
they
to deal with
are,
Argentina.
but they
Trump
don't
being
care.
stupid now
They're
on
gonna
tariff
figure it
usage
out
and
when they
realizing how
leave.
little
It's
industry we
gonna be
actually
big.
have to
Well, they don't
protect
want to believe you.
is
Because
just
we're
a
in
side
both.
effect
As long as
rather
you
than
have your
his
face
motive.
completely covered up You
You know,
think that
that's
you have full immunity. That's
a
what's
very
happening right
generous
now. But this is real.
argument that
Let me tell you, on Sunday my dad went to
the
a church
president
because
isn't
church went
malicious, he's
virtual, so he
stupid.
decided to go to a new church in person. I called
You
him
know
5
what?
times because I thought, gosh, how long is the service? It's been
I
3
salute
hours.
you, sir,
Why isn't he at
because
home? For those 45
I'll
minutes
agree with
I waited
that.
for my dad to call back, Maddie, I
Maybe
lived
it's not
in
malicious.
constant
Maybe
fear
he's
that my
just
father
that
could have been
stupid.
taken. He's a United States citizen. But in this moment, this rogue agency doesn't give a damn.
They've taken U.S. citizens. They've
They
taken
have.
U.S. citizen children.
And they continue.
You mentioned a moment ago that this is an invasion of
But
Chicago. You've called it an
there is,
unconstitutional invasion in the past. You've called it an abuse of power.
I
You're
feel
saying
like
in
there's
LA and Portland,
significant.
Chicago. He's threatening New York City if Mum Downey
That's what I'm looking
wins.
for.
Is there anything that can be done? A lot of people watching on just want to know. Like the courts,
I feel like there is a large quantity of circumstantial evidence to demonstrate that the primary motivation for this bailout
Look, I think that one of the most
was
important
in
things
support
right now
of
is using the
billionaire
courts,
buddies.
to be able to hold them accountable. Now, I'm not telling you Donald Trump or
And that, like,
President
I'm not discounting what
respect
you're
the courts
saying,
because
and
we
that
have
that
seen
might
that.
be
But even
another
in
factor.
Illinois, a consent
I just,
decree
there's
that
no way you'll
indicated
convince me that that's the
cannot
primary
stop
factor.
someone without a warrant was
When he's,
enacted and approved
when this
in the court
president and his
just
family
recently. Now, of course,
is willing
agents don't care.
to
But the point is, there's a number of ways that we have to continue
use
to
crypto
litigation
scams
as a way to
to
fight
take
back.
billions
The
of
other piece
dollars
that, it's the
from
people.
his own voters,
Mehdi, the people continue to show up. I have neighbors
I
that
don't
show
think
up
he
to
cares
said to me,
about
"This is why
anything
I have
other
never
than
done anything in the community until
growing
now.
his
Tell me what to do. If we're
his wealth.
creating human buses to get kids to school, I want to be part of that. If we're collecting diapers for a family that now has lost their job or can't go to work, I want to help. So
Like,
the
I
community is
don't
really
believe
showing
that
up in
his
a real way and creating
there's
a
like
lot of
absolutely
response and
nothing
deportation defense we need.
that can be
Liking
said
this
to
video?
convince me
Then don't just watch, hit like, share,
that
and
his
subscribe.
primary
And tap the bell
concern
so you never miss a video or
was
live show.
sticking it to
But
China.
if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
In June of this year, 79% of Americans said
'Cause
they
look at-
viewed
oh,
immigration as a, quote,
perfect
good
example.
thing for the country, which is a record high.
Look at
according to
J.D.
Gallup
Vance.
polling. Yet at the same
Hold on,
time,
I have to
in
pause this. I have to
September,
pause this. I have to
New
pause
York
this. I have to pause
Times
this.
poll found that 54% of voters
J.D. Vance publicly is the only politician in the United States to have ever called, dang it, I thought 2,000 was the limit. How dare you do that again? Okay, anyway. The only politician that I am aware of, Republican or Democrat, to publicly call Donald Trump Hitler. Okay? Right? Now, that's supposed to be this huge offense. Like, how dare you call us Hitler? Like, that's radical left lunatics. You know what I mean? Okay? But all J.D. Vance had to do was bend the knee, gargle some Trump nuts, and Trump is like, sure, you can be my VP. I don't believe that this president has any foundational principles other than building his wealth. And that's the example I would use to litigate that. And not drinking? What? Oh crap, now I have to, okay, let me land this ship and then I'll do another poll. You might be the only one in here, so you might be the winning vote. But what do you mean, what are you talking about not drinking? Oh, Trump if he refuses to drink. Cool. I wish he would refuse to sexually assault women. That would have been cool. You know? I would have a better, challenge isn't complete. Oh, it said you can, oh, because I put it to 2,500. Okay. Gotcha. You've contributed 2,000. Ah! Okay, because you had already contributed some earlier. Gotcha, that's why I did that. Okay, but I would have a better opinion of Trump's character if he was a drunk that occasionally got into fights at bars than somebody who is stone cold sober and assaults women while stone cold sober. like he can't even use the argument that it was a mistake because he was under the influence, you know? Like, he can't even use that argument. The dude was stone cold sober while he walked into the changing room of a Miss Teen USA pageant. And what happens? 49% of voters like, yeah, that's my dude. That's my dude. Like, oh my God. Like, what is wrong with this country? I don't. This isn't something that always crosses my mind, but when it does, it hurts. It absolutely hurts. That was actually, like, him winning this past election, like, him winning wasn't the disappointment. It's like, for a period of time, for like a day or two or a week, I don't remember, I genuinely felt like a certain level of grief, and that I realized that character no longer mattered whatsoever in terms of voter habits. You know? Yeah, the fact that this dude is doing all this stuff stone cold sober, it honestly lowers my opinion of him, if you want to know the truth. Because he's been doing this with all of his faculties. Oh my God. So unbelievable.
Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 01. Landing gear deployed. Touchdown complete. Engaging ship restraints. Your arrival has been noted.
Deporting immigrants living in the United States illegally back to their home countries. How do you reckon with that sort of contradiction as a politician?
It's tough for me because if you really think about it, the majority of us are either children of immigrants, immigrants ourselves, or grandchildren of immigrants. And so for Americans to say that they're okay,
including the President of the United States.
Including the President of the United States, and including a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, whether it's Italy, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Venezuelan, right? But it's difficult to reckon with. But here's a question. Are they okay with families being stopped on their way to pick up kids from school? Are they okay with someone who has lived in this country since the age of 2 to be dragged and beat on the ground, as we've seen in Chicago, because they happen to be a DACA recipient and this broken immigration system hasn't been resolved? I don't think that if you ask the questions in the way that they should be asked, that you'd see 54%.
Yeah, and when you do ask them about specific categories of undocumented,
it was conductive ceramics.
They're fine, the criminals we want to get rid of.
But define
I was right.
these days, because the majority of the people that they're stopping have no criminal record.
Or if they do, it's an immigration violation, not an actual what you think of a rape.
Conductive ceramics.
Last year you told me the idea that we're going to
found
Republicans on border and immigration will never work.
Used by haulage vessels. Destroyed haulage vessels can be scavenged in the aftermath of combat in shipping lanes in anarchy systems.
Chris Murphy had that bipartisan immigration bill that gave.
Why is it so freaking hot in here? What the heck did she do?
I see a lot of Democrats still saying right now. The reason
I feel like she turned the oven on and left it open.
Allowed Republicans to win the argument on the
there's no way 70. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way it's 70 degrees in here.
We need to have a tougher message on the border if we're going to win back our power. What do you say to your colleagues who say that?
I would tell my colleagues that want to blame the border or immigration as the reason we lost. Why don't you look from within? The reason we lost is because we didn't know what to do or how to talk about immigration. The reason we lost on immigration is because we have done nothing to actually pass comprehensive immigration.
Oh, snap.
But the numbers were high on the
on the border. But here's the thing: we have to also understand there's a difference between southern border and interior cities and immigration.
Oh, man.
The reality is $100 billion is what undocumented people pay in federal taxes every single year. Immigration is good for the economy. If Democrats knew how to talk about immigration, we'd be in a different place. Right now, every committee hearing should be an opportunity to play
All right, well,
or to talk about what's happening around the country.
I think
Instead of responding or reacting to whatever ridiculous, hearing that
I think that's going to be
Republicans
it
want
for
us to
me
talk
for the
about.
night.
In some cases,
Should
I'm in
Democrats
Homeland.
be running against ICE?
Like,
Absolutely.
Is it time to bring back abolish ICE?
I'm not
Because
completely
it's a very
tired,
popular, dangerous slogan that
but
cost us
I'm
the
tired
Euro
enough that I
2018.
don't
People
want to
went
go
nuts,
on
defund
a
the police,
scavenger
abolish
hunt
ICE. Those cost the party seats.
for.
Now, can any Democrat run pro-ICE?
I don't want to go
That's a good question. And if they did,
bouncing around anarchy systems looking for conductive ceramics when I literally spent like 4 hours doing that last week and found zero.
every single day, regardless of citizenship.
And I only got like
status.
2 hours of sleep last night, so I think I'm going to call it a night.
Exactly what they
Many
are.
of them are saying Republican talking points.
But-
They're not neutral
but-
agents of the government.
And USCIS just approved.
So
a
if you are there,
police force
Liberty?
within USCIS to be
Who
an
is in here,
extension of
actually?
Donald Trump.
There's been chatter that Trump is ready to use the Insurrection
Oh,
Act of 1887
Liberty,
to
Meownitis.
march
Looks like there's a Meownitis in here. I don't know if he's listening or
to
not.
crush dissent.
Nope,
Some
he's streaming, so
speculated he
he's
could do it in the wake of the
obligatory
Saturday's
watching.
No Kings
But anyway,
protest across the country. Is your party prepared
that
for
is going to
such
be
a
it for me.
move? And how
I
slippery
appreciate
a
the
slope would
conversation,
this be into
Liberty. Thank you.
full-blown fascism?
I think some would argue that we're
Thank
no
you for
longer a
the-
democratic backsliding, Muddy. We have arrived. We
Thank
are
you for
living
the
under a
adult,
fascist
like,
authoritarian agenda
responsible,
that wants to consolidate
mature
power, that
discourse.
intimidates
I
and
appreciate that.
threatens any dissent. And
Even though
here's a
there were
perfect example of that.
disagreements.
You're talking
I
about
like
going
that.
after people's ability
If we
to have
disagreed
freedom
on
of
everything,
speech, to protest,
we
to
would have to
dissent.
see.
That is what's happening.
We would have to
And I think
be
for us as
institutionalized.
Democrats, we have to continue to speak
Disagreements
out.
are natural.
What
Yes.
he is afraid of, what fascism is afraid of, is
And it helps me
dissent.
make
And
other
they see it as a public
considerations
enemy.
from other
So
points
we
of
have
views.
to be prepared to be able to fight
Yeah,
back and
makes
push
me-
back and
sometimes
say,
it makes me
"This
pause.
is exactly what we're talking
So,
about. No
anyway.
wannabe king is democratic.
What some of us worry
Till
about
next time,
is,
my
you know,
dude.
It's a two-party system. So if the Republicans are going full fash, you need an opposition to stop them, stand up to them, call them out. Your party, the Democratic Party, according to YouGov polling,